if I don't do nothing else, I'm gonna talk that law. Let's talk about it. But before I get started, for those who may not know me, I'm a Texas trial attorney, going on my 5th year in the game. Y'all see the law license on the wall, signed by the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. I was minding my business. I was drinking my water. And somebody said, get online. Get online right now. This is crazy. Wait, what did I miss? I had some stuff I had to get done today. Well, what did I miss? From my understanding, both lawyers for Woody testified in court today under oath. Wait a minute now, what's going on? Shout out to India. India, what did I miss? Hold on. What's going on, Tia? What's going on breaking it down with B? What? Wow. This is insanity. So let's pull up. Let me get a little bit of this. Whose was better? Was it Kayla's or was it Melnick? Like, who had the most, you know, because we don't get so much time for the lunch break. We only get so much time. So y'all think I should, like, review Kayla's or Melnick's testimony? Kayla? Okay, let me pull up Kayla. Like, okay, India has said this twice. What's up, D in the chat? What? What? Why? Wait a minute. First of all, I thought Kayla was on vacation. I didn't know she was in Georgia. I didn't know where she was. What's going on, politicking with Mel? Thank y'all for popping in. Let me see. Let me pull it. I'm gonna pull it up. Y'all, what did Kayla just do? Wait a minute. What is going on? Like, what did they question her about? Let me pull it up. Let me see. Kayla. So what is it? Is it Fox? Fox may have a better stream. Let's see. What's going on? Paradox True. Shout out to Regina and Monica. Thank y'all for coming in. We just trying to get to the bottom of what's really going on. What is going on? Somebody said, I like Kayla, but she went out bad. It was hard to watch. What? Catnut Williams had a good video. Shout out to Catnut Williams. Let's see. All right, y'all, I'm going to go and see if I can find a part where she got on the stand and took the stand so we can see what's all this fuss about. Oh, she was on there for a while. She forgot her account of what happened. Well, it was a while ago, though, wasn't it? So we're just gonna go through this and see what we can.
Sure. Ms. Bumpus, would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony that you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, please be seated. Would you please state your name for the record?
Kayla Bumpus.
And what is your relationship with respect to Mr. Copeland?
I previously represented him on criminal cases, but for purposes of this case, I was a stand-in attorney.
And what was your intent in representing Mr. Copeland?
To make sure that his rights were protected and to make sure that Jonathan Melnick was good to go.
All right, let's focus on the discrete issue that is before the court, okay?
Certainly.
Wait a minute, y'all. I haven't even watched the video yet, and y'all already trying to say I'm making excuses. Wait a minute. Hold on now.
You were present in the June 10th, 2024 ex parte meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you read the transcript to the ex parte meeting?
Yes.
Um,
I'm not sure if that is already an exhibit in this case, Your Honor.
It is, it's a part of the record as a
Okay.
transcript.
Okay.
It's been filed
All right.
in Odyssey into the case.
Okay.
So I don't think it needs to be an exhibit unless you want to make it exhibit for the purposes of this hearing, but it's in the record.
Okay. I'll just be referring to that transcript. So have you read the transcript from the June 10th ex parte meeting?
Yes.
And does that reflect everything that occurred the morning of June the 10th during the course of your meeting? I believe that was in chambers. Is that correct? That was compound.
That
Was
was
that
the
meeting in,
compound
that was
question.
compound.
Let's
Was that meeting
redo
in
that one.
chambers? Where did that meeting take place?
In chambers.
In chambers. And was the ex parte transcript that you read a complete recording of absolutely everything that took place in chambers that morning?
No.
Could you please tell me generally, when was there a time during the course of that ex parte meeting when y'all went off of the transcript?
Clarify what you mean by that, when y'all went off.
Was
of
there
the
a break in the proceedings at some point on the morning of June the 10th?
Multiple.
Multiple breaks.
Yes.
And during one of those breaks, did you have occasion to speak to Mr. Copeland with someone else, with someone from the states, the state present in the room?
Yes.
And when you had that conversation, that was off the record. That was without the transcript being transcribed.
Yes.
Let's clarify who is in the room at
Yes.
this point in time.
Okay. Who is in the room? And again, let me just make clear on this. I only want you to speak about conversations that you had with Mr. Copeland that are not privileged, where, for example, someone from the state was in the room. Do you understand?
For sure.
Okay. When there was a portion of that meeting that was not recorded on transcript, who was in the room?
Myself, Mr. Copeland, and Simone Hilton.
Who else, if
I
anyone?
don't know all the deputies.
Y'all are
But were
Great.
there deputies in the room as well?
Yes.
Do you remember how many?
4.
Okay. Anyone else other than the deputies and the 3 people you just named?
Investigator Hamilton and maybe another investigator from the state.
Okay. Approximately how long was that?
Hang on a second. Was the court reporter in the room?
I don't know. I don't recall. I can't remember.
And at what point during the meeting did this allegedly occur?
Towards the
allegedly.
end.
If you had a copy of the transcript in front of you, could you show me where? Like, if
I
you,
could get close, Judge.
okay. Do you have a copy for her?
I don't have, does anyone have a copy? I do not have a copy
Mine just
printed out.
disappeared. I don't know where mine went.
Max, do you have one?
Nope, nobody got a copy.
I mean, I don't mind passing up, but it does have notes.
Maybe not. Let's get a clean copy.
Okay.
What had just occurred and then what occurred following it?
Judge, you asking a
What
lot
had
of
just
questions.
occurred prior to?
Let me get a
So
copy
what had
first.
just occurred was we had been meeting for a really long time and I needed to go to the bathroom because I was stressed out. And
Okay.
when I went outside in the hallway, Simone was outside in the hallway. So I guess she didn't want to be in the room with Mr. Copeland while I stepped out. That's all I can think of. So she was outside. She met me in the hallway. And she said,
Okay, hang on before you get into what anybody said. So y'all are in chambers, like paint the picture for me. You're in chambers and then, and what happens for you to then leave chambers to go to the restroom?
I needed a break.
Okay, and so you leave chambers
Yes.
and Miss Hylton leaves chambers.
I don't know when she left because when I left, she was still in there. But when I came from the bathroom, she was in the hallway.
Okay, when you left chambers to go to the restroom, who was in chambers at the time that you left?
Mr. Copeland, the deputies that were with him, about 4, Miss Hylton, the investigators from the DA's office, the judge, and the court reporter.
Okay, so you took a bathroom break.
Yes.
And as far as you know, you left and then you have no idea when or if anybody else left. But when you came back, Miss Hylton was in the hallway.
Yes.
All right. Well, then that's not the part we're talking about.
No. Well, I think it leads up to the part we're talking about, and that interaction with Ms. Hylton may
Okay.
be relevant to where we're about to go.
All right.
Could you please describe the exchange you had with Ms. Hylton in the hallway?
Okay.
So she asked me, I think I get what you're saying. I think I get what you guys are trying to say. And if he's trying to do what I think he's trying to do, then that's not going to work. And I said, well, I don't know what you're referring to, but I guess we can come back in and you could talk to him about it.
Okay. And so when you said you can come back in the room and talk with him about it, was there any further exchange in the hallway?
No.
What happened after that?
We go back in the chambers,
Excuse me, we being you and Ms. Hylton.
me and Miss Hylton.
You go back into the chambers, and then would you say again who was in the chambers when you went back in?
Well, Mr. Copeland had then went to the restroom, so it was just me and Miss Hylton in chambers, and then they bring him back in. And
Did
then,
you and excuse me, I don't mean to cut you off if you hadn't finished.
No, then the same other people.
Okay, when you and Ms. Hylton were in the chambers prior to Mr. Copeland returning, did you and Ms. Hylton have any further conversation in the chambers?
No.
Okay, when Mr. Copeland.
Hang on. So you and Miss Hylton go back into chambers. Do you go back? I mean, chambers is, there's an anteroom where the judicial assistant sits. There's a staff attorney's office. There's the judge's office. Where are y'all? The judge's office?
Yes.
Okay. And when you and Miss Hylton go back to the judge's office, there's nobody else there but the two of you?
And probably the investigators from the state.
You don't remember?
Well, the deputies had to take Mr. Copeland. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So Mr. Copeland was gone.
Yeah, he was in.
Was the court reporter there?
Yeah, she was there.
Was the judge there? If you remember.
I don't remember if he was in there.
Okay, so you and Miss Hylton have a private conversation in chambers?
No,
Hallway.
we don't talk.
Okay, y'all just walk back in and then what happens?
And then everybody comes back in.
Okay, who is everybody?
The judge, Mr. Copeland, the 4 deputies, the 2 investigators from the state.
Okay, we're just going to take it slowly, step by step, okay?
Okay.
All right. So those individuals return. Does
Hey y'all, Kayla doing good to me so far. I don't know what y'all saying that she messed up real bad. I mean, but I keep watching.
Judge Glanville return to the chambers?
Yes.
Is the court reporter in the chambers?
Yes.
Okay. When all of these people are in the chambers, what happens next? A step at a time.
Simone starts talking to Mr. Copeland about what we talked about in the hallway.
What specifically did Miss Hylton tell Mr. Copeland about what happened in the hallway?
I don't remember what she said at the beginning, because then she says, wait, Judge, can you step out?
Who is the she that says, wait, Judge, can you step out?
Simone Hylton.
Okay, ask the judge to step out. At that point, does the judge step out?
Yes.
Does anyone else step out?
I don't remember if the court reporter stepped out, but I know she stopped taking down what we were talking about.
Okay, and she may or may not have remained in the chambers.
Correct.
Okay.
And so at this point, you're saying that the judge is out, you, Ms. Hylton, Mr. Copeland, 4 sheriff's deputies and 2 DA investigators are in chambers.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Okay. Next step. What happens next?
Simone starts to talk to Mr. Copeland about, I guess this is the part about purging yourself and perjury and impeachment.
Okay. What specifically did Ms. Hylton say about purging himself?
About purging himself once he began to testify that he would purge himself of him being arrested.
Okay. What about perjury did she tell to him? Did Ms. Hylton say to Mr. Copeland?
I think some of this is on the transcript, but she reiterated the fact that pretty much she wanted him to testify. She didn't know what he was going to say, but there was one thing that they know that he didn't do that she would not allow him to testify to.
Okay. What did Ms. Hylton tell Mr. Copeland was the one thing he knew, she
All right,
knew?
let's not assume any of this because this is your witness, so don't lead her, okay?
Okay. So when you say that, what did Ms. Hylton specifically say regarding that?
Well, first, Mr. Copeland said, I can claim all of this. I can claim all of this. I might as well just say I did all of this. And she said, but we know you didn't do all of this. And specifically, we know you did not kill Donovan Thomas. And I will not allow you to get on the stand and say that you killed Donovan Thomas.
And when Ms. Hylton said, I will not allow you to get on the stand and say you killed Donovan Thomas, did she say anything else with respect to that?
Pretty much, I was explaining to Mr. Copeland about independent evidence because she said if she had any independent evidence to prove that he was lying about anything, she would just use his statement to impeach him. But she would not necessarily press charges against him for perjury. But she said that if he said this thing, this one particular thing, which was the unaliving of Donovan Thomas, that she may move forward with perjury. And Mr. Copeland says, well, it's not just about me knowing who killed him, but it's about, I know more about that infinity, and I know something about somebody who's not even on trial.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there a second because there's a lot to unpack, okay? So do I understand your testimony to be that Ms. Hylton said that she would prosecute him if he lied about the killing of Donovan Thomas, but she would not prosecute him if he lied about other things?
Yes.
Let's go back to the infinity, because I didn't catch all of that. What did Mr. Copeland say about the infinity?
You just said, I know something about the infinity that y'all don't know.
And how did Ms. Hylton respond to that?
No, I don't remember, but basically she just like, okay.
Okay. What happened next in that meeting? Oh, can I stop you a second? Had Judge Glanville re-entered the chambers where you were at this point?
No.
Okay. Please continue. What happened after the comment from Mr. Copeland about the infinity?
I think that, I mean, she really didn't say anything about it. She just kept moving forward with explaining to him about she wasn't going to go for that lie about the unaliving of Donovan Thomas, but whatever else you lie about, I'll just use it as impeachment. And that conversation went on for about 5 minutes or so. maybe a little bit more. I don't know. At this point, we've been in there for 2 hours. And they gave me a second to talk to Mr. Copeland, and then that was the end.
Okay. Who gave you a second to talk to Mr. Copeland?
I guess Simone.
Did Simone Hilton remain in the room while you spoke to Mr. Copeland?
Yes, but she couldn't hear what we were saying.
Why do you believe she couldn't hear what you were saying?
She couldn't. I know because we were whispering in we scooted away from her and we just kind of whispered in each other's ear.
Okay. Is there anything else that happened during the course of this meeting where Judge Glanville was not in the room that you haven't told us this morning?
I'm not 100% sure, but I know there's one time where Adriane says something about Judge Closure.
Where, I'm sorry, who?
Adriane Love.
Okay, let's stop just a second, okay? Because I want to make sure we clarify this. I believe your testimony earlier was that Ms. Love was not in the room, at least during this portion of that meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you referring to another portion of the meeting that happened that morning?
I don't remember if he stepped out or not. I just remember at one point she said, Judge, close your ears.
I don't remember if who said,
Okay, let's go back.
yeah, that's
Okay,
very
here,
unclear.
we're going to go back and try to clarify.
Let me.
Yeah.
All right. So at the beginning of the meeting, it is Judge Glanville, Miss Love, and you,
Yes, Judge.
the court reporter, and then whomever the deputies are. Mr. Copeland is not there. Ms. Hylton is not there. Is that correct?
No deputies.
Okay.
They don't come until Mr. Copeland comes.
Okay. So then it is just the judge, Miss Hylton, and you, and the court reporter, correct?
And the investigators.
The DA investigators.
Yes.
Okay. And so is it that portion of the transcript that you're moving to now?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And what did Ms. Love say?
I just remember her saying something about Judge, close your ears. And I can't remember if he steps out then for a second or not, but that would be the only other time I remember him stepping out.
What did Ms. Love say after Ms. Love said, Judge, close your ears?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. So we've discussed that one portion of the morning where the judge was not in the chambers. Was there another time that morning, other than that one time we've been discussing, was there another time that morning where the judge was not in the chambers, but there was a conversation among you, Mr. Copeland, and someone from the prosecutor's team?
No.
Okay, that's the only time.
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
All right. Does any other defense attorney have questions for Ms. Bumpus? And we have a copy of the transcript now if anybody needs it. A clean copy. Yeah,
She got her jeans on
it's
today.
sitting right up here.
On her slacks. Okay, so from my understanding so far, Kayla is there to prove to the judge that some material was left off the transcript. It was some more stuff that was left off the transcript, and the defense attorneys are now saying, where is that information? We need that for our case. That's where we're at right now. So that's why it's relevant.
Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Counselor, was there a time in your presence that you heard someone give a direction for the sheriff deputies to shut off their body-worn cameras?
Absolutely.
Do you know who gave that direction?
Deputy Brown.
And do you know at what period of time or what point in time that occurred? Were you alone with your client? Was it throughout the whole time? Were you with Ms. Hylton? What is what was going on when you heard that?
That was the first thing he said when the deputies brought Mr. Copeland in.
So as far as you know, I'm not saying the sheriff deputies filed that order, but they were ordered to turn off all body-worn cameras as far as you were concerned.
Yes.
And this conversation that you just relayed to us with Ms. Hylton, you and Mr. Copeland, your client, was that a calm conversation? Was it heated? How would you describe?
It was, we had been in there for 2 hours. It was a high level of emotional tension, if that's a thing.
Okay, were people getting louder than we're speaking now?
Yes,
And who was that person or people?
Simone.
Okay. And when you were talking about Mr. Copeland not being permitted to take responsibility for the killing of Mr. Thomas, you know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Did Mr. Copeland in any way take responsibility for that killing that day to Ms. Hylton?
Pretty much, he just said, you don't know what I did or didn't do.
Okay. And that was said to the prosecutor about the killing of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
Do you know if you saw Ms. Hylton taking any notes or recording the meeting, or any of the people with her recording this meeting or taking notes?
I'm not aware.
All right. It says, and the court just gave a transcript, I don't know where it is, but you can look at it. No one's trying to trick you. It says on page 40, towards the bottom, it's the Honorable
Yes.
Judge.
It's fine.
If you need to look at it, if you don't need to look at it, that's fine. Just let the record reflect. It should be on page 40. If you need it, it's June 10th. It should be 2024 ex parte conference that you were part of. And Judge Glanville says something to the effect, I'm not looking at, this is not a quote, but it appears to be to Mr. Copeland. Do you remember when Mr. Love told you that as long as you don't tell a bold-faced whopper, something like that? Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you just, so the court, unless the court has it in front of her, what line
I've got
that
it
is?
in front of me.
Do you know what line that is? Or it begins on?
12.
Okay.
Well, 9, but 12 specifically, which it's referencing to.
I couldn't hear the last part.
9 is when he starts talking, but 12 is when he gets into that part.
He being Judge Glanville.
Yes.
Okay. And what information do you have that Ms. Love spoke with Mr. Copeland about the bald face whopper?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry. Can you ask that again? Well,
Yeah.
apparently Ms. Bumpus didn't understand it any better than I did.
Yes. Do you have any information to educate us on when Ms. Love spoke with Mr. Copeland about you can't make a bald face, whatever it says, whopper?
Yeah.
Hang on just a second. Yes, Ms. Love.
My objection is that the question itself assumes a fact that has not been established.
Sustained.
Read what it says if you don't mind. Since it's
Tell me
in
what
there.
page we're on again.
40.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, somebody saying the comments are off. Are the comments off, or are y'all able to comment? Because I didn't turn anything off.
Court, the state can still give you immunity. They can give immunity to whoever they want, okay? And they can make that choice. I don't even make that choice. So if they, like I said earlier, they want your testimony, they figure it's that the jury needs to hear what you have to say, good, bad, or indifferent. And what Ms. Hylton is telling you is just the truth as you know it. And let her worry about, I mean, even though you may have said different versions of whatever, that's for impeachment. That's not going to get you in trouble. What will get you in trouble is you just invoking your First Amendment privilege because you've been given immunity. Or as Ms. Love said this morning, remember, Ms. Love said, if you lie, if you overtly lie about something, like if you tell a bold-faced whopper, then they can indict you on that particular charge. I mean, that particular false statement.
That part you said about, you remember earlier this morning, Ms. Love telling you about the bold-faced swapper. That's what I'm focused on. Can you tell us, were you present when Ms. Love spoke with Mr. Copeland that morning?
What's your basis?
Again, assuming facts that have not been established, the question I believe was, were you present when Ms. Love spoke with Mr. Copeland?
Okay, so I think that's based on the fact that what was just read out was read out. So I don't know that Judge Glanville's statement establishes that, but that's why he's asking it. So I'm going to permit him to ask that, and she can, keeping in mind that that doesn't establish that it occurred. Ask it as a more conditional question, I guess.
Do you have any information how that came about, if it occurred at all?
So the meeting was really long and a lot happened. I can't remember if Miss Love was ever in the room at the same time as Mr. Copeland. So I don't remember them being in the room together. And if they were, they did not have any communication.
Okay. All right. Do you remember in that transcript, I have to get you the page if you don't remember, Judge Glanville handing something to you for Mr. Copeland?
Absolutely.
Can you tell this court what that was?
Which time?
Every time. So go one at a time.
So the first time, I believe he handed me a copy of the immunity order.
Okay.
And the second time, he handed me 2 statutes, one on perjury, and I think the other either on impeachment or, yeah, I think that's what it was.
Okay. Any questions, written out questions you remember being handed to you or Mr. Copeland? District Attorney's questions, was that given to Mr. Copeland?
No.
Okay, you remember that discussion?
No.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Thank you,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Any other defense attorney have questions?
Okay, so far, again, with Kayla, I don't see anything wrong with her testimony. So we are just still getting caught up. We're just going back while we're on the lunch break to watch.
Ms. Bumpus. Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Bumpus.
Good morning.
Counselor, I want to take you back to that Monday, June 10th, 2024. When you arrived for court that day, you were arriving to represent Mr. Copeland, correct?
Yes.
As a witness?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go when you entered the courthouse?
I came right here.
To this courtroom 1C?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever request an ex parte meeting with the judge?
No.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Copeland ever request an ex parte meeting with the judge?
No.
Okay. How did this meeting come about?
I was down here, and when I got here, the courtroom was closed. There was no one here. And so I contacted Mr. Chamberlain, and he came down. He told me to call him when I got in the courthouse. So I called him when I got in the courthouse, and I was right here. And he came down and got me, took me upstairs.
Okay. Were you ever told why you were going upstairs?
I was never told why I was going upstairs, but once I got upstairs, I thought I was upstairs because that was the only place I could talk to Mr. Copeland.
Okay. At what point did you realize that you were being made part of an ex parte meeting?
When Brian got up there and said it.
When what? I'm sorry.
Brian.
Who's Brian?
Attorney Steele.
Okay.
Got up, and that was the first time I really realized that anything had happened, because I had been sitting there and I did not realize what was happening.
Okay.
Where are you? I thought you had just been brought upstairs to Judge Glanville's chambers.
But it was never a time where they said, oh, we're about to meet. They literally just start talking. So
Mr. Steele's there?
No, the first time I realized what had happened was when Mr. Steele made his motion in court.
Okay, so you were in chambers with Judge Glanville and Miss Hylton. And Miss Love, correct?
What I'm saying is,
You answer the question that I am asking you. You were in chambers with Miss Hylton and the judge. I'm sorry. There are two different parts to this ex parte. You were in chambers with Miss Love and the judge and a court reporter, and y'all had conversations, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware prior to that morning that this case was being tried, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware that Miss Love was a member of the prosecution team, right?
Yes.
And that Judge Glanville was the presiding judge at the time.
Yes.
And that there were defense attorneys on the other side of the case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you went into the meeting, you could see that there were no defense attorneys present, right?
No, but what I'm saying is, I didn't know I was going into a meeting.
Ma'am, I understand. Answer the question I asked you. You could see at that point in time that there were no defense attorneys present in the chambers, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so at that point in time, you knew this is a meeting with the prosecution and the judge and no defense attorneys, right?
What I'm saying is,
Ma'am, answer the question I am asking you.
I didn't realize it was a meeting.
Okay, so at the point when people started talking, let's call it a meeting at that point in time. Okay.
Okay.
And so you knew that the defense attorneys weren't there then, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you knew it was an ex parte. If you knew the term ex parte.
Yes. I know.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, y'all, I'm gonna break that part down really quickly. So from my understanding, it appears that Kayla had first said that she only became aware of the ex parte meeting when Brian Steele found out about it 2 or 3 hours after it happened, when Brian Steele got mad with the judge, and the judge was, the judge became upset. But what this judge now saying, Judge Whitaker, she asking Kayla, she said, Kayla, how is it possible you're finding out about the ex parte meeting with Brian Steele, 2 or 3 hours later when you were actually in the ex parte meeting with the judge himself? So what the judge is saying, Kayla, you knew about the ex parte meeting, obviously, because you was in the ex parte meeting. But I believe Kayla, possibly she could have got confused. She didn't understand what the judge was asking, but it does seem clear that Kayla was there and the defense attorney wasn't there. Maybe Kayla didn't even click that, hey, this is an ex parte meeting going on right now because the defense attorneys are not in. So I'm thinking that's where the confusion came in, and that's why the judge became so upset. Like, what do you mean you only found out about it 3 hours after it happened when you were in the meeting? While it was happening. So I think that's why the judge, got upset. If I explained that right. Let's keep going.
And in the meeting, who initiated the conversation about the purpose of the meeting? Was it you?
No.
Okay, who was it?
All right, let me ask y'all a question. I can read what's in the transcript. So unless there's, something that we're saying occurred before, the court reporter said, okay, I'm ready whenever y'all are. I don't need an exposition of who said what. I can see it, okay?
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right. Ms. Matthews.
Ms. Bombas, good morning.
Good morning.
Just a few questions for you. At any time during the meeting that took place between the court, the prosecutor, yourself, Mr. Copeland, were you ever told by the court not to disclose any of the contents of the meeting?
All right, we are not going to replow the issue of Mr. Steele being held in contempt. That is moot. So to the extent that this is going to that, move on.
Okay, that's where I was going.
All right.
Thank you. No question.
Anybody else? From the defense team side. Okay. Ms. Love, do you have questions for Ms. Bumpus?
A few, Judge, just a few. Thank you. Ms. Bumpus, you were asked by, I believe, Mr. Steele, whether Judge Glanville ever handed Mr. Copeland anything. Do you remember being asked that question?
No.
Do you recall telling Mr. Steele or Mr. Shard or either member of the defense team this morning that in the June 10th hearing, Judge Glanville handed you a statute on perjury?
Can you say that again?
Do you recall testifying earlier that during the June 10th hearing, Judge Glanville handed you a copy of the perjury statute?
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought the question was, did he hand it to me to give to Mr. Copeland?
Do you recall testifying that Judge Glanville handed you a copy of the perjury statute? Or better yet, let me do this. Did Judge Glanville give to you a copy of the perjury statute?
And said, hand this to Mr. Copeland? Yes.
Okay. And did Judge Glanville give to you a copy of the immunity statute?
And say, hand this to Mr. Copeland? Yes.
All right. And when you responded, let me back up. So do you not recall being asked in this courtroom today, did Judge Glanville ever give to Mr. Copeland anything?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall what you were asked do you recall testifying that Judge Glanville gave you both a perjury statute, copy of that, and a copy of the immunity statute?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what question you were answering when you made those statements?
What?
The question that I was answering was, did Judge Glanville give me something to hand me a statute or hand me anything in a meeting?
And you don't recall him asking whether Judge Glanville handed Mr. Copeland anything?
Objection as to the answer.
Yes. Thank you.
I mean, I'm not sure we've got a clear answer on it, but does it matter?
All right, none of this matter.
If she, there's a reason that I'm asking the
All
question.
right, well, go ahead. You can ask it again because I don't think anybody's clear on it yet.
Do you recall being asked today whether Judge Glanville ever handed Mr. Copeland anything?
Why you just want to ask her?
I believe that.
So for what it's looked like going on right now, Miss Love is asking her, does she recall being asked questions earlier, just a few minutes ago, by the defense lawyers? That's ineffective. What Love needs to do is just ask the question herself. Just ask it directly. You don't have to ask her what the other lawyers ask her. You can just ask what you want to ask her yourself.
I just stated that he handed me two things.
Ms. Bumpus, I don't think she's asking you about what happened. I think she's for some reason asking you about the question that was asked to you on direct.
Right? Like
Do you
what?
recall being asked if Judge Glanville gave Mr. Copeland anything?
I don't recall.
Okay. At the time that you were called to the meeting, you already knew that Mr. Copeland had been granted immunity, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay.
Not incorrect.
At the time that you assumed representation of Mr. Copeland, you were aware that he had been arrested, though, right? You knew that Mr. Copeland had been arrested.
No.
Okay. At the time that Mr. Melnick spoke with you about standing in his stead on that Monday morning, did you learn during that conversation with Mr. Melnick that Mr. Copeland had been arrested?
No.
At what point did you learn that Mr. Copeland had been arrested?
After he had been arrested.
Was that before or after the Monday morning meeting?
Objection, Your Honor. You asked us to just focus on the content of that meeting. You asked me to not get far from that, and we're far from that.
Your Honor?
Yeah, what does this have to do with whether or not some off the record discussion that Ms. Hylton was privy to occurred?
Your Honor, the reason I was asking about the giving to Ms. Bumpus the statutes is that my understanding is that at the time that she was called to represent Mr. Copeland, she was not familiar with certain statutes.
Okay, well, maybe, maybe not, but that's not relevant to what we're trying to figure out here.
And so to the extent that she was asked by the defense whether Judge Glanville gave to Mr. Copeland anything, and she then responded, he gave it to me.
All right, I don't recall. I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was establishing the reason he would have given her that, and I was establishing further the extent of the questions that I had for her dealt with her understanding of her responsibilities. And then finally, I was going to ask her, she'd already testified to my memory that she doesn't recall this counselor ever being in the room with Mr. Copeland, and if there was no communication.
Okay,
So I was going to.
that part seems relevant. You can ask about that.
Miss Bumpus. Do you have any memory of Miss Hylton and me being in the room while you were in the room with Mr. Copeland?
I have some memory of all of us being in the room for a very brief moment of time.
When you say all of us, who is all of us?
You just asked me, do I have any memory of you, Miss Hylton, and Mr. Copeland being in the room? I remember at one point you came back, but I can't remember exactly what happened while you were there.
Is it your recollection that I was there when Mr. Copeland first came into the room?
No.
And when you say you remember that I came back, where is it that you're remembering that I came back to?
Either, I don't remember. Maybe it's when Miss Hylton came back. But at one point, all three of us were in the room.
Who's all three of us?
Me, Miss Hylton, and Miss Love.
Come on, Judge, keep up.
In chambers.
In chambers.
Was Mr. Copeland in the room?
I don't remember. I just said I don't remember.
Well, I mean, it's kind of important. We're relying on your memory for certain things. So were there deputies in the room then?
Okay, so sometimes the judges interrupt. They can ask questions, but it's really not proper to be questioned at the same time because she's answering Love's question and the judge throwing a question in, and next thing you know, it can appear like they're double teaming her without giving her a chance to clearly answer one person's question. But let's keep on going. But the judge, if she says she don't remember, Judge, you can't make her remember.
What I'm saying is if Mr. Copeland was ever in the room with Adriane Love, then it wasn't a long, extended amount of time, and I don't think there was any communication. I remember that Simone left, and it was just me, Adriane Love, and the judge and the court reporter.
All right, so your recollection is that at the beginning of the meeting, before Mr. Copeland ever arrived for the first, when he ever arrived with the deputies, that there was a point in time when the judge, Miss Love, Miss Hylton, and you were in chambers?
There was a point in time where Miss Love and Miss Hylton were in chambers with me. I cannot affirmatively state whether Mr. Copeland was there or not, but there was at least 2 minutes of us all being there together.
Did y'all have any conversation at that time?
I can't recall because Miss Hylton was doing all of the talking. I honestly believe it was when Miss Hylton left at the beginning, when we first got in chambers, when we were in not the judge's office, but all of us were there.
Antechambers, like outside of chambers, but inside of the door.
Yes.
Who is all of us?
Simone Hylton, Adriane Love, me, investigator Hamilton. Mr. Chamberlain was in and out. The judge was in and out talking to us, and that was it.
In and out talking to you about anything substantive?
No, Judge.
Okay. All right, so y'all are all out where the JA, the judicial assistant, sits. At first, okay, we'll call that the antechambers, ANTE chambers. So when is it that any of you go back into Judge Glanville's actual chambers, his office?
Adriane Love says, Judge, can we talk to you for a second in chambers?
Okay, and who goes then?
Just me, her, Adriane Love, and Judge Glanville and the court reporter.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Love, if you had anything else.
Thank you. Ms. Bumpus, there were investigators present or no? When you, me, Judge, the court reporter first went back?
I can't remember.
Do you recall?
Hey, y'all, I'm gonna say this real quick.
From
Hey, I'm gonna say this real quick. I don't know what happened with the comments. They said something about YouTube labeled this video for kids. Hey, the way this trial going, you would think it got to be some type of circus, but it ain't for kids. So they maybe turn the comments off, but now they're back on. But y'all can say whatever y'all want to say. I'm not silencing nobody's voice over here.
From either the court reporter or the judge just joking about the fact that I'm not allowed to go anywhere without the investigator.
No.
And when you say that we went into the chambers, you, me, the court reporter, Judge Glanville, was Judge Glanville's deputy there?
Yes. I guess if he's a deputy, I don't know.
Which person was there for Judge Glanville? Which sheriff's office personnel, do you remember?
No.
And where was that person situated when you, me, Judge Glanville, the court reporter went into the chambers?
I have no idea.
That person was in chambers with the 5 of us?
I don't remember. At some points, I don't remember about when he was walking in and out.
Okay. And by that, by he, you mean a sheriff's office personnel?
If he's a sheriff's, I don't know what he is.
Do you remember, do you have any memory of the investigator being present with me while I was in there?
I don't remember. I know there were investigators there. I don't remember if they came in chambers when you came in or after Ms. Hylton came in.
And seeing the transcript, does it do anything to refresh your memory about who all was there?
No.
Okay. And when you testified earlier that at some point after I left the first time, that Simone, me, and you ended up in a room together in chambers. Do you recall testifying that way to the court just earlier today?
Yes, at one point, me, you, and Simone were in chambers together. Like I said, it was a brief moment, and I don't remember you saying anything.
But are you saying that now that was after I left the first time?
I really don't remember.
Okay. So your memory, you know that at some point you, me, and Simone are in chambers together. You cannot recall whether after I left the first time I ever came back.
I cannot recall.
Okay. And when you said, let me ask you just this pointed question.
Please, love. You win us out.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever say, I killed Nut while Simone Hylton, to Simone Hylton while you were in there?
Can you ask the question again?
Did Kenneth Copeland ever say to Simone Hylton, I killed Nut?
No.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever say to Simone Hylton, I killed Donovan Thomas?
No.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever say that he killed anybody to Simone Hylton?
No.
Did he say any of those three things in Simone Hylton's presence and hearing, to your knowledge?
Can I answer that with a non?
Okay, and I will say this. Kayla is if the question is asked, did Woody say something to someone else or in front of someone else, then that's not attorney-client privilege, because in order for it to be attorney-client privilege, it has to be a private communication between Woody and lawyer Kayla Bumpus. So since it's not a private communication, Kayla is allowed to say, what Woody said, as long as she don't cross the line into attorney-client privilege, which I don't think she's done so far.
Yes or no question, Judge.
With a what?
With an explanation, because he didn't say yes, or he did not say I killed, but he said, you cannot tell me what I did or did not do.
Okay. That's the extent that he said?
Yes.
Okay.
When you spoke about someone asking the sheriff to turn off their body cameras, was that Ms. Hylton? Did you say Ms. Hilton told the sheriffs to turn off their body cameras? Did I hear that wrong?
You heard that absolutely wrong.
Please tell me who it was.
I clearly said Deputy Brown.
Thank you. Thank you for clearing that.
You're welcome.
Okay, so Deputy Brown told everyone else to turn off their body worn cameras, not DA Hilton. So we got that straight for Lawyer Love. Let's see if we can keep going. Oh, and
Sheriffs to turn off their body cameras? Did I hear that wrong?
You heard that absolutely wrong.
Please tell me who it was.
I clearly said Deputy Brown.
Thank you. Thank you for clearing that.
You're welcome.
she said you're welcome.
Do you
Tell-
recall what was being talked about when Deputy Brown told the sheriff's deputies to turn off their body cameras?
Nothing. That was the first thing that he said when he walked in the room.
And at that point was Ms. Hilton, you, Mr. Copeland, judge, court reporter, and DA's office investigators all present in the room?
I don't remember who was in the room. It may have just been me.
So it may have just been you when Deputy Brown said to the sheriff's deputies, turn off your cameras?
I don't remember exactly who was sitting in the courtroom.
But that's
I mean,
in the chambers, but that's possible?
It is possible.
It's possible it might have been when you and Mr. Copeland were just in there together?
It wasn't.
Well, Mr. Copeland had to have been in there, right? Because you said the deputies didn't show up until Mr. Copeland arrived.
No, what I'm saying, Judge, is that was the order as he walked in.
Right, but what did you say might have just happened when it was just you?
Nothing. I was saying I may have been the only one sitting there. I can't remember, but there wasn't like, oh, step out. It's as soon as they walked in, this is what was said as Mr. Copeland was walking in.
And was there any, did you request at that point that they brought him in to have a private meeting with your client at the time?
At that moment, I hadn't requested anything.
Is it safe to say you don't know why they were told to turn off the body worn?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you ever hear anyone from the state ask the deputies to have those body worn cameras turned off?
No.
You testified earlier that Mr. Copeland said something akin to, I can claim all of this. Did I hear you right?
Yes.
Okay. And who was he talking to? And
Simone.
okay. And did you know, or did he ever make clear what all of this was that he was talking about?
I believe he was referring to everything that.
Wait, that's not the question. It wasn't what do you think he meant? It was, did he ever make clear?
He said everything in this case.
He said the words, everything in this case?
I don't know if those were his words verbatim, but that's what he said.
Was the court reporter there when that happened?
I don't know. This was an off the record conversation.
Okay, so it was off the, so when what about his words? What words did he say that makes you now say that's what he said if you don't remember exactly how he put it?
I said I don't remember his words verbatim,
Right.
but I was there and he said, I can claim all of this. I can take all of this. That's what we were talking about. We were talking about this case.
Okay. Is what you just testified to the extent of the words that Mr. Copeland spoke regarding claiming something?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, ma'am. It's what you just testified about, the extent of the words Mr. Copeland spoke about claiming something.
I don't want to say that is a complete lead to the extent, because he said it over and over. He said it various ways. He changed the way he said it.
Do you recall what specifically was being discussed at each of the points that he said that? Specifically.
Overruled.
Specifically, not generally, not broadly, specifically what was being discussed at each of the points where he said, I can claim all of this.
The whole conversation was about Donovan Thomas's unaliving.
Are you aware, are you familiar with any of the shootings that occurred after Donovan Thomas was killed?
No.
Okay. Are you aware or are you familiar with any allegations about any retaliatory events that occurred that the state considers a part of the Donovan Thomas shooting?
No.
At what point, what was being asked of Mr. Copeland when he made the statement that you testified? It's not just about me knowing that, it's about who was in the infinity. At what was being asked of him when he said something like that?
Nothing was being asked of him.
Okay. Did he just sort of blurt it out on his own?
Yes.
Okay.
And what he said was, I know something about that infinity that y'all don't know. And it got something to do with somebody who's not even on the case.
Okay. Did he ever make clear what it was that he knew?
Mm-mm.
Miss
Stay away
Hilton,
from that.
He wasn't given the opportunity to.
Wait.
But what do you mean?
She continued to talk about what she was talking about.
Okay. Did she ever tell him, don't talk to me about that?
No.
So it does appear Kayla said that Woody didn't get a chance to respond, but sometimes when a person keeps talking, you don't get a chance to answer. They keep talking about something new and he don't get a chance to respond. That doesn't mean that Hylton told him you can't respond.
Don't talk to me about that.
No.
Did you ever hear him sort of interrupt her at any other time, at any time?
The whole conversation was them interrupting each other.
Okay. So did he ever interrupt her to give her more information or to tell her what it was about the affinity that he knew?
No.
Okay.
So Love said if he wanted to say something else, he should have interrupted her.
When you said, Adriane said, Judge, close your ears. Did you mean to say Adriane said, Judge, close your ears?
You?
Yeah.
Yeah, you.
Okay.
Yeah,
At
you.
what point are you alleging, are you saying, does your memory tell you that I told the judge to close his ears?
I don't really remember exactly what was saying. I don't know if it was you and Simone in there, but something about we were having a conversation. Me, you, and Miss Hylton were having a conversation about, I don't remember what we were talking about. And you said it, and then you said, Judge, close your ears.
And what did I say after I said, Judge, close your ears?
I don't remember.
All right, so then it's now your recollection that there was a point in time when you, Miss Love, Miss Hylton, and the judge were in there and Miss Love was talking.
Judge, I've said that she never talked while Mr. Copeland was in the room.
Okay, and you don't even remember really whether she was in there or not when Mr. Copeland was in the room.
If she was,
She Miss Love.
It was very brief, but no.
Okay, but you said before, I thought, that there was maybe a 2-minute time when you, Miss Hylton, and Miss Love were in a room together.
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
Okay, so that was in front of also Judge Glanville? Because you just said it was, so I'm
Well,
trying to get clarity.
Here's the clarity. He wasn't at the table with us as normal. He was turned around on his computer, but still inside of his office.
Okay. So when did this occur during, so we have the beginning of the ex parte being Miss Love, all of y'all are standing outside in the ante room and Miss Love says, Judge, can we talk to you for a minute or something to that effect? And then who all gets up and goes into Judge Glanville's chambers?
Simone has left to go to do something at that point. So it's just me and Adriane Love.
Okay, and who else?
And the court reporter. And she says maybe her investigator. I can't remember.
Okay, and so the three of you talk for some amount of time,
Yes.
the three of you being Miss Bumpus, you, Miss Love, and Judge Glanville?
Yes.
All right, and then tell me when that changes and it becomes more or fewer of you in that room.
The first person to join us is Simone when she comes back from court.
Okay, and is that at the same time that essentially the same time that Mr. Copeland also joins you?
Maybe within a minute or so. They don't come in like at the exact.
Okay, so they come in essentially together. And where's Miss Love at that point?
She leaves when Miss Hylton comes, but she does stay for, like I said, there's a brief conversation with me, Miss Hylton, and the judge.
And the judge?
Well, in the judge's chambers, the judge is
Okay,
not.
with you, Miss Hylton, Miss Love, but it's not a part of the proceedings yet because the judge didn't even pay attention. He's over there working on his computer.
Yes.
What do y'all say at that point in time?
I don't remember what the conversation
Anything of substance?
It was about maybe plea deals. I remember she said to me,
She who?
Adriane Love. I remember
Okay.
she says, which I can't forget this, is I don't know who's worse, you or Jacoby.
What?
That was the thing. That was the nature of the conversation.
I say that again.
She said, she tells me she doesn't know who's worse, me or Jacoby.
Me or Jacoby?
Yeah.
Jacoby Hudson?
Yes.
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know.
It has nothing to do with this case.
No, that's what we're talking about. You asked me what we were talking about.
Okay, so something that had nothing to do with this case.
And then something comes up about, I don't know if it's plea deals. I don't know. It was something about this case where she says, Judge, close your ears.
Okay. So this is before y'all kind of gone back on the record. The judge isn't paying attention anyway. He's in the room, but he's over at his computer. Y'all are over at his conference table. Is that what your recollection is?
Yes.
Y'all are talking about entirely other things. And then
I wouldn't say entirely other things, but we're not talking about the Mr. Copeland.
Or the case. If you're talking about Jacoby Hudson, you're not talking about the case.
No, we're talking about the case. She's talking about, I guess she's talking about the reference to me hugging people. I don't know. But we were talking about the case.
Okay, anyway. And then at some point, Miss Love, to your recollection, says, Judge, close your ears because she wants to talk to you about a plea deal.
I don't know exactly I don't remember exactly what she was talking about, but it was something pertaining to the case.
Wait a minute. Why would they talk to Kayla about a plea deal? Kayla represents Woody, not a defendant. So I'm not sure what the judge meant by a plea deal. I'll go back a few seconds.
She was talking about, but it was something pertaining to.
At some point, Miss Love, to your recollection, says, Judge, close your ears because she wants to talk to you about a plea deal.
I don't know exactly I don't remember exactly what she was talking about, but it was something pertaining to the case. And
Okay, but
she doesn't want to talk to me about a plea deal because I'm not a defendant.
Right, that wouldn't have made any sense.
But she
Okay,
was discussing something.
Okay, so the judge getting it mixed up now. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense for Love to talk to Kayla about a plea deal because Woody is not a defendant. So I guess they cleared that up.
To me about a plea deal because I'm not a defendant.
Right, that wouldn't have made any sense.
But she was discussing something pertaining to the case, and she says, "Oops, Judge, close your ears."
And how long does that conversation go on?
Like two or that's the 2 minutes I'm talking about.
Okay. And then what happens to Miss Love?
She leaves
She leaves. And then when do y'all go back on the record?
immediately.
Okay.
Well, no, I talked to Mr. Copeland for a second.
Okay. Privately or?
Privately.
Okay. And then y'all go back on the record. And then does the record reflect everything the record reflects accurately? other than whenever this conversation between you, Ms. Hilton, and Mr. Copeland allegedly occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of the transcript in front of you at this point?
Yes, sure.
Can you kind of point out where this conversation allegedly occurs?
It's somewhere around page 40.
Okay.
Between 39 and 40.
Okay.
Your Honor, could I just get, if it's between 39 and 40, are there any specific lines?
Well, it was
Shit.
like off the record, so I wouldn't know exactly which line it starts back at.
Okay, but you had represented previously that Judge Glanville was not in the room at that point in time.
Yes, he was asked to leave.
Okay. So him being asked to leave isn't reflected. Is that right?
Let's see.
Okay. Do you remember who asked him to leave?
Miss Hilton.
Okay. And that's not on the record either?
No.
And you can't remember whether the court reporter stayed or left?
I can't remember whether she stayed or left, but she definitely stopped taking down.
Okay. All right. And when did you, sorry, Miss Love, go ahead. You know what? Go ahead. I'll save my questions.
Right.
Your Honor,
And that's how it normally goes. The judge let the lawyers question, then the judge might question at the end. But it's unusual for them to question her at the same time. And now the judge is saying, I'm going to save my questions. Yeah, Judge, you should have did that from the beginning.
Sorry, Miss Love, go ahead. You know what? Go ahead. I'll save my questions.
Don't be trying to help Love, Judge. Let Love she got it.
Your Honor, I honestly defer to the court. Please continue. I have no.
All right.
Please continue helping me, Judge. I'm going to defer to the court. Please continue helping me.
I honestly defer to the court. Please continue. I have no.
All right.
Oh my
So
God.
after this conversation concludes, then what happens?
Wow.
And by this conversation, I mean the conversation you referenced that is not reflected in the record, but that takes place between you, Mr. Copeland, and Ms. Hilton. What happens after that? So if it's not in the record, it's not going to be in the record. So you just tell me from your recollection, what happens after that?
That's probably towards the last 5 minutes of this meeting.
Okay.
And so we go back on the record and
So the conversation finishes. How does everybody get back in the room? And how is it that y'all go back on the record? Give me the details of that.
she just, we just finished the off the record conversation and just Simone just says everybody can come back in. And then okay, wait, Judge, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
It's actually,
Your Honor, does the court mind if I sit?
Go ahead.
Please
I would
sit
say
down.
that the conversation actually happened around page 46, 45.
45, okay. And is that conversation in fact reflected on the record?
No, but I don't know how.
I mean, so how are you sorting out, oh, it's around 45 that it occurs?
Because I try to get the conversation on the record.
What did you say? To get the conversation or to try to get the conversation on the record?
I say,
I'd like to hear it from your recollection without reference to the transcript
okay.
first, okay?
I'm trying to make sure. So I just.
So Ms. Hylton says, Judge, can you leave? And at that point, do you say anything? Like, no, Judge, stay, or anything like that?
No, she already told me in the hallway that she was going to ask the judge to leave and have a
Okay.
conversation with him.
Okay. So show me where in the transcript y'all come back from the restroom break.
Well, you want me to, you asked me to.
Now I do want you to look
Okay,
at the
okay.
transcript, yes.
All right, see, the judge says she, don't look at the transcript unless she wanted to look at it. Make up your mind, Whitaker, or Whitaker, however you pronounce it. Hell.
Okay, I'm sorry. You asked when, okay, I think we came back.
No,
around-
Yeah, the restroom break, show me the restroom break.
Yeah.
See, that's not in here with me getting up. I don't know how to find that.
Okay, so the restroom break y'all take, but it isn't reflected.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I see it, but
Is the restroom break after Mr. Copeland's with y'all?
Yes.
we'll catch back up with the court. Which, you know, most people trying to hear
All right.
Kayla, because I
And it's
haven't heard it.
immediately after this restroom break that you and Ms. Hylton and Mr. Copeland have the private conversation?
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
And Judge, you asked me a question earlier that I didn't get to answer.
Okay, what's that?
You asked me, can I, without looking at the transcript, tell you how I tried to get it back on the record?
Yes. Can you give me a second before you answer? Because I'm looking for something in particular.
And y'all, we'll get caught back up with the court. We're just trying to finish off Kayla's testimony. And Kayla's not there anymore, so it ain't like nothing's going to be, you know, fireworks in the courtroom.
All right.
Kayla not there, Milnick not
Y'all
there.
take a restroom break. You see Miss Hylton in the hall. Y'all walk back in. Mr. Copeland's gone because he's taking a restroom break at that point. The court reporter is there. Mr. Copeland comes back. The judge comes back. And that's when Miss Hylton says, oh, wait, Judge, go back out.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, what were you going to answer?
You asked me how did I get it back on the record?
Yeah.
So after the conversation, I say pretty much, I want to get what she just told him about what he cannot go to jail for.
Okay.
Because the whole point of the off the record conversation is he's trying to figure out, can he go to jail for lying?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm trying to get back on the record that she says that she's not going to prosecute him for anything other than one thing.
Okay. Okay, and so y'all have had, the three of you have had this conversation. Judge is gone. You can't remember whether the court reporter's there or not, but then what happens?
That's what I'm saying. That's on
So
page.
then you say, I'd like to get this on the record, or,
No, we go back on the record.
okay, so how does that occur?
No, she just says, let's go back on the record. Simone.
So Ms. Hylton says, let's go back on the record.
Yes.
So you don't say, I want to get this on the record.
No, I just do my best to get it on the record when we go back on record. It's in the.
Oh, I see what you mean. You say, you don't mean, I'm really trying to get this on record. You mean Miss Hylton says, all right, let's go back on the record. And then you try to like give a rendition of what occurred.
Yes.
Okay. And that is reflected where?
On page 48.
On page 48.
Well, between 47 and 48.
Okay. All right. And does page 47 and 48 reflect the off the record conversation that allegedly occurred between you, Miss Hylton, and Mr. Copeland?
There's a part where I say, so he can go to jail for anything but what? Okay. And okay, page 51 specifically, I'm asking, I tell him he has to make a decision. And I ask, so if he starts testifying today, is he going home today? And then I say, but if he says he don't recall to everything, he'll be okay.
Okay.
'Cause
Okay. So, at that point, between, whatever you said, 47 and 51, y'all are back on the record, right?
yes, Judge.
Nobody's like declining to take down what you're saying.
No, Judge.
Okay. So anytime during that point in time, do you say, let the record reflect that Miss Hylton, Mr. Copeland, and I had an off the record conversation, and I'd like to put on the record what was said during that conversation?
No.
Okay.
And also on page 51, I say, I think, are you saying you want to get up there on the stand and say something?
Uh-huh.
And then it's no response, because he just looks at me.
Okay. All right. So does 47 through whenever that last page number was, does that accurately reflect whatever was said during the alleged off the record conversation?
It doesn't accurately reflect, but it does. I do try to mention what we talked about, but it doesn't accurately reflect everything that we discussed.
All right. So was there something else that you discussed that you should have said, oh, and by the way, this also happened that you didn't say?
I'm confused, Judge. What do you mean that who didn't say? That
You.
Simone didn't say?
No, anybody during the alleged off the record conversation, when you're making this record, after y'all go back on the record, you said it still wasn't accurate. And you also said you weren't stopped from saying anything during that part. So what is it that you should have said that you didn't say?
Well, I guess the only thing that I should have said that I didn't say is that Simone said that she would not prosecute or move forward with any type of perjury if he said anything except for the unaliving of Donovan Thomas.
Okay. All right. All right. So when is it that you actually reviewed and read this transcript?
I really don't know. I think maybe around the time that I had to retain counsel, I think we reviewed it together, which I cannot tell you the exact date, but somewhere.
Sometime in late June?
Yeah, somewhere after 6/12.
Okay. And we all in this room know this to be the case, but you are an attorney licensed and barred to practice in Georgia, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as such, you have a duty of candor to the court.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Is there any point in time after you read this transcript and thought to yourself, wow, that really doesn't include everything, that you brought it to this court's attention that the transcript was incomplete?
Okay, so now it seems like the judge is trying to get mad at Kayla. The judge is now telling Kayla, if you knew the transcript wasn't complete, why didn't you come to the court and tell us that the transcript wasn't complete? Why are we just hearing about it today? You're a licensed attorney. You're an officer of the court. You should have brought it to our attention. She's trying to play the same thing Glanville did with one of the lawyers. If you knew something, why didn't you come tell me? Come on, let's be for real. Kayla had no attachment to this case after her job was over with Woody. So why would she come to the court and say, hey, the transcript is not complete? That's for the defense attorneys to go in and say. And, I think that's proper. But I think the judge is she's trying to cover for Glanville at the same time. Her little homie, her friend, the chief judge. And, she's trying to attack Kayla, but I don't think that's, relevant at this point. But let's see what the judge say.
Transcript and thought to yourself, wow, that really doesn't include everything, that you brought it to this court's attention that the transcript was incomplete?
This court, well, there really was no court's attention to bring it to, because after all of that happened, it's been on recess for so long.
So you've been in court when we've been in session for the last week or two, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I was presiding at that point in time, right?
Yes.
Did you at any point bring to my attention that you believed as an officer of the court and a participant in this ex parte meeting that the transcript did not accurately reflect what occurred in that meeting?
Well, Your Honor, I did not bring it to your attention, and I honestly still would not, as an attorney, if I can answer this as an attorney, I believe that there is some value in off-the-record conversations for specific things, and it has always been my position, even in speaking with members of the defense, that as far as anything minus the off-the-record conversation, that the transcript is complete.
Okay. All right. So what is your answer then to my question?
She answered it.
Can you ask me again? I'm sorry.
Did you ever at any point in time bring to my attention your belief that this ex parte transcript was inaccurate because it was incomplete?
No.
Okay. Why is that?
She just told you.
Well, because
The judge asked Kayla, why didn't you bring it to my attention? And Kayla said, I didn't think I need to bring it to your attention. Sometimes as lawyers, we have off the record conversations. It's nothing unusual about that. So why would I bring that to the court's attention? That's what Kayla already explained to the judge. I don't know why the judge asking her again. Maybe the judge has a bad understanding, or she don't want to know. Let's listen again.
Complete.
no.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, because of what I kind of just said, I don't
Okay.
believe that it was incomplete per se.
Okay.
Minus the off the
That's what she
record
said.
conversation, but there are a lot of off the record conversations that are had that are not included in transcripts, and that's
True.
not unusual. To me.
Okay. All right. So you don't actually believe it's inaccurate then?
No, I just think it's missing the off the record conversation. I'm not
Okay.
missing. I just think that the defense did not have knowledge of the off the record conversation.
Okay.
Not that it's missing from the transcript per se.
Okay. Because it was officially off the record. Is that what you mean?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And did you ever, if it in fact occurred, did you ever object to it being off the record?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So at some point you brought it to the defense attorney's attention? Is that how you decided to deal with it?
I had a conversation with the defense attorney. I don't want to say I brought it to them, but we just had a conversation
Okay.
about what happened.
All right. Ms. Love, do you have other questions for
No.
Ms. Bumpus?
No, we did not want to
Ms.
see.
Thomas, did you tell any member of the defense about the details of the content of the off-the-record conversation that you had with Ms. Hylton on June 10th?
That I had with Ms. Hylton and Mr. Copeland? Yes.
When did you tell them?
The same day.
Did you tell them everything you remember about it?
I told them everything I remembered.
And do you remember how long after the conversation took place it was that you told them?
Okay, so right now, see,
I
like,
don't know, maybe like an hour?
see,
Was court in recess or was court in session when you told them?
Court was in
It's a-
recess.
it seemed like Love
Between
trying
the
to.
time that,
To me, it seemed like Love. This is not relevant, but Love want to figure out the moles, so she's trying to get the timeline down. She want to figure out who told about the secret meeting and when did Kayla confirm it. This is not really relevant, but this is what Love is really trying to do. She's trying to find out from Kayla how did the lawyers, defense attorneys find out about the secret meeting, and this ain't for no legitimate purpose. So if I was a defense attorney, if I was Brian Steele, I'd be objecting right now.
the conversation between you, Ms. Hylton, and Mr. Copeland ended, and the time that you told defense attorneys all of the details you could remember about the off-the-record conversation, was court in session at any point?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Was court ever in session between the time that you finished your conversation with Ms. Hylton and Mr. Copeland
Mm-hmm.
and the time you told defense? What happened in the meeting?
Yes.
Court was in session during that hour?
Had court resumed?
Correct. Did court at any time resume from the time that you left the meeting in chambers to the time that you had the conversation with defense? Just in that moment, from chambers to conversation with defense,
Oh, no,
court had not resumed.
no.
And when you said earlier
Come on, love.
I mean,
Yes.
because remember, we came straight down here and sat down and immediately started. So I didn't speak to anyone.
And when you were speaking earlier about, after Mr. Copeland came in, you said you weren't sure whether I was in the room?
Mhm.
Did the portion about Judge Close Your Ears occur before or after Mr. Copeland came into the room?
For sure before.
Okay. And at that point, was the court reporter taking down anything?
No.
And at that point, did the court give any indication, did the judge give any indication that he was paying attention to whatever it was?
I can't answer that.
Did he give any indication? Did you see any indication that he was paying attention?
I can't answer that.
Yeah, you can.
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to him.
So no, as far as you know, he gave no indication. She's asking from your personal observation. Answer it as to that. That's what she's asking you.
So it's inappropriate right now. The judge should be trying to help Love. I mean, let Love finish and then the judge should be questioned, but they ganging up on her, so I don't think that's appropriate. But the question was the judge paying attention? If the judge looking at his computer screen, you could be looking at your computer screen and paying attention at the same time. So it'd be hard for Kayla to say if he was really paying attention or not. So I think her answer was valid. Let's go back a few seconds.
Did the court give any indication, did the judge give any indication that he was paying attention to whatever it was?
I can't answer that.
Did he give any indication? Did you see any indication that he was paying attention?
I can't answer that.
Yeah, you can.
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to him.
So no, as far as you know, he gave no indication. She's asking from your personal observation. Answer it as to that. That's what she's asking you.
I would have to say no, but I would also say I wasn't looking at him at all.
Right. So if y'all notice, this lady here, she looks at her computer screen. This judge sometimes look at her computer screen. The same thing with Glanville. Just because they're looking at their screen, they still can hear. So they still could be paying attention without actually looking at you. And I believe that's what Kayla is trying to convey to the judge.
Do you remember Ms. Hilton at some point talking about the judge closing his ears at any time?
I don't remember.
And we're looking at the transcript at all refresh your memory.
I'm sure.
Okay. Would you take a look on page 26, line 5 of the transcript? And since it's a part of the record, read from line 2 to the end of line. Let me just ask you this. Do you see where Ms. Hilton says, Judge, you might want to close your ears?
Yes.
Did you hear that phrase or something like that said more than once in that meeting?
Yeah. And before Simone got there, I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Uh-oh.
So are you in here at this point?
So my only question is, did you hear that phrase more than once in the meeting?
Y'all heard what Kayla said. She know exactly what she's talking about. What y'all mean?
I can't remember if it's that exact phrase, but I heard you say something to that extent, and I heard her say that.
Okay.
Love, quit trying to throw Hilton under the bus. Hell, y'all both said it.
Were you the first person, to your knowledge, that brought to defense's attention that there was in fact a meeting in chambers?
No.
Who do you know? Do you have personal knowledge of who that person was?
No.
How then do you know that you were not the first person who brought that to their attention?
Okay, so this is interesting
Because
now.
they asked me about the meeting.
Did they give any?
So now she's asking about how did the defense lawyers find out about the meeting? Who was the person that told? And Kayla said she don't know. She don't have personal knowledge. I mean, later on she probably found out who it was, but she don't have personal knowledge of who told at the time. And we all know now, I think it was Deputy Brown. But yeah, I gotta watch Love. She tricky.
Who that person was?
No.
How then do you know that you were not the first person who brought that to their attention?
Because they asked me about the meeting.
Did they give any commentary to you that led you to believe that they knew what was said in the meeting?
Yes.
What did they tell you?
Is it true that
Sure.
Defense attorneys, they thought also at all inclusive.
Yes, sustain. Can you be
Yes.
specific?
Who specifically came up to you and asked you about the meeting in chambers?
there were multiple attorneys that specifically talked to me at one time?
Would you please apprise the court of the names of those multiple attorneys?
Excuse me, objection, Your Honor. We're still far afield again of the limited subject matter that you asked me to stick to.
She don't care.
Your Honor, as it pertains to Brady or whatever information, I think it's quite relevant. Who knew what and when, as it relates to what was said during the meeting?
Okay, well, I don't know if it's relevant who revealed it, who revealed that a meeting occurred. Ms. Bumpus has said that essentially, if I understand you correctly, that at some point during the day, immediately following the meeting, the day of the meeting, you had a conversation with some defense attorney or defense attorneys, and we can sort out who, where you relayed to them everything you knew and everything you recalled about what went on in the meeting, including the off the record conversations, right?
Yes.
Okay. You can figure out who that is now.
Thank you. Who was it? Name the attorneys that you referred to just a moment ago.
Just a moment ago with the question she asked me, Judge Whitaker?
Why not? With one eye.
I mean, it's the same topic, right?
Okay, ask the question again.
Ask it again.
Which attorneys by name first came up to you and asked you about the meeting?
See, Judge, that's two different questions.
Do
Can I-
y'all think Kayla know exactly what she asking, or y'all think Kayla playing crazy? But love is she's switching the question around, but we get the gist of it. They want to know who told Kayla about the secret meeting, or who asked Kayla what happened in the secret meeting. Y'all think Kayla know, or she's taking love for a ride? Shout out to Kayla.
First came up to you and asked you about the meeting.
See, Judge, that's two different questions.
Can I answer the question Ms. Love asked you?
I don't recall, but I think Judge Glanville did judicial notice of me on camera. I don't recall.
No, my only question to you is who first came up to you and asked you about the meeting?
I don't recall everybody who was there.
Who do you recall?
Judge, go. The judge is really trying to help.
I recall Attorney Steele and Attorney Adams. And I can't remember who was the other person.
So it's three people.
Do you remember how many?
She said the other person, I mean three.
How many
Lawyers were there when Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams came up to you an hour after the meeting and asked you about it? How many lawyers were there?
3, I think.
Okay. Do you recall seeing Mr. Sharp? Just throwing out names.
At some point.
So Mr. Sharp, Mr. Steele, and Mr. Adams, within an hour, is that accurate, of the meeting, came to you and talked to you about what happened in the meeting?
I would say yes.
Okay. Other than Mr. Sharp, anybody else you remember?
What difference does it make?
And when they spoke with you, regardless of how they got it, did they share with you any details from the meeting?
Yes.
And what details did they give to you that they already had before you started talking?
Objection. This is not
Sustained.
Okay.
None of this is relevant.
Last couple of questions, Judge. Ms. Bumpus, when you agreed to represent Mr. Copeland, did you, during the course of the meeting that you had in chambers, did you ask questions of the prosecutors or the judge about what the immunity statute meant or anything like that?
Yes, I asked a lot of questions because I didn't realize until the end of the meeting what was actually going on. That information wasn't given to me. That's all.
All right. So Ms. Bumpus, you knew to show up for court that Monday because Mr. Melnick had asked you to be stand-in counsel for Mr. Copeland, right?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Are you representing that Mr. Melnick simply said that and nothing else? He didn't give you any background about what you were walking into?
Well, what I'm representing is I was given specific instructions, and those instructions were, I'm standing in for him. If Mr. Copeland chooses to plead the fifth, which I anticipate he will do, then you won't have to do anything else. If he chooses to testify, we have agreed that he's discharging me.
Okay.
And I made that very clear to everybody multiple times that morning that that's what I was here to do.
Okay. But you had no idea that there was an immunity order in place?
No.
Okay. All right. Does anybody from the defense side have follow-up questions for Ms. Bumpus?
I have just a few, Your Honor.
Okay.
In your cross-examination, you said, quote, she says she is not going to prosecute him for anything other than that one thing, unquote. What is that one thing?
I can't answer that. I can only assume it would be the unaliving of Donovan Thomas, but those are the words that she chose to use.
When you say unaliving of Donovan Thomas, what are you referring to?
I get him being killed.
During cross-examination, Ms. Love asked you about some alleged retaliatory acts. Were those being discussed when Mr. Copeland repeatedly said, I can claim all of this, I can take all of this?
Nothing was being discussed.
What do you mean nothing was being discussed when Mr. Copeland said, I can claim all of this, I can take all of this?
He said that on his own, and that's kind of how the conversation started.
What was the subject matter being referred to when he said, I can claim all of this, I can take all of this?
Donovan Thomas's murder.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Anybody else? While Mr. Steele's making his way up, just so I am clear on this, you're saying that are you saying that in the off the record conversation that you, Mr. Copeland, and Ms. Hylton had, that Ms. Hylton told Mr. Copeland that the one thing she would prosecute him for perjury for was if he got on the stand and said that he, Mr. Copeland, was the one who killed Mr. Donovan Thomas?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, and that she would prosecute him for perjury if he said that.
I don't know if she exactly said would, but she was comparing it to things that she wouldn't.
Okay, all right.
So I guess more of a highly possible situation.
That would be the one thing that
Yes,
could
Judge.
get him in criminal
Yes, Judge.
perjury type trouble. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to do timing or sequencing you were asked about. When you left Judge Glanville's chambers after the entire, not bathroom breaks, after Mr. Copeland was removed from the chambers, et cetera, where did you go, if you remember?
I came and sat right there in the courtroom.
At that point, had you spoken with anybody to alert anyone that there was an ex parte meeting?
No.
Where did next time you saw Mr. Copeland was when? When you left the ex parte meeting, came into the courtroom?
Up here. He was up here.
Testifying where you're sitting?
Yes.
Okay. And then did the jury come in?
Yes.
And did Mr. Copeland testify before the jury?
Yes.
At any time during that moment when Mr. Copeland's testifying in front of the jury, did you tell anybody about this ex parte meeting that you attended
No.
or the contents?
No.
Okay. Do you remember there being a break at any point for lunch?
Yes.
Is that the first time that you were approached
Yes.
ex parte meeting?
Yes.
True?
Yes.
Did anybody, and that's after you were under no restraint, you told the truth?
Yes.
And that was to myself and the other people you told?
Yes.
True?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Sharp?
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
After the lunch break, do you remember when I raised it before Judge Glanville?
Yes,
Did I do it right away after we spoke?
yes,
First time the court reconvened?
yes.
Thank you.
All right, and Mr. Sharp, coming up, and speaking of a lunch break, we're way past time for hours, so let's plan to do lunch right after we wrap up this witness.
We weren't worried
Ms.
about lunch
Bumpus, were you
earlier.
in the courtroom when Mr. Copeland was called to testify after the ex parte meeting? Were you present in the courtroom?
Yes,
Okay, did you hear the Judge Glanville, did you hear him tell anyone from the defense that an ex parte meeting had occurred?
no,
Did you hear anyone from the state tell the defense on the record that an ex parte meeting had occurred?
no,
Was there any discussion about the substance of said meeting?
no.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? All right, thank you, Ms. Bumpus. You are excused. Let's take our lunch break. Let's come back. It's 20 till 1 right now. Let's come back at 2.
All right, y'all. So I do plan on talking about Kayla testimony, but before I get to that,
Just for my knowledge, does anybody on the defense team have any other witnesses as to this issue?
Not for Mr. Kinder.
All right.
all right, y'all. What we're
Is
gonna
the
do?
state gonna have anybody?
We're gonna fast forward. So we're gonna fast forward to get caught back up with the court or close to it. Right now, they have an officer on the stand to, I guess, refute what Kayla said. So they done brought this deputy right here to the stand. So we're about 20 minutes behind the court. Let's just, let's see what he's talking about. This is insanity.
Antonio Long, Antonio, last name Long, Long.
And Your Honor, before I begin, I just wanted to point out that I'd like to just make the record. I know that everyone may be familiar with Deputy Chief Long, but I'd like to ask the preliminary questions that establish who he is and where he works, with the court's permission.
Okay, that's fine, but he's going to be testifying as an expert, so let's just, cut to the chase.
Right.
To the extent he's not going to be testifying as an expert right now. He's going to be a fact witness.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So maybe we don't need to go through all of his background. All right.
Just,
Where you
good
work
afternoon,
at?
Deputy Chief Long, would you tell the court for the record where it is that you work?
That's easy.
I work for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
In what capacity?
Deputy Chief Investigator.
As Deputy Chief Investigator, are you over any particular units?
I am.
All right. Are you over the unit that is prosecuting this case that we are here in trial on?
I am.
And as part of your responsibilities as Deputy Chief Investigator, do you accompany attorneys to meetings with witnesses or other attorneys?
Yes, I do.
Specifically, are you tasked with accompanying Deputy District Attorney Hylton and myself when the needs arise?
And among other attorneys, yes.
On June the 10th, 2024, do you recall that date?
I do.
And did you accompany myself or Ms. Hylton to the chambers of Chief Judge Glanville on that day?
I was with Ms. Hylton.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Was there anyone accompanying me? as
Yes.
investigator? And was that person one of the lieutenants with the DA's office?
That is correct.
What they got?
Well, as
Whitaker?
Deputy Chief Investigator, do you give instruction to lieutenants and investigators regarding how they are to keep the lawyers in mind and keep their eyes on the lawyers?
Yes, I do. I give guidance and counsel in reference to that.
And are you all required to remain with us at all times during those types of meetings?
Yes.
They got bodyguard.
June 10th of 2024, do you recall who was present in the judge's chambers at the time you arrived with Ms. Hylton?
I do recall Judge being present, court reporter, Ms. Kayla Bumpus, several deputies, and with Kenneth Copeland, and myself and Ms. Hylton.
Was I present in chambers at the time you arrived with Ms. Hylton?
Not when Copeland was there, no.
Did I ever come back after Copeland arrived in chambers?
You did not.
Did you remain with Ms. Hylton during the entire time that she remained in chambers?
I remained with her the entire time she was with Ms. Copeland.
Were you present with Ms. Hylton when was Ms. Bumpus in the room during the entire time that Ms. Hylton was in a room with Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
At any time did Ms. Bumpus leave the room and leave Ms. Hylton in the room with Mr. Copeland without his attorney?
No.
Okay, so this is directly contradicting Kayla, because Kayla said that she had to leave the room to go to take a bathroom break, restroom break, and Woody was left in the room alone with Hylton. So now this, deputy investigator saying that that's not true. But we know who he worked for.
Were you present in the courtroom today when Ms. Bumpus testified?
I was.
Did you hear Ms. Bumpus talk about an off-the-record conversation that took place between Ms. Bumpus, Ms. Hylton, and Mr. Copeland?
I did.
Do you recall during the time that you were in chambers with Ms. Hylton, how many times, if any, that you all went off the record?
Make sure I understand your question. How many times do we go off the record?
He don't know.
Yes, and let me back up and ask you this.
He's not
Were
a
you
lawyer.
able to discern when you all were off the record?
No.
Yes.
How?
When the court reporter was not documenting what was being taking place.
Was there ever a time that you all went off the record at either attorney's request? That is either Ms. Bumpus or Ms. Hylton's?
From what I recall,
He don't know.
there were times we stepped out of the room so that Ms. Kayla could talk to Mr. Copeland. And then the last time, there was a conversation before we went back on the record.
At any time that you all stepped out of the room so that Ms. Bumpus could speak with Mr. Copeland, did you observe me go into that room?
No.
Now, when you said there was a conversation that took place the last time, would you please tell the court what you're referring to?
The conversation I believe Ms. Bumpus is talking about right before we went back on the record. There was a conversation where Ms. Hylton spoke with Ms. Bumpus and Copeland before the judge and the court reporter went back on the record.
Did that conversation take place following a time when Ms. Hylton exited the room so that Ms. Bumpus could speak to Mr. Copeland? Or was that a time when you all were sitting in the room and you just went off the record?
That was a time where we took a break, and before we came back on break, it happened. If I'm answering your question, if I understand your question.
Did you all, you and Ms. Hylton, did you all leave the room when you say you took a break?
Yes, everybody left the room.
Okay.
Except
Okay, wait. So now they left the room. Okay, okay. Let's
You all leave the room when you say you took a break?
yes, everybody left the room
Okay.
except for Mr. Copeland and the deputies.
see that. Okay, so that's what Kayla was saying. Kayla said that she left the room to take a break, and Woody was left in the room alone. So his testimony is not even matching up. But we already know he was coached by this woman right here. Let's keep going.
Did Ms. Hylton have any contact with Mr. Copeland during the time that Ms. Bumpus was not in the room?
No.
Were you present when, or do you have any memory of Mr. Copeland saying something akin to, "I can claim all of this"?
No.
Were you and Ms. Hylton within close proximity, within 2 feet of each other during the entire time that you all were in chambers?
Yes.
Are you able to say, whether you all would have been privy to whatever was said. If she heard it, you would have heard it. If you heard it, she would have heard it.
Correct.
Oh, man, come on. Nobody don't believe that.
Do you recall speaking with Ms. Bumpus and Mr. Copeland about the Donovan Thomas murder?
No.
Yeah, Milner.
Generally speaking, starting there, would you tell the court what you recall talking about?
I'm unclear as to when you're talking about starting where.
During the time that you were in chambers with Ms. Bumpus, Mr. Copeland, and Ms. Hylton, can you tell the court the topics that you discussed? That not you, but Ms. Hylton and Ms. Bumpus and Mr. Copeland discussed?
The topic at that time, Ms. Hylton just made it clear to Mr. Copeland
Look at the notes we went over earlier.
that she expected him to tell the truth, and that if he was going to get on the stand and claim something that he know he didn't do, then she would be looking at prosecuting him for perjury.
And so I'm clear, is this on the record or off the record that this conversation takes place?
This was off the record just before the judge came back in.
Wow. So there are conversations being had off the record. And
Have you had an opportunity to read the entire transcript of the in-chambers hearing?
I have not.
yeah, Sophie Milnick's not an attorney in this case. Sophie.
Do you recall Mr. Copeland making any direct statements about his involvement in the Donovan Thomas murder?
He never mentioned anything about involvement in Donovan Thomas murder.
Do you recall him making any indirect statements or statements that could be construed as an involvement in the Donovan Thomas murder?
No.
Did Ms. Hylton, during her conversations with Ms. Copeland, while you, Ms. Bumpus, Mr. Copeland, Ms. Hylton, the court reporter, not the court reporter and the judge, in other words, during an off-the-record conversation, did Ms. Hylton?
All right, hey, back up. So is it your testimony that there was one brief off the record time when Ms. Hylton, Ms. Bumpus, and Mr. Copeland were all in chambers, but before the judge was back in chambers? Or just tell me, maybe I'm yes, no?
Yes, we broke for someone to use the restroom.
Okay.
And before we went back on the record, that's when Ms. Hylton and Kayla had the conversation before Ms. Weaver began to record everything.
So Ms. Weaver was sitting in there.
She was not in there at the time they were off the record.
Okay, well, I mean, you can be off the record and still have
Right.
a court reporter sitting in there, so I'm just trying to
No, she
get
was not in there.
clarification. So this was after a bathroom break.
Right.
Ms. Hylton and Ms. Bumpus head back into chambers before the court reporter and the judge are back. Is that right?
Well, I want to say Ms. Weaver did come in.
Okay.
And then Ms. Simone, Ms. Hylton did ask, she needed to say something with Kayla and Mr. Copeland before the judge came back on the record.
And Mr. Copeland's in there at that point in
Mr.
time?
Copeland was in there.
All right, and so what is the substance of that very brief 2-minute or whatever conversation?
It was Ms. Hylton explaining to Mr. Copeland that if he did get on the stand and take credit or try to take credit for something he didn't do, she would then seek prosecution for perjury.
Wow.
She would.
Seek prosecution for perjury.
And did she talk with any specificity about what crime or crimes that would include?
She did mention the Donovan Thomas case, and that if you got and claim something that he knows he didn't do, and we have proof that he didn't do, then she would prosecute for perjury.
All right, and so Your recollection is that that conversation occurred off the record
record.
before the judge was in there?
Yes.
See, he said it was no off the record conversations, but now it was an off the record conversation. And now Love, she know that he didn't got caught lying, so she might try to clean it up.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of a very similar conversation also occurring on the record?
No.
So if it's reflected on the record, then that's the conversation that occurred?
Say that one more time, Judge.
You don't know.
Were there two very similar conversations about that where Ms. Hylton is saying, if you get up and say something that we know you didn't do, we're going to prosecute you for, or we or I'm going to prosecute you for perjury?
She
You're confused.
during the course of the conversation, Mr. Copeland's concern appeared to be his statements were inconsistent statements.
Uh-huh.
She
I'm
got
talking about just the off the record now.
Just off the record was just in reference to him taking responsibility for something that he didn't do.
phone ringing.
I have no idea why that phone is ringing or how to turn it off. This
Well,
is not
hang
my
it up.
courtroom, so we're just going to ignore it.
Who's calling?
That phone being the desk phone on
Oh
the
my
bench for
goodness.
some reason.
This whole
Don't know
trial,
why.
throw it away.
Okay, sorry about that interruption.
Okay.
All right, and you only recall
Oh, my
one
God.
conversation about that, whether it occurred on or off the record?
He don't
I only
know.
recall one conversation specifically in reference to Ms. Hylton saying that she would seek perjury unless it was something blatant, a blatant lie.
She would or she would not?
She would not, unless it was a blatant lie. She wasn't concerned about inconsistencies that she would use impeach. She would just impeach him for inconsistencies.
Okay.
This is
So do
insane.
you recall any conversation where Ms. Hylton says, and this is on or off the record, Ms. Hylton essentially says, look, if you get up there and you claim something that you're the one that did something and I flat out know you didn't do it, I'm not going to prosecute you for perjury for that because I don't know what your reasons might be.
You don't
I
know.
don't recall a conversation to that. I do know that she used an example that she would have to corroborate something before she prosecute.
Still about to tear him up.
So the extent of the off the record before the court got back in their conversation was her essentially just saying, what?
This is insane.
Her conversation was in reference to him getting on the stand and taking responsibility for something that he know that he didn't do, or falsely admitting to something that he did after receiving use immunity.
Now he don't recall. Look,
Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Judge. Did Ms. Hylton attempt, or did she make any effort to explain perjury beyond what you just described for the court?
how he gonna know
Do you
that?
remember her doing that
Doing this off the record or just in general?
in general?
Yes, she did.
Was the conversation that you are relating to the court that happened off the record, did it
Oh my.
refer to matters that you later discussed on the record as well, or not?
This man don't
All
know
of it in a
nothing.
sense was stuff that per se was explained on the record. It was just clarifying what would constitute perjury versus inconsistent statements, or whether she would need to impeach him.
And showing you, for instance, just page 50 of the transcript, line,
Love, where she get this man from? Right, he don't know nothing. Get this man off the stand.
I'm sorry, line 19.
Oh my God.
If you'll just take a look at it, is that an instance that
They finna tear him up when
is
it's found.
similar broadly in nature to the type of the conversation that took place off the record that you were just describing for the court? And by that, I'm talking about where Ms. Hylton is saying that's different, referring to the word purge.
She's
And Mr. Copeland says that can get me back in jail. And Ms. Hylton says yes. And Ms. Hylton in line 24, page 50 says, it's not what you're saying, what you're saying is not perjury. What you're saying is what we call a prior inconsistent statement and so forth and so on. Is that the type of conversation that took place off the record?
He don't.
Objection, lady.
Right. He don't know.
Sustained.
Look at the judge sustain. Get this man off the. What the hell going on in Georgia?
Off the record?
Objection, lady.
Sustained.
Yeah. It
Sustained. Ask a different question.
Yes. During the conversation off the record, did Ms. Hylton endeavor at any time to help Mr. Copeland understand the difference between perjury and purge?
If he know that, I'm gonna know he lying.
If you remember.
Right. How you remember his detail like that?
I don't remember
Thank you.
if that was substance of the off the record.
Right.
I do know during the course of the meeting, she repeated that several times, trying to explain the difference between purge and perjury.
And off the record, the comments, any comments that were the comments that Ms. Hylton made regarding hypothetical instances where perjury could be occurring, did she clarify for Mr. Copeland in any way? Did she seek to clarify how she would be able to distinguish between perjury and something that wasn't her?
Objection, lady.
Overruled.
The off the record conversation was very brief and very short. And there wasn't a whole lot of explanations because that had already taken place.
Do you remember anything that Mr. Copeland said in response to what Ms. Hylton said about being able to, if he got up on the stand and admitted something that she could prove he was lying about?
Yeah, is this you asking during the off the record conversation?
Yes.
Okay.
He said he wasn't going to do that.
And what is it that he said he wasn't going to do?
Get on the stand and lie for something he didn't do.
Do you have memory of him asking or saying something about not going to say that he killed Donovan Thomas?
What? Clarify that.
He didn't use that word. He said he wasn't going to take credit or say he did something he didn't do. Yeah.
Do you recall that those words you just spoke were in response to a question about the murder of Donovan?
It wasn't a question specifically about Donovan Thomas. It was a question about him getting on the stand. It was a statement about him getting on the stand and taking credit for something he didn't do.
Miss Love finna cuss him clean out when they get out this courtroom because he's not playing ball at all.
And broadly, do you recall Ms. Hylton making comments about Donovan Thomas that Mr. Copeland did made any comments?
No.
Other than if he got on the stand and took credit for something or said he did something that he didn't do and we knew he didn't do.
Look at her face.
That was the only statement she made, and that he said he wasn't going to get on the stand to do that.
Now, do you have any memory of Mr. Copeland, either on the record or off the record, saying anything about a gray infinity that the state, about having information about the infinity that the state doesn't know?
He never said anything about an infinity to me or Miss Simone, Miss Hylton.
Okay, so you didn't hear it. He could have
Did
said
you
it.
ever endeavor to find out what he may have told Ms. Bumpus privately? I don't want you to reveal if you heard it. I just want you to know
No.
if you ever endeavored to find out what he may have said to her privately.
No.
And would it,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
would it have stood out in your mind if Copeland had made any kind of inculpatory remarks about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Almost definitely. If he had made a remark about the murder of Donovan Thomas, then we would initiate investigation. And I would assign one of those lieutenants to assist me with looking into that.
Do you have any memory of any exculpatory remarks Mr. Copeland made about any defendant currently on trial or not on trial regarding the Donovan Thomas murder?
No.
And he the chief deputy investigator?
I'm
Go ahead.
ceding the floor.
That's
Okay.
fine.
All right.
Y'all know what? Now, one of y'all can't solve nothing.
Does your memory of what took place during any portions of the conversation that were off the record, does your memory align with what you heard Ms. Bumpus testify about regarding off the record conversations?
The restroom break, just the restroom break.
And what about the content of the off the record conversations? Does your memory align with what her memory is as she testified about?
Not for the majority of it, no.
Would you tell the court any discrepancies between what you recall and what you heard that she
How
recalled?
they say it,
The off the record, like I said before, basically Ms. Hylton having the conversation about Mr. Copeland getting on the stand and taking credit or claiming something that he didn't do and that we know he didn't do. That was in just the gist of the off the record conversation before the judge came back in.
And what, if anything, did you hear Ms. Bumpus talk about that you had no memory of whatsoever, or that you can testify in your recollection did not happen?
The incident about the infinity, him claiming that I can claim all of this.
Dude, get off the stand.
The part about you coming back the second time, that's what stands out to me right now.
This man don't even know what he ate for lunch. And that was been an hour ago.
And was my absence from the interactions between Ms. Hylton and Mr. Scratch that.
Scratch it off.
That's all the questions.
All right.
Thank
you.
Thank you. Get him.
Anybody
Get 'em.
from the defense
Get
side
'em.
have questions for
Please.
Investigator Wong?
They finna tear him in the pieces. I hope they do. He don't know nothing about nothing.
Miss Love, do you need a cough drop? Because I actually have some big one.
Not a cough drop.
Okay.
Oh my God. Get her a cough drop. She finna walk up there to get a cough drop? This is wild.
Okay.
Investigator Long, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to talk to you specifically about the off the record portion of the meeting on June 10th, 2024, okay?
Okay.
All right, and if I haven't mixed up was off the record versus on the record, just correct me. I'm trying to understand myself, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. First of all, the off the record portion of this ex parte meeting, you said that Ms. Weaver, the court reporter, did come in to the judge's chambers, the judge's back room and chambers during that discussion, correct?
Everybody was coming in initially.
Okay, and that was before what we're deeming the off the record
That's
conversation, correct? And Ms. Hylton specifically requested Ms. Weaver not to take those communications down, correct?
I wouldn't say she directed Ms. Weaver, but she did say she wanted to talk to Ms. Bumpus before we went back on the record.
She made the request, Ms.
Yes.
Hylton. Okay, and that was to remain off the record was requested by Ms. Hylton and Ms. Hylton alone.
Yes.
Can I get a little clarification there? So this is after the restroom break, right? Or whatever kind of break it was?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, and when Ms. Hylton said, I want to speak off the record to Ms. Bumpus for a minute, was Judge Glanville already in that room by then or not?
He had stepped in and then ended up stepping back out.
Okay, and so, all right,
Yeah.
thank you.
And you indicated that during this off the record portion, Ms. Hylton stated to Mr. Copeland that she would not pursue perjury charges unless it was a blatant lie. That was said during the off the record portion, correct?
No, that's not what I testified to.
Okay, when was that stated?
I don't ever recall her saying that she wouldn't see charges unless it was a blatant lie.
Okay.
I think she was trying to explain the difference between the inconsistent statement and then a outright lie, if I can use that terminology.
Well, what did she say?
What do you mean? What she said?
Well, you said that when I said she would not pursue perjury unless it was a blatant lie, you said that was not what she said. So what did she say regarding that?
And off the record?
Yes.
Yeah. Her statement or comment to Mr. Copeland was that if you did get on the stand and you took claim or took credit, just me paraphrasing, for something that you did, then knowing that you didn't, knowing we know you didn't do it, then she would see perjury charges for that.
Okay, so that's exactly what he asked.
And you indicated, my understanding of your testimony is you indicated that at some point, Ms. Hylton specifically referred to getting on the stand and claiming responsibility for the Donovan Thomas situation. Is that correct?
Yeah, if he took credit for something he didn't do, yes.
But specifically, it was stated the Donovan Thomas situation, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was out of Ms. Hylton's mouth.
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Hylton specifically during the off the record portion referenced Mr. Copeland taking credit or taking responsibility for the killing of Donovan Thomas.
Yeah, it didn't come exactly like that, but yes, it just yes.
And Ms. Hylton specifically said that if Mr. Copeland did that, she would seek perjury charges against Mr. Copeland, correct?
If he got up and he took credit for something he knew and he didn't do, yes.
Well, you keep going back to you didn't.
How you know
but
that?
And the fact is, in that off the record portion of the conversation, it wasn't just generally something we know you didn't do. She specifically said
It was both.
killing. Okay, so it was specifically something we know you didn't do, and she also said specifically
Right.
for claim responsibility killing of Donovan Thomas. Okay, so to your recollection, if you recall, prior to Ms. Hylton, did Ms. Hylton just bring Donovan Thomas, that case, into the discussion, or did Mr. Copeland say something that Ms. Hylton was responding to when she warned him not to take credit for the Donovan Thomas killing?
How do you remember that though?
Ask the question one more time.
What did Mr. Copeland say before then that prompted Ms. Hylton to start talking about Donovan Thomas's murder?
How would he remember?
Mr. Copeland didn't say anything. I can only, I believe Ms. Hylton was attempting to just explain because he had received use immunity, not to go in and try to claim something that he didn't do because he received use immunity.
So your testimony is Mr. Copeland didn't bring up Donovan Thomas, but Ms. Hylton brought up Donovan Thomas murder.
Right.
Did Ms. Bumpus bring up the Donovan Thomas murder prior to that?
Not that I recall, no.
You see how low his voice getting? He answering questions. Not that I recall. No.
Donovan Thomas murder prior to that?
Not that I recall, no.
See, you could tell him. He was loud and proud earlier. Now he whispered.
And how was it determined when Ms. Weaver was going to start making a record of this meeting again?
I don't know how it was determined.
Did someone call her in? Did someone ask her to start recording now or taking minutes now?
Yeah, I believe if you're asking what made her prompted to, yeah,
Yes.
we said, I don't recall if it was Miss Hylton, but Miss Hylton may have said we're finished talking, and we called everybody back in.
And instructed the meeting to go back on the record? Instructed that the meeting should go back
I
on
don't
the
know if we
record?
instructed, but we were clear to go back on the record.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Come on, y'all. Y'all letting him off too easy.
How are you, sir?
How you doing, Mr. Steele?
I'm okay. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Blessed and highly favored.
Not
Can I
blessing.
answer you a couple of questions?
Blessing, highly
Yes.
favored.
What was your understanding, if you had one, of why you were having this ex parte meeting?
Sustained.
At what point were you initially told that you're going to this ex parte meeting? I want to know which part he was there for. The beginning part, he said he came with Miss Hylton. I want to clarify.
Answer it. Why not?
Ask your question again.
At what point did you become aware that you're going to this ex parte meeting?
That's a fair question, Judge.
I'll allow that.
I believe that morning.
And when you say that morning, was it before the meeting began? Do you know when the meeting began?
It was before.
Okay.
It was before the meeting.
And who alerted you that?
Miss Hylton, I believe. Yeah, because of course we had to escort him over to the judge chambers.
And did you escort, when you say them, who did you escort to the session? Say one more time.
Miss Hylton.
And was Adriane Love already there in the meeting, or did she come with you or go after you?
She was already there.
All right. Now, how often, besides this day, have you had these type of meetings with Judge Glanville?
With me, just this one.
How about with other people that you know about?
With Judge Glanville, no. Never happened with Judge Glanville.
Well, in this case.
Just this one.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else from the defense?
Oh, I have one other question.
Go ahead.
Did anybody tell you that that was not to be told to other people who are not invited to that meeting?
Yeah, that goes.
What's the relevance of that?
The state of Georgia, I objected to it, made a statement that I somehow knew about this beforehand, which is not true. So I want to ask if anybody directed anybody to tell somebody from the defense, not tell anybody from the defense.
I'll allow it.
Your Honor, I did not represent to the court.
That's fine.
She gonna
It's all
allow
right.
it.
I'm going to allow the question.
No. If I understand you correctly, they didn't want to tell me not to say anything.
One more time, you spoke very fast.
I'm sorry. Was your question, did anyone tell me not to say anything about this meeting?
Yeah.
No.
Did you tell anybody about the meeting? Did you personally tell anybody, me, any of the other defense lawyers, any of the people accused of this meeting?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Matthews.
Uh-oh.
While Mr. Matthews is making his way over, what is your recollection as to sort of when during the meeting, like within the first 10 minutes, within the last 10 minutes, right in the middle, if you recall that the bathroom break and then short off the record conversation occurred that you testified to?
This was near the end.
Near the end?
Near the
Okay.
end.
All right.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
Ms. Mathis, how you doing?
Doing well, thank you. Just a couple of questions. Did you have any recording devices in the meeting yourself?
No.
Did you make any written notes of any of the meeting yourself?
No.
Okay. And just for the record for today, you were actually in the courtroom during the time that Kayla Bumpus was testifying before this honorable court, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you know this morning before court that you might be testifying about this matter today?
I did not know.
Okay.
I could ponder,
Uh-oh.
but I did not know.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Any redirect?
When you spoke about the comment that Ms. Hylton made about claiming something that he didn't do, or the Donovan Thomas murder, did she qualify her comments in any way?
Love, sit
What do you
down.
mean by qualify?
Did I hear, did she tack on anything about if she could or couldn't prove it? Or did she just say, if you do this, I will charge you with perjury?
She consistently, if she's mentioned charge, she would say that she would have to corroborate anything for we charge. But she did mention the fact of I can only speculate. I was use the word the concern about him trying to take claim for something after receiving free use immunity.
Love ain't satisfied.
And were those comments that she made that you're talking about also accompanied by any kind of explanation, like if I can prove it, or?
Yeah, because she mentioned the fact of if we knew, and we know you didn't do it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Anything else from the defense? All right, is the transcript before the witness at this point? I don't know where it went to.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, can you flip to page 41 and take a look at, well, the end of 40, starting at line 20, and then review that through the rest of line, or the rest of page 41.
So right now, it appears to me the judge is trying to clean it up. The judge is trying to go and say that conversation that happened was not off the record. This was a conversation that's on the record. And I'm sure the judge is going to ask him, is that the conversation you're referring to when Hylton was discussing with Woody about the incident with Donovan Thomas?
Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
And that's relevant because the judge is trying to figure out if something was said off the record and the defense need to know about it. But what the judge is figuring out now, she's going to say, okay, nothing was said off the record. What everything this deputy is talking about, it was actually on record. He just didn't know it was on record. I'm sure that's where the judge is going with this. And that's just me speculating, but she's trying to help the state a little bit. Who is this? Is that little man?
I'm done, Your Honor.
All right, is it a fair characterization that during that portion of the meeting, Ms. Hylton, Ms. Bumpus, and Mr. Copeland are talking about what might or might not get him charged with perjury or false statements?
Yes.
And does Mr. Copeland raise the issue of murder and whether it has a statute of limitations?
Yes.
Okay, and does Ms. Hylton at some point after that talk about if she knows that he's lying about something and there's no other evidence, what that might or might not result in?
He hadn't caught on yet, but she's trying to get him to say that, okay, all of this happened on record.
Do you recall whether the off the record post-bathroom break conversation occurred before or after this on-the-record conversation?
Give me just a second. Let me look a little past just to make sure.
Sure.
Judge, he don't know where you're going with this. Judge, he don't know. The judge, she essentially want him to say there was no off-the-record conversation. This was a conversation. I had it mixed up. So there's nothing else the defense needs. They have all the evidence that they need. I'm gonna speed him up, y'all, because we're gonna be here all day.
It happened after.
Okay.
Okay, he said it happened after.
If you take a look at the entire rest of the transcript, do you think you might be able to figure out about when that break and off-the-record conversation happened? And I mean, you may or might not be able to, but if you can, let me know. If you can't, let me know that as well.
Yeah, he messed it up. He didn't tell the judge what he wanted to know. He told the judge it happened after, so it was another conversation that happened after. It's not the same conversation that's in this transcript, Judge. It's a whole simple one. So the defense lawyers know what they're talking about. But it was definitely some talk off the record, for sure. We know that. Well, somebody say,
I believe.
he's just flipping some pages. You don't know what he's looking at.
Page 52.
Oh,
Can you find out whether that's somebody who has a Rule 22? And if it is not,
oh.
they cannot come back in with that phone.
Uh-oh.
Thank you. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No problem. Your Honor, I believe 52, around 13, 14,
Okay.
when we come back in. Let's see.
Judge, your phone the only one that's ringing. They say Glanville calling
I
you.
think somewhere around in there.
Okay.
Now she mad about
And a
phone.
break is actually indicated at lines 9 through 13 or so. Is that right? Okay.
Right.
And then at line 14, the court remarks, Mr. Clopen, have you had an opportunity to talk with Ms. Bumpus, your lawyer, and Ms. Hilton, the state's counsel? Have you got any other questions?
Yeah, because
So it's right before that the off-the-record
Yes.
conversation occurred? Okay, thank you. All right. Any other questions by any counsel? Defense counsel? All right. Anybody else? Silence equals none. Okay. Ms. Love, anything?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh my goodness,
Chief-
woman.
Deputy Chief Long, on page 40, lines 20 through 25, when the court refers to comments made to Mr. Copeland earlier by Ms. Love, did you ever hear those types of comments made by Ms. Hilton?
Yeah, Ms. Hilton. Yeah.
Was there any time you are aware of that Chief Deputy Love, myself, would have been in a position to make those comments to Mr. Copeland that morning?
How he gonna know that?
No, not with Copeland in the room. You weren't around at all.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Okay. All right. Investigator, thank you. You may step down. Any other evidence, Ms. Love?
Not about No, Your Honor, not
Okay.
at this time.
All right, any rebuttal evidence from anybody on the defense side of the room?
Somebody said she was coughing to give signals.
All right. Anything y'all want to suggest that this actually means?
If I cough 2 times before I ask you a question, you answer no. If I cough 1 time before I ask you a question, you answer yes. Oh man. Okay. I mean, okay, so now the judge is trying to figure out, now that we have all this evidence, what does it mean? And obviously, if conversations are had outside of the record, then the defense attorneys need to know about it because that can help free their client. So if Woody said anything about, he's involved with these crimes and not Young Thug, that's something they need to know about. So anything that happened outside the record, of course, is relevant.
So, Your Honor, there's a case that I believe that Mr. Steele has shared with you. I'm trying to get the site right now. Ford Motor Company versus Young, 322 Georgia Appeals, 348. And that case deals, that case, when we've been discussing this in the past, there's been suggestions that if there was judicial misconduct or what we believe is judicial misconduct from this side of the room, or if there was prosecutorial misconduct or what we perceive to be prosecutorial misconduct from this side of the room, that the remedy was with the bar. And that case, the Ford case, indicates to me that Your Honor in the trial court can play an active role in fashioning remedies in the case of judicial misconduct and or prosecutorial misconduct.
I don't know about judicial misconduct. That's not what that case stands for.
Prosecutorial misconduct, or lawyer misconduct, I should say.
Violations of the state bar rules.
Yes, and can I go get one thing for myself?
Sure.
Oh, man.
So I filed a motion on Friday.
Yes, I worked diligently over the weekend on writing an order with regard to that motion. Haven't gotten to the Brady portion of it yet.
So, and I appreciate that, Your Honor. I appreciate the attention that you've given it. That motion in the beginning lays out things that I've observed, that I've felt have been highly irregular about this case. The point of my inclusion of that in my motion was not to draw extra attention to it or for anyone to feel sorry for me or anything else, because it's really about my client, Mr. Stillwell. But the purpose of it was to try to inform the court, at least from my perspective, and I think the perspective of some of my colleagues, that things have been irregular in this case. And that there are real life consequences and consequences to the trial when we perceive what we believe is the lack of an impartial trial judge and also of prosecutorial misconduct. In this case, from my perspective, we've had with the ex parte communications in themselves, I don't believe that there was a valid reason to initiate the meetings. I believe that the state and members of the state's prosecution team in particular took something very small and jumped to unbelievable conclusions as a way to get their foot in the door of the judges' chambers to have a discussion. And there were at least 2 discussions that took place. I'm assuming that there was a third discussion, which may have strictly involved the grant of immunity.
All right,
But, right.
I think we cleared that up on Friday because we specifically asked, was there any hearing or any kind of ex parte, anything with regard to getting the order, or was it just the motion being filed? So,
Right.
I mean, I don't have any reason to believe there's yet another one, but.
Right. And you know, there's a potential under the King case that one, if it was just for the purposes of granting immunity, may have been a proper ex parte. But these were not. The substance of these meetings exceeded what is appropriate. They violated Uniform Superior Court Rule 4.1, which says that judges shall neither initiate nor consider ex parte communications by interested parties or their attorneys concerning a pending or impending proceeding. Georgia Code of Judicial Conduct Rule 2.9 prohibits ex parte meetings except for a narrow exception: scheduling administrative purposes or emergencies that do not deal with substantive matters or issues on the merits. Provided that, so we don't believe that it falls under an exception to begin with. Provided that the judge reasonably believes that no party will gain a procedural, substantive, or tactical advantage as a result of the ex parte communication. In my view, the transcript reveals open discussions about you're going to testify, you can say you don't recall. They're basically walking through the procedures for laying the foundation for prior inconsistent statements. To say that doesn't put that meeting with just the judge and the witness who has been sworn in doesn't put the state at a tactical advantage over the defense who's excluded, I don't believe that to be the case. Secondly, even if it falls under the exception, the judge must make provision to promptly notify and give the parties the substance of the ex parte communication and an opportunity to respond. We were not promptly notified. We found out through, I keep saying, doggedness and happenstance. I believe that's what it was. We learned about it. And then when we asked for an opportunity to respond, we were promptly greeted with an invitation to go to the jail for 20 days. So that was violated. The Georgia Rule Professional Responsibility Rule 4.2 regarding communications with a person represented by counsel. The state, it's the worst kept secret in this courtroom that John Melnick represents Kenneth Copeland. Worst kept secret. Everyone knew that. I knew that, and that's why I called Mr. Melnick.
Okay.
The state is somehow claiming that in this case where the world is watching, it's a huge case, that they did not know that Mr. Melnick was representing Kenneth Copeland, and they went behind Mr. Melnick's back and initiated conversations with Mr. Copeland. Let's be frank, all these gentlemen are facing RICO charges with overt acts going back to 2013. So this is not a case where Mr. Copeland could not possibly be prosecuted. He could easily be indicted. He could easily be indicted and put with the rest of the gentlemen who were severed off of this case and be in Rice Street right now. He was in legal jeopardy when the state was seeking to speak to him outside the presence of his attorney. From our perspective, that was a knowing violation of Georgia Rule of Professional Responsibility 4.2. Additionally, Your Honor, there's Bar Rule 3.3, candor towards a tribunal. Now, I can't flesh this out without Ms. Love taking the stand. I would love to ask her about it, but in the motion to grant Mr. Copeland immunity, in paragraph 12, I believe it is, they specifically stated that a member of the defense team had contact with Mr. Copeland, and that prompted him to begin to assert that he was going to exercise his Fifth Amendment right.
I would prefer that, since there continue to be allegations back and forth amongst the lawyers, that we specifically get what is actually stated in there instead of, and I know you're not trying to misrepresent anything, you're trying to give it your best recollection, but let's get the actual motion and read the actual words, okay?
They were a few minutes behind the court, so I'm gonna
I've got
kind
it somewhere.
Okay, I've got it right here, Your Honor,
okay.
from Ms. Persfield's.
And right now the court is on break, so we should be catching up. Let's see if it's speeding up a little bit.
At hand. I've got it. If you've got it at hand, go ahead. But if you don't, I've got it now.
Okay, I'm trying to find out exactly, try to figure out where it was. Okay, paragraph 11,
ahead.
I'm sorry.
Paragraph 11.
Yes. And it says, Kenneth Copeland has been subpoenaed to testify in the above style case. Copeland is the next witness scheduled to testify in this case on June 7, 2024, beginning at 9:00 a.m. On June 4th, 2024, and June 5th, 2024, investigators with the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney coordinated and arranged with Kenneth Copeland to provide Copeland transportation to court on Friday, June 7th, 2024. However, on Thursday, June 6th, 2024, after an encounter with defense team members and members of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, Copeland stated to an investigator and to an attorney with the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney that Copeland may attempt to plead the Fifth to avoid testifying against members of YSL. I can only speak for myself. I did not have any encounters with Mr. Copeland on June 6th, 2024. I don't believe that any of my colleagues did. I don't believe any members of the defense team did. I don't believe that what's asserted in paragraph 11, to my knowledge, I don't believe it to be the truth. If it is not the truth, and again, I would love to inquire, but Ms. Love would be a witness at that point. Bar Rule 3.3, candor towards the tribunal, would also have been violated. The reason I focus on the violation of these rules is because of the Ford case and the proposition that we can do something about this besides run to the bar. And that makes sense because it's ultimately and I say it did happen, and I say the transcript establishes that it did happen. And you have the transcript, Your Honor. We have in the transcript the state and Judge Glanville both affirming each other that Mr. Copeland can essentially be incarcerated indefinitely until this trial is over, until the trial of the co-defendants is over. That, to me, is coercion. That's intimidation. We have other examples where Mr. Copeland is given what I would say incorrect legal advice about what his exposure is for these allegations and his potential criminal liability. That is coercion. That's trying to convince him to take the stand and plead so that the state can then impeach him with his prior inconsistent statements, presumably. Mr. Copeland, the act of him taking the stand as a result of those ex parte communications has prejudiced, has harmed all of these young men in court here today. So there has to be relief beyond bar issues for them. Your Honor, I'm not going to repeat everything in my motion. You have my motion. I know you've read my motion. But they have a right to a trial, they have due process rights. They have a right to a trial free of prosecutorial misconduct if that misconduct rises to the level of a due process violation. They have an absolute right to a fair trial and due process in front of a fair and impartial trial judge. They also have the right to be present at all critical stages of the proceedings, including, I'm saying, and I think it's fairly clear, that those ex parte communications talking about the witness under the Scudder case that I provided to the court before, that was a critical stage and they were unlawfully excluded. And of course, there's no way we could have acquiesced because we knew nothing about it ourselves. So those are all violations that have harmed these individuals. There has to be a remedy. I believe that the facts are there for you to consider disqualification of district attorneys in this case. And I think Mr. Steele is going to argue that further. But also, I believe that the facts are there under the Wilson case, as well as the State v. Jackson, 306 Georgia 626, Anderson v. State 285 Georgia Appeals 166, and Wilson v. State 233 Georgia Appeals 327. Wilson v. State 233 Georgia Appeals 327.
All right, and those are the 3 cases that y'all gave me a
Correct.
couple of days
About
ago.
voting. And the reason I cited those cases, because it's not often, well, it would be never probably, that a district attorney or prosecutor is going to say, yes, I did this intentionally, I did this go. These cases looked at the egregiousness of the violation, the experience of the prosecutors involved. Ms. Love is a chief deputy district attorney in the office, head of the unit
All right.
that deals.
Can I interrupt you for just a minute? So all of this is in your motion, and even when we get to that point, that would be an appropriate argument, but let's
Okay, well, that
pause
you
it for
asked,
now. I have it.
you asked where we are right now, and that's from my perspective, that's where we are right now.
That's enough.
And I don't mean you can't argue anymore. I just
No, I
mean the
understand.
information about their qualifications is in your motion.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, and if Mr. Steele's going to argue as to something else, that's fine. But I had said a little while earlier that with regard to Ms. Love, your proffer about what Mr. Abadi might or might not have to say about Mr. Melnick's representation was not yet relevant. I think it is now relevant, and the proffer has not been accepted. So if you want to present evidence as to that, that would now be appropriate. And I don't mean this very instant because I'm going to hear from Mr. Steele, but we now know that is an issue. So you can go ahead and get him lined up. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Steele.
If it's too fast, let me know. We're just trying to catch up the few minutes that we lost.
Your Honor, I would just like the court to consider the case that was announced to this honorable court by Attorney Shard. I emailed it earlier today to your honorable court's co-worker and all the parties. It's Ford Motor Company versus Young, and it was 322 Georgia Appeal, 348. It's in Division 3, 745 Southeast 22299, 2013 case. And what our second highest court wrote was, and I've given a copy actually to this court. And
Oh, yeah, I got the copy. I appreciate it. Thank you.
it's on page 8 of 9 of the copy I've given. It's on the right-hand side, first full paragraph. And it specifically states it in the center. And we have previously held that trial courts may disqualify attorneys for violations of the disciplinary rules. We held that the trial court erred in ruling that because sanctions for violations of disciplinary rules appear to be the exclusive province of the Supreme Court of Georgia, not of the trial court, it lacked authority to determine whether plaintiff's counsel violated 4.2, Rule 4.2 of the Georgia Rules of Professional Conduct, and therefore should be disqualified. We noted that the determination of whether an attorney should be disqualified from representing a client in a judicial proceeding rests in the sound discretion of the trial judge. So I'd just like you to reconsider your order, not disqualifying Ms. Hylton and Ms. Love. And you've inherited a case that has a lot of history and a lot of it bad. And I put into my motion, I can go over it with the court, and I also attached the YouTube links. It's on July 10th, 2024. I also filed in case the link goes away, I filed on a thumb drive to preserve it. So that's with the clerk's office, and a copy was sent to the prosecution as well. But it started before, but an opening statement, I don't know if you read it. So
I read your motion and I looked at the portions that you were talking about.
it's hurtful. And then as of last week, a new court comes on. It's almost like, a breath of fresh air. It's all new. And again, I'm hit with a motion by Ms. Love that was the 4th time the same thing's argued, talking about a duty that is intentionally and knowingly not followed through by me, and I owe it to her. And I saw your email saying, whoever wrote that, you come into court. I understood it.
I don't think Ms. Love did herself any favors with that.
Well, the favors have to end. I'm not trying to, I've never done this before. in my history of living in a courtroom, but it's just not appropriate that I can't accept a proffer from a lawyer. I've never said that before. I've never uttered any of those words. So I'll leave it with you. My point is, it doesn't end. There have been no sanctions. It's been ratified almost. And it's from everything. It's just, I put in paragraph 2, just choice examples from my memory. But it is constant. You know, there are great people everywhere in the courts, and they shouldn't be treated like this. So that's I'm actually disqualified because it's just not, at some point, the message needs to be sent that this is not the state of Georgia, and this is not our bar.
All right, thank you. As I understood the gravamen of your motion that you filed since I've been the presiding judge to disqualify Ms. Love and Ms. Hylton, it was because you needed them as a witness, and that was the basis of my ruling. And in Mr. Sharp's motion that is under consideration right now is a request, again, to disqualify them. And I know that I previously said, y'all, that's a matter for the bar. And when I was talking about that, I essentially meant the, and I don't want to call it bickering back and forth because I'm not sure it's been back and forth to any large extent, but that kind of thing, the whatever it is that had been talked about before, that's what I was talking about. I will tell you that this court takes Brady violations very seriously, and I mean everybody ought to, prosecutors ought to, and I am considering that right now. So rest assured that I am aware and have been aware that I have the authority if I choose to remove them.
Thank you.
So, all right. Do y'all want to be heard from the state on this, or do you want to go ahead and present some testimony to counter the Melnick, that you knowingly contacted Mr. Copeland, knowing he was represented by Mr. Melnick?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right.
What we did was ask that our witnesses be summoned, if you will.
Okay.
If the court
All
would
right.
just give us a
Sure. Why don't we take a convenience break, and can you let the deputy know when you're ready with somebody, and we'll come back up.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
Oh, well, y'all. So we're going to get some more witnesses. What I'm going to do is fast forward because we're a few minutes behind the court, but now we're going to be caught up with the court because they still on break. Look, just like magic, we on time. So now the judge is asking for a witness to prove that Ms. Love did not know that Woody was represented when she reached out to Woody. So someone's going to come in for a lawyer Love and tell the judge that we didn't know Melnick was representing Woody. We didn't know Woody had a lawyer. Woody told us he didn't have a lawyer. Melnick told us he wasn't Woody's lawyer. So we spoke to Woody without a lawyer because he didn't have one. So I'm sure that's what the witness is going to say. Anybody that got any comments in this few minutes, more than welcome to jump up. If y'all have a camera and a mic, and y'all want to come up and say something real quick. So I dropped the link. But we'll have to stop when the judge come back because we can't talk while the court is talking because the audio won't come out clear. But yeah, and then after, we go through this, we can kind of go over the testimony. And again, for those who don't know, I did not silence anybody's voice. I didn't turn off the comments for whatever reason. YouTube had labeled this video being for kids. So I guess when it's for kids, you can't have comments or something like that. I don't know. But I think the comments are off for like a minute. I don't even, if that. People were sending me emails saying that I'm silencing y'all voices. So I replied back to Ms. Williams, one of the emails. So if you're still on the chat, just know I didn't silence your voice. They said I'm silent.
Witnesses for the state.
We're back.
Ready? All right, let's get that person on the stand.
Oh yeah, we're back. Never mind.
Your Honor, state costs out of my body.
All right. I remember one time when I was called as a witness in a case for some very ancillary matter, and we're so used to being the ones examining. We're not used to being the witness. And the direct finish, and I got up to leave, just like all of the lay witnesses who have no clue. And then I felt like an idiot. But oh well, maybe Mr. Abate won't do that. We'll see.
Love, hopefully you got this one to get his lives together. Because the last one didn't have
You're
together.
coming up to the witness stand.
Oh yeah.
Like Mr. Melnick, I'm an officer of the court. He didn't swear himself in, but whatever.
All right, let's.
Like Mr. Melnick, I'm an officer of the court. He wasn't sworn in, but yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon,
Oh, wow. He didn't like that.
Chief Deputy Abadi. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Just for the record, would you state where you work and what your position is?
DA's office in Fulton County. I'm the chief deputy of the Major Crimes Division.
All right, and February the,
It's ABBATE. And I said chief deputy of the Major Crimes Division. Mhm.
February of 2023, where were you working within the DA's office, if anywhere?
Same position.
All right. During that time, do you recall having a conversation with an attorney by the name of John Melnick regarding a person by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
Yeah, it was a conversation on the Zoom call where Judge Whitaker was on the call and heard all the contents of what I'm about to testify to. Yes.
All right.
So now the judge a witness.
And would you tell the court what the purpose of that Zoom call and that conversation with Mr. Melnick was?
It was related to a bond order or bond conditions for a bond order for his, I think it's 22 SC 182, I think maybe 134. It was his possession of a firearm by convicted felon and reckless driving, I think is what it was.
Okay.
Thank you, Amy.
And did you have occasion to look at the bond order and see its contents or the proposed bond order? Had the state proposed a bond order?
Yes.
Right. And did the state's proposed bond order have any reference to or any conditions that are related to Mr. Copeland's witness, position as a witness in this case, 22 SC 183572?
No, not to my recollection specifically, no.
Did the bond order or the proposed bond order reference co-defendants? Let me ask this. Are you familiar with the co-defendants on, or the defendants on indictment 22 SC 183572?
Some of them, yes. I've tried. I think Khalif Adams was somebody who I was the prosecutor who, when he was convicted of murder.
And the bond order, did it reference some of the defendants on this case?
I think it referenced all of the defendants on the case involving Jeffrey Williams.
All right. Did the bond order, well, Your Honor, I'd ask the court to take judicial notice of the bond order, which is in this case.
I'll take
already
judicial
filed.
notice of it, but I'm also just going to print it out right now and make it a part of this record. So it'll just be easier.
And I did misspeak and say, in this case, it is actually in Mr. Copeland's 22 SC case.
Yeah, 22 SC 182 134.
Thank you. Would you please tell the court the content of the conversation or communication you had with Mr. Melnick regarding Mr. Copeland on that day?
Yes, it was. So it was me, myself, Abigail Potter, who at the time was the trial division lawyer assigned to Judge Whitaker's courtroom. Judge Whitaker and Mr. Melnick, and I believe Ms. Rosser, the case manager who set up the Zoom link, was on the Zoom, and it was just a discussion as it related to the bond conditions for his possession of a firearm by a convicted felon case that was before Judge Whitaker and the conditions that would be included in it.
Was there any part of that conversation that referenced Mr. Melnick representing Mr. Copeland as a witness in this case?
Yes, specifically. And the reference is that Mr. Melnick was all hot about the fact that I was on the call representing as a representative pretty much for you as a member of the team for this case, because he specifically said on more than one occasion that I'm not here about that case. I don't represent him on that case. The only case that I have before this judge that I represent Mr. Copeland on is the 22 SC case. He said it over and over again, and he kept making snide remarks as it related to you and the district attorney's office and eventually me, to which I said, I finally interrupted him. I said, we're done with your used car salesman, stuff. And that's when the judge was kind enough to intervene and say, all right, whatever, we're here just for the 22 SC case. We understand you don't represent him in the YSL case because there's nothing to represent him on, was the gist in my recollection.
And when you're talking about the 22 SC case, are you solely meaning the one Mr. Copeland faced charges on, criminal charges on?
Yes, the one that was before Judge Whitaker that we were there for to, I guess, negotiate and agree upon bond conditions for. That I think it's 22 SC 182, I think it's 134, and the charges were possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and I think reckless driving. I think this all happened February 24th of 2023.
Do you know whether that Zoom call was transcribed or whether or not there was a court reporter on that Zoom call?
I'm not sure, but I don't remember seeing, I think it was Miss Evelyn, sorry, who was the court reporter back then. I don't recall.
Do you recall how many times Mr. Melnick stated with any degree of emphasis that he did not and was not representing Mr. Copeland in his capacity as a witness in 22 SC 183-572?
2 or 3 times, and it was all in relation to the state's request that he be fitted with an ankle monitor. And that was particularly angersome, I guess is the correct word, as it relates to Mr. Melnick's reaction, because that's when he kept saying, this case has nothing to do with that case. I have nothing to do with that case. I don't see why he has to have an ankle monitor.
Are you familiar with what it is that the state was trying to secure with the ankle monitor?
His location at all times, I suppose.
And are you familiar with Did you speak with Mr. Melnick at any other time regarding his representation of Mr. Copeland as a witness in this case?
No, I try to avoid him as much as possible.
Has he ever in life represented to you that he represents Kenneth Copeland as a witness in this case?
No, it was the exact opposite in front of the exact same judge that we're sitting before today.
Who was that?
And showing what our market states is that Your Honor, I don't know if the court had already-
Here you go. Here's the bond order.
Showing you State's Exhibit 2, which I'll mark, which is a copy of the filed bond order. Is that the bond order that you spoke with Mr. Melvin about on the date that you're speaking about now? Or is there?
So this would be the bond order that came from the conversation we had in February, I think February 23rd, excuse me, February 24th of 2023. This is this is stamped for March 3rd. So there would have, the whole reason for the Zoom was to negotiate and come to some sort of agreed upon set of bond conditions as it related to Mr. Copeland and being released on bond for the 22 SC 182134. I was right. So this would have been the product of that conversation.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's all that I have for this witness, Your Honor, for right now.
All right. Any questions by any of the defense attorneys for this witness?
Yeah.
Nope.
You ain't gonna like
Mr.
that.
Weinstein, Mr. Matthews.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harvey, who I can't really see over there in the corner. Is he even there? Is Mr. Harvey over there? Anybody for Mr. Harvey's client? Any questions? Okay, great. Thank you for your time. You may step down.
So he was back there watching Melnick's
All
testimony.
right, call your next witness.
State calls attorney Peter Herzog.
Okay.
This has turned into a sideshow. We calling witnesses about something that ain't got nothing to do with whether Young Thug and the other co-defendants are guilty or not. This is a trial within a trial. Like, what? Yeah, he was watching Melnick's testimony, because that's how he knew Melnick wasn't sworn in. But as officers of the court, we are always under oath, so we don't have to be sworn in. But Kayla took the oath; she was sworn in.
It doesn't matter to me. I mean, do you want him sworn or do you want him to testify in his place?
I haven't sworn in.
All right, yes, please swear him.
Raise your right hand. Swear firm testimony you tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
That's like the first time.
Peter, Peter, Herzog, Hertzog. TZOG.
Good afternoon, Mr. Herzog.
Good afternoon.
Would you please, just for the record, state for the court, where it is that you work and what position you hold there?
So I'm a senior assistant district attorney in the anti-corruption unit of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
How long have you worked in the anti-corruption unit?
Since I started in the office, about a year. I think I started March of 2023.
Did you say March? And I just need to speak up a little bit louder. March 2023?
Yeah, I think it was March. I've been here about a year and a half.
Okay. Have you ever worked in any unit besides the anti-corruption unit?
I did a short stint where I screen cases and then I cover a court part for a complex, but I've always remained in anti-corruption.
As an attorney with the anti-corruption unit, have you ever had an occasion to speak with Mr. John Melnick about a person by the name of Kenneth Cole?
Yes, I believe so.
At any time during those conversations, did you ever in any way seek any information regarding Mr. Melnick's representation of Kenneth Copeland as a witness in the case 22 SC 183572?
No.
Did you ever, in any of those conversations, have any occasion to talk with Mr. Melnick about his representation of Kenneth Copeland as a witness in any YSL related case?
No.
Did you ever, during your conversations with Mr. Melnick, reference either myself or Deputy District Attorney Simone Hylton?
No, not to my recollection. No.
Have you ever been asked by either of us or anyone prosecuting the YSL case to reach out to Mr. Melnick?
No, absolutely not.
Is this the longest you and I have ever even talked?
I believe so. I think I ran into you once in the hallway and said hello. Other than that, I don't think we've had much contact.
Did the matter that you spoke with Mr. Melnick about have anything to do, in any tangential, direct, indirect, any way, have anything to do with 22 SC 183572 or the criminal indictment that preceded it?
Absolutely not. No.
Was the case that you spoke with Mr. Melnick about a case that was in your unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you ever asked by anybody within the have any communication with Mr. Jones regarding his representation of Kenneth Copeland as a witness in this case?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Melnick ever just tell you, hey, I'm representing Kenneth Copeland as a witness in the YSL case?
No, not to my recollection.
Do you recall sending Mr. Melnick an email back in March of 2023?
March of 2023. I don't recall.
Your Honor, I'm not certain exactly where the evidence.
I'm sure it's somewhere with the court reporter.
I'm going to show you what has already been admitted as defendant Williams number 4, Your Honor. And I'm going to show you ask you to take a look at the bottom portion of defendant Williams number 4. And ask you if you recognize or if you recognize that time frame as a time frame that you reached out to Mr. Melnick.
I did reach out to Mr. Millick. It could have potentially been around that time frame. If you'd like, I can go into more detail.
Yes, please.
So we were investigating as part of anti-corruption. We were investigating.
Without getting into the details of any anti-corruption case
Okay.
at all.
There was an allegation made that involved Mr. Copeland. At the time, I was relatively new to the office. I'm not from here. I'm from New York. I spent years practicing up there. So I know nothing about what's going on down here in relation to this case. I reached out to Mr. Melnick to see, as per our usual in our unit, to speak with every witness. And I believe I asked him if Mr. Copeland wanted to talk about that specific matter. And I don't believe we ever followed up on it.
Was Mr. Copeland in jail at the time that you reached out to Mr. Melnick?
I believe so.
So was Mr. When you reached out to Mr. Melnick, where and why did you seek to go through Mr. Melnick to get to Mr. Copeland?
Because if I remember correctly, he represented Mr. Copeland in that other matter.
To your knowledge, had that other matter been resolved?
At the time, I'm not sure if it was resolved at that time. I don't believe so. I think that's why I went through Mr. Melnick, I believe.
Outside of the anti-corruption matter, did you speak with Mr. Melnick regarding anything else related to Mr. Copeland?
No, ma'am.
That's all I have.
All right. Any defense examination of this witness?
You know, I did a thing, I wrote a check mark, and I'm gonna have to get that off the report.
Okay, probably have some white on it. That would work. Is that okay with everybody? If on states 4, Ms. Love White felt the check mark she inadvertently wrote on states 4, which is why I don't like to ever handle the evidence, because I'm constantly taking notes and then I end up writing on the evidence.
And Mr. Phillips, Williams exhibit.
Is that okay? All right. Thank you.
So he had
Of course,
a,
permission, I'll do that after Mr. Sharp has had an opportunity.
Go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So from what I understand, March 2023, you are working for the DA's office in anti-corruption.
Correct.
Okay, and you are building up a case?
Yes. I'm investigating a case. I'm not building up a case. I'm investigating a case.
And is Mr. Copeland the target of this case?
No.
Okay, so he is a witness.
Yes, he would have been a witness.
He's a fact witness, I assume?
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance of what type of witnesses.
Sustained.
What kind of case was this?
Objection as to.
Well, can we just leave that it's an anti-corruption type case?
Was, I ask, was Mr. Copeland the alleged victim?
No.
So he's a witness.
Well, it's,
Yes.
You open
We
the
need a
door.
bench conference.
Oh my goodness. She opened the door to it.
Okay.
And he talking about he head of the what he is. He said he head of what? Anti-corruption. Well, I want to know, did he investigate Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade when they were stuffing all that money in the mattress? Almost $1 million, Mr. Anti-Corruption. Did you investigate that case? Somebody ain't gonna like that. Somebody ain't gonna like that I said that. That's all I want to know. Yeah, appreciate all of y'all that's liking and subscribing to the channel. That's definitely not going unnoticed. And I want to thank you while we on a break to Mr. Don Cato from California. Let me see if I can post. Let me see. I messed it up. Hold on, give me a second. He's sending a good $20 on a cash app. Just share this real quick. Mr. Don Cato sent you $20 for riding his motorcycle in the mountains. Listening, he's in the mountains in California, and he's supporting the channel. So thank you so much, Mr. Don Cato. And thank you, Tips Sake. I seen your cash up as well. Thank you. So y'all, we just waiting. The judge done stood up for this one. Somebody said, why this man look like Drake? Y'all funny. Let me make it bigger.
The earphones work right now. So what I'm wondering is if y'all would be comfortable with Mr. Sharp relaying the substance of the bench conference, or if each of you wants to try to come up and gather around, or.
Adriane, since we cannot have, since we don't have the ability to let it be heard, I'd ask that the court ask whether each defendant waives their presence at the bench conference.
So do the attorneys want to come up, or?
Right. Attorneys go up there.
Okay, so I know the defendants normally are able to hear what's going on. I'm sorry we're having technical difficulties. Apparently you need to put these things on their charger pretty frequently in order for them to work. So I'll know that for the next time. But one of your attorneys is going to come up and listen to what the substance of the bench conference is, and then I am directing them to return to the tables and let you all know what we talked about. I want to find out whether that's okay with each of you defendants. And also, I am happy if you're not satisfied with what the attorney has told you about it, to then you can let me know and I can say, well, here's my take on what happened. Okay. So, Mr. Kendrick, are you okay with Mr. Weinstein just coming up and then telling you what we talked about?
So
all right.
extra.
How about you, Mr. Huey?
Extra.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Williams. Okay. Who else do we have?
You don't know their name.
Mr. Stillwell, you okay with that? All right. And then Mr. Ryan, you okay with that? All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. So y'all can't even get it.
That was kind of unnecessary. There's a lot of times that the lawyers have to go up and approach the judge, and every time a lawyer goes up, the defendant doesn't leave the defense table and go up with the lawyers. So that's just really just unnecessary right there. And then when the lawyers go back, they can just tell their clients, you know, what was said. But what they don't want to happen is the prosecutors meeting in the back room with the judge and allegedly with the lights off. That's where they want to be at. Not when a lawyer 10 feet in front of them talking to the court in open court. Oh, somebody had asked the person that testified before this guy, he was an investigator with the DA's office. He's not a detective. A detective works for the police department. You know, they go out and investigate crimes once they get it from the local street cops. But the investigators actually work for the DA's office. And they the same as police officers, except they don't work for the city. They don't go out and write traffic tickets. The only thing they do is aid the prosecutors in prosecuting the case. They may go out and question witnesses and do all that type of stuff. Somebody had asked that earlier. Love walking all this back and forth. She wants to see. We see your pants, Love. We see. We see. You can sit down now. She getting all her steps in today, y'all. Golly. Look at her. Look at her. Somebody tell her sat down right now. Oh. Yeah, I guess she didn't put him on a charge last night. So they're not charged.
And do any of the defendants have any questions about it that they want to ask me? Okay. And did you talk to your client about it?
He gave him a thumbs up.
Do you? Okay. All right, go ahead.
Attorney Herzog,
Spin your mic towards you.
the anti-corruption case that you were working on in March 2023, is that still an active investigation?
No, it is not an active investigation. It was and the investigation was wholly unrelated to YSL.
Okay, and is there a pending case involving that investigation that resulted from that investigation?
A pending criminal case?
Yes.
No.
He found no wrongdoing.
Now, at the time you sent this email, you wanted to speak with Mr. Copeland, correct? About the matters you were working on?
Yes.
Okay. And you have the ability as a district attorney, you said that your understanding is he was in jail, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and you have the ability to go to the jail at 901 Rice Street, correct?
Yes, I have the ability to go to the jail.
Okay, and as a district attorney, you have the ability to bring an investigator with you and interview a witness there, correct?
I wouldn't represent someone that was, I wouldn't speak with someone that was represented by counsel
Okay,
on any case or was recently represented by counsel.
okay, so the reason that you called Mr. Melnick is because you would not speak ethically. Your code of ethics, you would not want to speak to someone who's represented, correct?
It's all of our code of ethics.
Correct. And you also would not want to speak to someone who was represented recently. Is that what you said?
I would reach out to the defense attorney.
That's
prior
what
to
you
that.
said. That's what you said.
And that's what you did in this case. You reached out to Mr. Melnick, correct?
Yes.
Regarding our investigation and the
I
limited
understand.
scope to our investigation.
Yeah, I understand. You were not involved in the YSL investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But as part of your investigation, you reached out to Mr. Melnick in an effort to speak to his client, Mr. Copeland, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
You don't want to answer. Yes, that's what you just said.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Does anybody else have questions for Mr. Herzog? All right.
Which is telling. He reached out to Melnick,
For the court,
Sure.
but Love didn't reach out to Melnick.
I don't understand enough about it, and I understand that the ruling is, maybe I shouldn't know about it. With the court, Mr. Williams has no objection. And if you do, please correct me. Would the court be able to find out whether this has any Brady implications from Mr. Copeland, either under Giglio getting a deal, or he did not get prosecuted because he was involved, but he was being used as a witness, and I don't have that information.
Sure, I don't either, but yeah, that's valid. Let's find that out. So you can ask that question. You don't have any objection to that question, do you, from the state? Okay.
Hello.
Mr. Still.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'll let you know.
I'll let you know.
Brady evidence, you feel comfortable talking about Brady evidence, what is required by Brady and its progeny?
Is the question whether I feel comfortable?
Yeah, do you understand Brady and its progeny, what it includes?
Yes.
Okay. And I didn't mean that to be insulting at all. Just, some people have different definitions of something. Dealing with Mr. Copeland, only Mr. Copeland. Was there any type, no matter how non-promising, was there any type of agreement, promise, benefit to him, whether that's reduced charges, no charges, he's cooperating, he's a CI or whatever you want to call it, anything to do with that?
Absolutely not. I have no information regarding the YSL case or any investigation of the YSL case. I reached out solely related to a wholly unrelated matter.
He asking about that,
And
though.
I'm broadening it besides what you call the YSL case.
He said any
I'm
case.
saying, was Mr. Copeland given any benefit? Forget about this indictment before the Honorable Judge Whitaker. Was he given any benefit on any matter, including the matter you were investigating?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Anybody else?
Oh my God. He don't
Mr. Williams.
They don't understand in Georgia.
Okay. Anybody? All right. Any redirect by the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And did you have one other witness?
Yes.
Are they ready?
I couldn't put allow Mr. Atkins to go outside and check.
Sure. While we're waiting on finding that out, y'all were, well, I guess it was Mr. Atkins that was going to do it, so never mind. I'll wait on that one, trying to see what else we can get done while we're waiting.
And I mean, it's relevant to the court
Nothing.
and to the defendants.
There was one matter, I guess, as it relates to Mr. Copeland, that I would ask that the court take additional notice of since we're all coming here.
What's that?
The date that his criminal matter that we were just introducing testimony about was resolved. There should be within the 22 SC 134, I believe, case in Odyssey, a disposition for those criminal charges. I would ask the court just to take judicial notice of that date.
All right, so it appears that the plea was entered on June 28th, 2023, and the disposition was filed on June 29th, 2023, and I'll take judicial notice of that.
But yeah, if Woody got some type of benefit from the state, then the defense should know about it, even if it has nothing to do with the YSL case, because that can go to bias of why Woody is favoring to help the state if he testifies to help the state. So we need to know any type of deal that you got from the state that benefited, Woody. The defense attorneys need to know about it. I mean, that's only fair.
All right, what do we know, Mr. Atkins?
So Ms. Potter is 30 minutes away. I'm not going to ask the court to wait on.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
sorry, he said 40 minutes, he corrected.
okay.
And so, rather than have the court wait on that,
We're gonna do that tomorrow?
I can, yes, I can do that.
All right.
And Your Honor, the other, thing that I was looking at was I'm obtaining a certificate of service for Mr. Copeland that I believe was filed. I think he was served most recently in May of 2024. And if the court would indulge me one moment, I was just trying to determine who it was that served him, since the subject is state's actions regarding a witness, Mr. Copeland. And I would also argue to the court that there is not standing to complain of the interactions between state prosecutors and their witnesses in this case. And there's not standing to complain of what happened as it relates to Kenneth Copeland in the in-chambers hearing. But to the, on June 10th, in terms of King and its progeny, and what the transcript reflects and the court has heard testimony reflecting.
All right. Well, their claim is a right to be present, and they have standing to make that claim. Whether I make a determination that they did have a right to be present or didn't is yet to be determined, but they can certainly make the claim. Was there, with regard to them, are there not being standing to complain about whether the state communicated with Mr. Copeland when, according to the defense, the state knew him to be represented? I understand the assertion in that regard to be that the prosecution has violated a bar rule, and that they've also violated other bar rules over the course of this case, and that I should take that into consideration in determining whether and what remedy to fashion. Do I have that about right? I'm getting nodding yeses. Okay. So yeah, they can assert that to the court.
Okay. And Your Honor, as I obtained for the court that was final 2 pieces of information.
Okay.
I asked for the court's brief indulgence while I get the certificate of service and the date that he was served.
Okay.
That because it was filed on.
All right. I'm not even sure which one you're talking about, but sure, if it's relevant, I will unseal it. Can you let me know which one it is?
It was a certificate of service and it was filed on. Okay, that's what we're getting today.
Okay. It's and that's in which case? This
22.
YSL case?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, what he just in here? Oh, he's trying to check your phone. He said, check your phone.
So I actually, once you let me know what it is, I actually, because I'm the court and I can, kept a copy of what is in each of the sealed filings once I reviewed it, so that in case we needed to see something again, I didn't have to do another order unsealing and resealing. So those are in an envelope in my litigation manager's office. And when you let me know what it is I'm looking for, I'll just pull it out of there.
There is a certificate of service for Kenneth Copeland that should have been reflective of a subpoena that was served on him, I think in May of 2024.
Okay.
Without the exact date, I don't want to, I think maybe May 31st.
Okay.
That sounds about right. May
All right.
31st of 2024.
Sure. And maybe Ms. Persfield, you already are anticipating my need and sending an email to Ms. Rosser to see if she can pull that. Thank you. All right. And then with regard to Ms. Potter, is she gonna be available in the morning, or does she want to Zoom? I don't care if we take her testimony by Zoom if nobody else does.
Okay.
I don't even know if she's available, but that's an option as well.
Thank you, Judge. That would actually work. I'm gonna.
All right. Would that be okay if, I don't know if everybody's familiar with Ms. Potter, but I don't know if is she still with the DA's office?
She is. She's just
Okay.
outside.
She's a prosecutor with the DA's office who used to be in my courtroom and who was the prosecutor for the case that Mr. Meldick handled on the other side of. Would everybody be okay on the defense side with us taking her testimony by Zoom here in court? If anybody has an objection, please voice it orally now. Okay. All right, so that'll work. If you can line her up for that, and I think you already have the Zoom link, we can do that.
Thank you.
All right. And as Ms. Love's doing that, Mr. Atkins and whomever from this side of the courtroom was going to work on the maybe one or two issues with Mr. Copeland's jail calls over the weekend. Did y'all get an opportunity to do that and reach any kind of resolution?
Your Honor, I have not spoken with any defense counsel in relation to those jail calls.
Okay. Wasn't that your task?
Your Honor, I will speak with Mr. Shard.
Okay. I can't remember who said they were going to do that, but I don't know. Y'all had told me at the end of Friday, before we had all of our more explosive motions put before the court, that on the jail calls that might or might not come in with Mr. Copeland's testimony, y'all had maybe two items that you thought you could work out everything, and there were two items that were still kind of in dispute.
That may have been Ms. Hylton.
It might have been. I don't know.
Just to get him.
I was out a little bit on Friday, but did Mr. Steele not deal with the jail calls at the end of the day on Friday?
I mean, so what we ended up doing was saying, oh, we may be able to just come to agreement on everything. So give us a little minute over the weekend and we'll get back to you. Anyway, apparently nobody did it, but y'all do that
Yes, Your Honor.
tonight, if possible.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I be allowed to step outside the courtroom for a brief 5 or 7 minutes?
To line up Ms. Potter.
To line up Ms. Potter, and to speak with another member of our office.
Okay, so we will take another break and be back whenever you let a deputy know that you're ready, okay? Which hopefully won't be more than 10 minutes. All right.
Okay, y'all. So what y'all want to cover while we have a little time? Maybe we can watch a little bit of Kayla's explanation of what happened in court today. Somebody said she went live. Let's see if we can get a link of that. And that way, once we're done, we can just comment on what we thought overall of her testimony and Melnick's testimony. Let me see. So let's see if we can listen to a little bit of that while we got a little time.
Like, I just want to get on here and explain to everybody what is going on. I was literally seated in the courtroom when they called me up. I had no idea that I was going to be called as a witness today. So I had no time to prepare. I had no time. I mean, this meeting happened on June 10th. June 10th, and the only point of the meeting was supposed to be that there was an off the record conversation. That's all I'm supposed to be talking about. Was there an off the record conversation? I talk about this off the record conversation. Guys, the meeting was 2 hours long. 2 hours long. People are walking in and out, in and out. All I'm worried about is Mr. Copeland. Everybody is saying I did a terrible job, that I don't understand why they are mad. Yes, thank you. The first time if you guys are watching, you hear Judge Whitaker say the only person I'm gonna hear from, take that from, is Miss Bumpus. Gives them 2 minutes, and 2 minutes later, I came in and was called to testify. Okay, I thought all of y'all were mad at me. I don't understand. I did exactly what I was asked to do. And as you heard in the multiple objections, it was supposed to be limited to the subject matter of, was there an off the record conversation? From the beginning, I have been saying, I believe that the transcript was complete, minus off the record conversations.
And I would actually go on to say that deputy that came in, he actually said the same thing, that there were some stuff going on off the record. I mean, y'all can go back and watch it, but we watched it here. The deputy, he was like a witness or two ago. He said that it was something that was going on off the record.
I don't remember who was in the room at certain points. I don't remember. One, if I would have been given a chance to prepare, that is completely different. I was not given a chance to prepare. I was literally sitting in the courtroom. Even when officers come and testify, even when any witness, let me fix my nose, when any witness comes to testify, they have a chance to review their report, review the facts of the case, think about what they're going to say. I literally had 2 minutes. I'm sitting in the courtroom and they say this. No one tells me about this. And all of a sudden, they're calling me as a witness. I said what the Brady was on the stand. I say multiple times. I say that the Brady was Mr. Copeland. This is what you guys have to understand. Let me just get to the point. What I was supposed to be saying, and I'm still a sworn officer of the court. So I cannot get on the stand and lie. I cannot get on the stand and say anything that is untrue or anything that would jeopardize my career. So the only thing that I'm able to say is the truth. And the only thing I was able to say is that there was an off-the-record conversation where Simone told Mr. Copeland the only thing that she would not allow him to testify without possibly seeking criminal charges for false statements was the unaliving, y'all got mad at me for saying that, but the unaliving of Donovan Thomas. That was the purpose of the whole. I don't understand the extra questions. They had nothing to do with anything. No, I just want you guys, I'm not upset at all. I really don't care. I just want you guys to understand what the point of me being called was, because I don't think a lot of you actually understand what the point was. The point was for me to testify that there was a statement made by Mr. Copeland saying he knew something about the Infinity, which I did. And the point was to testify that the transcript was complete minus the off the record conversation, which is what I did. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you so much. No, I wasn't nervous. A lot of you guys don't know that courtroom is freezing. It is freezing in there. So I was cold. And another thing, I want you guys to understand, please don't hold me accountable for what any attorney said. I'm not a defense attorney on this case. So if another attorney took what I said and chose to make their own theme or punchline, I can't, you can't hold me accountable for what another attorney said.
That makes sense. Let me see if we can speed it up.
I had no, like I said, guys, I literally was sitting in the courtroom. They called me. I had no idea. I had no time to prepare. I have been in court all morning for my clients. I've been from courtroom to courtroom to courtroom. I came in here as I do every day to sit, and my whole point of even sitting in here is because of the injustices that I have seen occurring in this courtroom. And I feel like they have done everything to try to bully me and keep me out of this courtroom, which is a public courtroom. And that's the only reason why I continue to come in here day after day after day, to prove that I'm going to stand up for what's right. And I'm going to continue to get on YouTube. And I don't care what anybody has to say on here. But if I'm going to get on here and talk to you guys, I'm going to talk about everything. You guys talk about Adriane, you guys talk about this. You're talking about me, so I'm going to address me. And like I said, let's be clear. I'm sitting in a courtroom. No, that is virtually unheard of for someone to be sitting in a courtroom and told they have 2 minutes to go use the restroom, come back, and be ready to get on the stand. I had no idea the line of questioning. I just knew the task was to explain what happened in that meeting and was the transcript complete.
Okay, so from my understanding, it seemed like Kayla just happened to be there, but she wasn't summoned there to testify. She was just already there. So I wonder if she was in Texas or she was, not there at the court or at vacation, what would they have done?
Explain what happened in that meeting and was the transcript complete. I have gone on YouTube over and over and over and over to say, I believe that as an attorney, the transcript was complete minus off the record conversations. And today, the only task that I was given was to discuss that off the record conversation. Everything else was not relevant. And I don't understand. And you guys heard Doug object multiple times to Judge Whitaker making him stay in this scope for the off the record conversation. And Adriane was able to ask all of these other questions. And also, yes, I didn't correct him because at that point I didn't know where. Everybody keeps talking about Mr. Copeland was on this, says on my thing that I didn't correct him because that wasn't the time to correct him. But we did have a phone conversation where I said, hey, I don't think you should say that the transcript is not complete as much as there's an off the record conversation that happened. And I don't regret that conversation. And if anything, I would pull clips from YouTube, from TikTok, from everything to say that I have always maintained that I believe the transcript is complete minus an off the record conversation. I have said that over and over and over. And transcripts are not supposed to include off the record conversations.
But see, and Woody probably didn't understand that. Somebody had asked Woody when he did the live with Kayla, is the transcript complete? And Woody said no. And Woody, he was telling the truth. There was some more stuff that happened that wasn't on the transcript. Now, whether it's an on the record conversation, off the record conversation, that ain't for Woody to understand. That's lawyer talk. All Woody know is some more stuff happening in the room that wasn't wrote down. So Woody wasn't lying when he said the transcript wasn't complete, because there was some more stuff said. Not only
also, I wanted to say, Melnick had time to prepare. He had multiple days to prepare for what was going to happen. I didn't.
And for those who popping in, we're waiting on the court to come back. The court's on break, so we're just watching a little bit of Kayla's live, so she could tell us how she was ambushed by the court. She said she didn't know. This is what she's saying. She said she only had 2 minutes.
Only thing, and I'm gonna clear this up, and this is the only thing that I did not recall was who was in the room at every point in time, and that's because how you doing? Hey. Yes, I'm on live. No, you look good. I said, hey, Miss Anita. Oh, okay. Sorry, y'all. I'm sitting on the courthouse there. But pretty much. Thank you. How you doing? Doing good. Oh, yeah, I know. Okay, sorry, y'all. I'm sitting on the courtroom step.
They see you talking, and they still gonna come up.
I do think that it's not I do think that I helped the defense, because the only part that I was supposed to get out was, and at this point it's about integrity. It's not about anything other than that. So you got to understand, like I said, I was sitting in the courtroom. I had no idea that I was about to testify until I'm sitting in the courtroom. Nobody talked to me prior to Judge Whitaker saying the only person I'll take that from is Miss Bumpus. The only thing I was supposed to say was that there was an off-the-record conversation and that there was Brady information disclosed in that off-the-record conversation. That was my burden, and that's what I did. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. I don't know. If I was sitting in the courtroom, I do think they would have called me. I think they still would have called me. No, I didn't have any time to prepare over the weekend. The first time that I ever knew of me ever being called as a witness was sitting in the courtroom 5 minutes before I had to testify. And all I was told that I would be testifying about is the off-the-record conversation. I did not know we would be going from the top of the transcript to the bottom of the transcript. I'm reading some of these comments. Okay, y'all. I at first I was like, nobody knows what it feels like to be in my position. At the end of the day, throughout this whole situation, why would I risk my career, my reputation? I've been saying from the beginning that I don't want to have beef with nobody in the DA's office. So I want to let you guys know it took a lot for me to get up there and do that. There's no reason for me to lie. I told the truth. I was not nervous. The courtroom is like -0 degrees. So I was freezing. I was freezing cold. And all I did was got up there and I spoke the truth. And it's the same things. It's so confusing to me because it's the exact same things that I have been saying on my live. I was not the first one to tell about the meeting. I've said that over and over and over again. I was not the first person to tell about the meeting. I said that. I've said over and over again, the transcript is complete minus the off-the-record conversation. I've said that. I said that I did have a conversation with members of the defense, and I told them everything that happened from the beginning to the end procedurally. I said that. But at the end of the day, members of the defense told me I did a great job. Everybody, members from the family told me I did a great job. So a lot of times I feel like, another thing is, okay, here's a good question. So, see, is it gonna pin this?
Now, if it's just
Somebody said, am I going to get in trouble for not telling Judge Whitaker about the No, I'm not, because that wasn't my duty. My duty was, I told the defense about it, and as you guys got up, I heard Brian still get up and say that he gets up and he says,
all right, y'all, we'll finish this in a second. Court is back. Let's see who the next witness is.
All right, were you able to get Ms. Potter?
Thank you, Tia.
So Judge, my request is that the court allow us, if I call her, to do it in the morning, and to also allow us to, because we've got the case that.
Hang on.
Oh.
Sorry, they said we're ready. So I just kind of assumed we were ready. Hang on.
All right, y'all. So we back on break. They don't have
There
all
are
the
some empty chairs.
defendants in the courtroom. That's wild. All right, let's go.
let me do a timeline. On this timeline, he says, when did you tell me this? When did you tell me this? And when did I stand up in court and make the objection to the meeting or whatever? And the point of that is, in that same day, I made the defense aware, which then made the court aware of what happened. So that's the timeline. Also, I had no duty to tell the court that the transcript was incomplete, because I still stand that the transcript was not incomplete, but there were off the record conversations. Off the record conversations do not have to be transcribed.
Yeah, she said
I
that,
said
India.
from the beginning, and I guess you can ask any defense attorney, I never said to any defense attorney that Mr. Copeland admitted to unaliving anyone. I never said that. Everything that I have ever said is what I said on the stand today. I cannot control what someone takes from that and uses as a defense, and it should not be held against me.
She said that, India.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. I don't care if people think I'm looking bad or any negative comments, because I did what I was supposed to do. I did everything that I could have done. I was not nervous at all. I don't know why you guys think I was nervous. I was freezing. It was cold. It's freezing in the courtroom.
We'll finish that after the court.
Thank you, Judge. The state is asking if the court will allow us an opportunity to respond to the Ford Motor Company case that we provided today, and in making our final argument, and to allow us, if we decide the need to call ADA Potter. The main thing that I wanted to get out was regarding when Mr. Copeland pled, and I haven't had an opportunity to talk to her about that. I think she was the one that represented the state in that plea.
Yeah, she was. But I mean, I told you that he pled on June 28th of 2023.
Right. When I first started looking at Abigail Potter and had the three names.
Oh, okay. So you may not need her after all, then that's fine. Yeah, if that's all you needed her for, it's in the court record.
Okay.
And I have taken judicial notice of it. And then a response to the Ford case, I mean, with regard to whether that's the law or not, or whether that's an appropriate
I have not
sanction. Yeah, yeah, sure. You haven't had a chance to take a look at it, sure. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, that's fine. You can make whatever response, if any, you want to in the morning.
And thank you. So that's it.
Okay.
Outside of Ms. Potter, I don't think that we would have any other persons to present, but if we did, we would have them here and ready to go first thing. I just wanted to review all of our notes and make certain that every issue that was raised here today is addressed properly.
That's fine.
Thank you.
And Ms. Rosser's looking for that certificate of service of the subpoena. And
I know that you keep copies, so I can get one of those too.
think that I've got the certificate of service of a subpoena that you are referencing, because it has that on May 31st, Investigator Long actually served Mr. Copeland, and I'll let you look at it, but it looks like it actually is also attached as a, and I don't know if it was or not, but it at least references that the order that Judge Glanville enters on the 7th that is pursuant to 24-5-507 that gives him immunity, maybe attaches that subpoena, but I don't know. Anyway, if you want to come take a look and see whether that's what you mean. And if so, we can make a copy of it and you can do whatever you want with it from there.
Not a Tubi movie. But there's a lot going on, or whatever you pulling these mics.
Is that it?
It is. It is. It's attached to the, as the court said, it's attached to the motion to, well, the order granting the state's motion to compel.
All right. And so it's already, I would think, then in the record.
Yes. Yes.
All right. And so what's their argument you wanted to make about that? Or just
that, and I can reserve the rest of it for tomorrow, but just that he was served, Mr. Copeland was served on May 31st, and I think that's well a week before he was ever called to testify, or anyone was informed that he would be the next person up. And we did not, I'll make argument at the appropriate time.
all right. Okay, so tomorrow, in addition to wrapping up whatever final evidence and argument there might be as to either of those issues, what I would like, I think y'all now have, if not every bit of Mr. Copeland's prior testimony, almost every bit of it, and Ms. Weaver's been pretty fast at turning it around. And at this point, it may be best to redo the entirety of Mr. Copeland's testimony, including bringing him back in and asking him whether
Ain't that some
he
man?
wants to testify.
Start all over.
And I'll hear from everybody on what we might need to advise him of, if anything he's been, or re-advise him of, or correctly advise him of, and then just maybe start from scratch with him. If there are things that everybody can agree I just don't know whether we know what he's going to do or how he's going to testify. So I don't know if it's productive
It's
to
not.
continue to look and see whether there are things y'all can agree on. But if there are things that everybody can agree on and we can just say, okay, you know, these 5 things take as, you know, something he said and the rest of it redo, or whether we just want to start 100% from scratch. As I understand it, nobody had played the June 10th, 2015 interview from him yet anyway, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's the only one where he inculpates any of these defendants, right?
No.
No, that's not right. That in the Donovan Thomas murder is what I mean.
Oh. That's the first one, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Directly in the way that he did on.
Okay. Okay. All right. But we need to make some progress into the, I mean, I am still considering and working through Mr. Shard's motion, and then we'll get to Mr. Weinstein's motion for mistrial. Both of them are motions for mistrial. But assuming for the purposes of getting things done, that those are not ultimately granted, then we need to pick back up with this trial. Obviously, if they're granted, then that's a whole other ballgame. But I want us to make progress in the meantime. So tomorrow, I would like for our focus to be on how to handle Mr. Copeland and his testimony or potential testimony once we have the jury back, whether there's any agreement as to anything, proposed jury instruction as to if we're disregarding any or all of it, what that should say, whether we need to take notes, all of that kind of like the details we actually need to think through. I want y'all working on that tonight so that we can make progress with that tomorrow. And, you know, there are a lot of things up in the air in this case. And I am going to once again say to everybody that there's a lot of risk for everybody. There's a lot on the line for everybody, both sides of this case. And I know not everybody has necessarily the most fruitful relationship with each other across the aisle right now. But I know, Mr. Steele, you said that you do still have a good relationship with the district attorney herself, who certainly authorized to talk about each and every case because they're all her cases ultimately. But, you know, y'all need to be thinking about all of the potential ways to handle and move forward in this case.
Nope.
And I encourage y'all to be doing that.
Nobody's taking a plea deal. He want a plea deal.
Who knows what it's going to be otherwise, okay?
And Your Honor, we did get last night, speaking of things that we can deal with.
Yeah.
We got last night from Mr. Sharp, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe about 76 proposed redactions from the proper of one of our witnesses that we discussed on Friday, Mr. Zachary.
Okay.
At some point, I know that the court is going to have us address those. So, and I believe that Mr. Sharp, he can again correct me if I'm wrong, said that he could go through that was what the August 2017 interview, a proper from Mr. Zachary. And there's an earlier one that I think he said he's going to go through and. Okay, he said he's gonna go through another one.
Okay.
And so if he sends us those, that's another thing that we need to work out.
Perfect. And so y'all go ahead and tackle the first 76, see if there are things that you can agree on so that we can have an efficient day like we did on Friday where we sort out so that everybody knows here's what can and cannot come in potentially with regard to this witness. And he's coming up pretty soon. And if Mr. Copeland makes a decision different than his last decision, we may be getting to Mr. Zachary sooner than we think.
And if that is the case, then the state would have a motion for the court, similar to the one prior, with respect to Mr. Copeland.
You're gonna have to give me a hint as to what you mean by that.
So Your Honor, just now, Your Honor referenced if Mr. Copeland chooses to do something different than what he chose to do last time.
Uh-huh.
with respect to testify, I'm assuming the court needs to plead the fifth again. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm not undoing the immunity order. The immunity order stands. Unless y'all got some, I mean,
That's what I understand.
okay. All right, well, I mean, I guess we can, I don't at this point see a need to undo and potentially redo an immunity order. I know that there is the argument about how paragraph 11 might contain a misrepresentation as to whether there was an encounter. I mean, the way I read it and what it says is there was an encounter with representatives of the DA's office and people from the defense team. After that, Mr. Copeland told somebody he might plead the fifth. Now, I don't know whether from that it means Mr. Copeland was even a part of that encounter, or if that's just given me some kind of a timeline about one thing happened and then another thing happened. But the import of that to the predecessor judge and to any judge considering does immunity need to be granted and is immunity in the public interest here is not what triggered it. It's this witness who the state thought was going to be testifying voluntarily under subpoena or not, now intends to take the fifth. The only way we can get their testimony, which we believe we need, is to compel it. Will you compel their testimony? That's the import of it to me, not what led up to it, because there's no allegation of coercion or dirty dealing or anything like that, if it even means that Mr. Copeland was involved in any of that. So I don't believe that the immunity order needs to be redone. If somebody else thinks differently, y'all let me know that right now. Silence. Mr. Steele.
I don't believe anything before Mr. Weinstein filed the first motion to recuse. I'm not challenging anything before that.
Okay.
But I do want to hold, there was a lot of exculpatory information before the recusal motion was filed. So I don't want to wipe out Mr. Copeland's testimony on the 10th,
All right.
11th, or part of the
All right, which is why I need y'all to get together on it and let's tackle that tomorrow. The nitty gritty of it, okay? All right, so that means y'all have to do that tonight if you haven't already done it. All right, anything else before we break for the evening? One more thing.
Well, I don't know how they're gonna do that when Hylton don't talk to. Hylton's on vacation and Love don't talk to Steele.
All right, so it's my understanding that other than the transcript of June 12th, everybody should at this point have all of the testimony of Mr. Copeland, and the transcript from the 12th should be forthcoming within hours. And, you know, Miss Weaver was working at like midnight last night. So as soon as she gets it, she'll either forward it to Ms. Percival, who forwarded it to you, or she'll forward it directly. So y'all should have that very shortly.
Not the lean back.
All right, anything else before I bid y'all adieu for the day?
May I inquire if it's appropriate? Is the court's plan to bring the jurors back in on Wednesday? Is that still the plan?
I don't know, because we got things done today, but we didn't get any evidentiary, make any evidentiary progress today. So I don't know. it's less likely now than it was on Friday. And I'll just let y'all know right now that I have an appointment that was set up well before I had any involvement in this case for Friday morning. So I am not available this Friday morning, regardless, this coming Friday morning.
Oh, wow.
And I'm not gonna, I don't know. Let's just see how tomorrow goes. I think we'll have a much better idea tomorrow, whether it's Wednesday for 2 days, which I don't love, or whether it's just next Monday, and let's actually make lots and lots of progress in the next few days and then buckle down with a trial on Monday if it turns out being that. But I'll, remind me tomorrow to think about that again. All right. We're adjourned for the day.
All right, y'all, we're gonna go and finish this other live real quick. And this is pretty much Kayla explaining what happened in court. It's like a few more minutes left.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. No, wouldn't you have to disclose anything that's Brady off the record or not? That's the whole point. The point is that the prosecution did not disclose Brady information. That's the whole point of this motion. The whole point of calling me as a witness was to say that Ms. Hylton heard Mr. Copeland say he knew something about this infinity, that we have 5 witnesses. So we have 5 witnesses that's testified about the infinity. Mr. Copeland is here saying he knows something about the infinity, and she did not turn that over to the state. Also, the main part of the Brady was that he said that he was a liar and that he would confess to all of the crimes. All of the crimes. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Miss Melanie. Good night.
And some of the parts, somebody said I look confused, because at a certain point I was confused. I was confused as to what we were talking about, because Adriane was able to talk about things that had nothing to do with the subject matter of was there an off the record meeting. And that's fine. I don't have a problem with it, but it was confusing. Her questions were confusing. There were multiple times where even the judge said at one point, I'm just as confused as to you about a question someone asked me. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I know they on Law and Crime, but they can talk about me or whatever. Thank y'all so much. I'll talk to you guys later. I just want to get on here and say that. Just remember that I was just called from the courtroom as a witness. That's literally unheard of. That someone would be sitting in a courtroom and just automatically calls as a witness just because they're present. I was not under subpoena. I had no knowledge of how that was gonna go. But I felt like I was willing to take that risk because I knew all I was doing was telling the truth. So I got up there and I told the truth. No, I did not expect to testify. I was given 5 minutes to prepare. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you guys so much. All right.
All right, y'all. Shout out to Kayla. And we just shared that portion of her video on the fair use. I'm sure she wouldn't have a problem with us getting the word out of what really happened. I'll drop the link. I'll drop it again. If y'all have a camera and a mic and y'all want to come up and say something, let me know. Y'all views don't have to align with mine. I don't want nobody to say that I'm not being open to hearing both sides. Y'all swear I'm Team Kayla, but y'all don't come on here and support y'all side. But I will say, from what I've seen so far in her testimony, it seemed as if she was in court just to monitor the trial. We know she went last week to try to video the trial. And the judge didn't give her her Rule 22, but the judge did allow her to sit in with Miss Sylvia. And that was the extended back. So she's already in the courtroom. And they saw her in the courtroom and they're like, hey, Kayla's here. Let's get Kayla on the stand to testify. Now the argument can be made. Who did she help? Did she help the state? Did she help the defense? Did she help Woody? Did she hurt Woody? Or did she just tell what she remembered from the meeting? And some people are saying that they mad at her or they, But, I mean, we know the state and their tricks. And, they could have told her if she's going to testify or not, and they did not. They waited till they saw her there. They called her to the stand. And that's what we got. She said what she remembered happened in the meeting, but it's been, almost a month ago. People in and out the room, a lot of walking, a lot of talking. And not only did she say something happened, not only did Kayla, when I say she, Kayla said something happened in the room that wasn't wrote down. Even the deputy that testified today, he also went in the room and he said that there was some stuff going on, conversations going on that was not recorded. So even DA's Love's own witness, the chief deputy investigator, whatever he called himself, he actually verified Kayla's story. So I know Love is going to cuss him out real good when she get back to that office. She going to tell him, that ain't what I told Joe, stupid, to say. Come on. But that's what I got from it. I did see a little piece of Melnick's testimony. Melnick pretty much said, the same stuff. The DA's office knew that he was representing Woody, and they didn't contact him before they start questioning Woody. And not only that, the other lawyer, this last guy that testified, the one with a lot of hair, he said that even before he questioned Woody, he reached out to Woody's lawyer about an unrelated case. So I don't even think that helped DA Love. DA Love, your own witness who you called, said that when he needed Woody for a corruption case, he knew not to contact Woody. He reached out and contacted Woody's lawyer. Even if Woody didn't have a lawyer, he's going to contact Woody's old lawyer just to be safe. So I think that didn't even help Love. So all of her witnesses actually came in and, really kind of spoke to her decision to question Woody was really out of the norm. Somebody said Kayla had selective amnesia. Yeah, so that's what I pretty much got from it. I know a lot of y'all saying, "Oh, he's gonna take her for Kayla," but I don't mean that. That she came in there on her own and just volunteered to testify. But if the judge call you up, that's a different story. And she said she want to cover the trial because there's a lot of shady stuff going on in Fulton County. Now, some lawyers probably would have been nowhere near their courthouse. If they not working or on a case, they probably wouldn't even been in that judge's face. You ain't gonna call me because I'm gonna be way away from that courthouse. I'm gonna be way in another state. But since she was there and she explained why she was there, then the judge felt that she needed to hear from her. But if somebody has something different that different than what I said. And I know y'all gonna say, man, you taking it easy on her. She inadvertently helps the defense. Basically, the judge was saying to her, if you have time to ask for media clearance, you had time to tell me. But what Kayla told the judge is, I didn't feel the need to tell you about this because it wasn't necessary. Her testimony wouldn't have been so bad if she didn't have the social media presence she has. She's been discussing this since it happened and now is acting confused. I don't know if she was acting confused because one of the questions was like pretty much obvious. And that was like one of the first questions. She said the only time she heard about the ex parte meeting is when Brian Steele came to the courtroom mad about it. And the judge was like, hold on, you knew before Brian Steele came to the courtroom mad about it because you were actually in the ex parte meeting. So you couldn't have found out about the ex parte meeting when Brian Steele came to the court mad about it because you was actually in the meeting 2 or 3 hours before, Brian Steele even knew about it. So that was a pretty obvious answer that I think that Kayla got mixed up on. Because there's no way you can say that I just now found out about a meeting when Brian Steele mentioned it when you were already in the meeting, several hours prior. So I don't think that she intentionally meant to say that. I believe there was some confusion as to what was meant by ex parte meeting. Maybe she probably wasn't even aware that she was having an ex parte meeting, to be honest. She probably thought she was just discussing the case, not even realizing that the defense wasn't there. So that could have been her reasoning that, oh man, I didn't even realize the defense wasn't there, or I didn't know they were supposed to be there. So when Brian Steele expressed his outrage, that's when it clicked to me that, oh, it was an ex parte meeting. India keeps saying, oh, please, India, do you want to come up? And Ms. Deidre Daniel said, this is just a learning lesson. They're not attacking her. Yeah, if you don't mind, just real quick, India, if you don't mind just coming real quick and just giving us your thoughts. Because I like hearing both sides of the coin. Oh, thank you, Chicky, for popping in. If y'all don't mind hitting that like button, and if you like it, subscribe and we can come back and do it again. A comment here, thank you for writing. I think she fumbled, but she provided the information the defense wanted regarding that. Right. Yes, we are live and the case is over with for today. Keisha, if you don't mind, turn on your camera really quick so I can just verify you're a real person. Oh, you changed it. Okay, I know who you are. Hold on, I'm gonna add you to the stage. I'm gonna add both of y'all, and if whoever want to go first, and
I'll go first. Can you hear
oh
me?
yeah, I can hear you. Thank you for coming up again. Definitely appreciate it.
Of course. I mean, all I have to say is it just looked bad. And like I said, um she would have if she was just at that meeting and then came back today and testified, it would be like, okay, maybe she was just, flustered or whatever. But she hasn't. She's been on this social media tour since the day it happened. She has explicitly and implicitly made comments and stuff about everything that has happened. So it's like for her to get on a stand and I don't recall for one, and then for two, in her video, oh, I was caught off guard, etc., etc. I'm not a lawyer. I don't work in the legal field or whatever the case, but common sense would tell me that if Melnick was coming today, it's slightly possible that I might have to testify as well, being that she was the one who was in the actual meeting. That's just common sense. So I'm not really buying that. I think that's an excuse. It's cold. It's an excuse. It's not your first time in that courtroom. So you know the temperature. So please. Like, I don't know, just certain things that just sound like excuses and BS to me, personally. And I feel like, and this is with anything, like if this happened in my job and a situation happened or anything, what do they tell you to do? Document, document, document. Of course, you might not be able to remember off the top of your head, but you knew everybody was pressing this issue. You knew this ex parte kept coming up in one shape or another, that it was an issue. How did you not take it upon yourself to write down what happened? At least write down what you do remember, so that you would know front and back and forth. Whatever questions they asked you, you would know what you were talking about. Like, I don't know, it was just off-putting. It made her look a bit like a liar, a little bit, because like I said, there were things she said explicitly, but there was also things that were implied. So it's like, for people to act like, I don't know, for her to act like that didn't happen and nothing was contradictory is, I don't know. I'm just not buying it. I'm not buying what she's selling. I don't think it was a good look. I don't think it was cute. Like, I don't think it looked right that you have so much to say on your YouTube channel and on TikTok and on Instagram and here, there, and everywhere. But then when you're in a court of law, in a room of your peers, those are her peers. Like, this is her career. This is entertainment, no shade. This is entertainment for all of us. Well, for me, this is entertainment. I don't have nothing on the line. It don't matter to me what happens to any of these people. I won't be affected. I might feel away, but I won't be affected. This doesn't affect me. This affects her in real life. She is a lawyer in that courthouse. These are lawyers, judges, prosecutors. She's going to encounter more than just today, more than just this case. So, like I said, her actions look bad. Like, it's not a good look. I don't care how any, and I think somebody said in a comment, like, she don't think she helped the state or whatever. I don't think she helped nobody, but I do think she made herself look bad. I feel like I don't know. I just feel like she made herself look bad. Like, and I mean, I get what you were trying to say, like about the state trying to catch her up in this and that, but no, this whole hearing was an evidentiary hearing requested by the defense because of things they were told that happened. And things that were told by who? Kayla. So what's the, like, I don't understand the confusion. I don't understand the excuses. I don't understand any of that. Like, I just don't. I'm not buying it.
I will ask you this, because you had said that she looked like a liar. Like, what part in particular are you saying she lied about, or you think she lied about?
She didn't mention when he supposedly fired her. They went through the whole meeting before and after. Like, they discussed the things prior, they discussed the things after. She never mentioned that today, that he had fired her previously. And it was just like, I don't know. I would literally have to go back and watch everything that she put out and watch the testimony again. But I just felt like the I don't know and I don't recall was just, well, why don't you? Because you were saying it with so much conviction before. You were saying you knew what was going on before. So why, when you're asked specific questions, you're confused? And I know you were trying to say, well, the investigator or whoever the investigator,
right,
he didn't remember things as well. He's not a lawyer. He wasn't in there advocating for anybody.
Right, and that's my whole point with him. If you don't remember, say you don't remember. Don't try to agree, just to go along with DA Love and you don't know.
But that goes both ways. And even when in her lab, it was off-putting. First of all, it's off-putting. Why are you mad at me? We are the internet. Who cares what we think? And number two, oh, I think I helped the defense. You shouldn't be worried about helping anybody. You should just be there to tell what happened, to tell the truth, And that's that. You shouldn't be worried about who you're helping and who you're not helping. Like, that's the things that's what makes it look shady. That's what makes it like, okay, well, what's going on the back end? Like, that's why they don't want you in the courtroom. That's why it looks funny when you're representing a witness, but you're hugging people on the defense. That's what makes it look sketchy. It's comments like that. And like I said, I'm just a spectator. I don't know these people, but on the outside looking in, this is how it looks to me. And I actually, like, I like Kayla. Like, I think it's cool seeing a young black lawyer, whatever. But I just think this stuff is not a good look. It looks bad. It doesn't matter what field you're in. It's not cute and it looks bad. It looks unprofessional. It looks messy.
Okay. And normally when you're on the stand, you answer questions that you are being asked. So somebody said that she was not asked about, being fired. So obviously there was no reason
She
for her
was
to bring that
asked
up.
about things that occurred before and after. They asked her what actually happened, like basically from the time she got in the courthouse. All that information came out throughout the testimony, whether it was the defense asking, the judge asking, or the state asking. She was asked questions where she could have mentioned. She was basically asked to tell a play-by-play of everything. So to say, oh, well, she wasn't asked that specifically, she was asked a lot.
Yeah, well, the thing is, with her being an attorney, she still has that attorney-client privilege with Woody. So you don't want to just go on and say what her and Woody talked about outside of a third person, because that's attorney-client privilege. So I can see why she kind of kept the distance between her conversation with Woody than the conversation she had in front of Hylton or Love and the court and all that stuff. But at the same time, I don't think that enough can be said. If she don't remember, she don't remember. But I don't know if we can say for sure that she's lying, because if you're on YouTube, you can kind of say what you think, but when you're in the courthouse, you can't really say what you think, because if you say something that's wrong and you're under oath, then it could be perjury, and she don't want to be charged by Fonnie Willis and her team. So if you don't know for sure, you say you don't know. But on YouTube, if you think, then it's a different playing field. I understand what you're saying, but it's different than being in the court of law. India said, I said what I got to say. I'm not going to be going back and forth with you. Thank you so much, India, for coming up.
Yeah, it's not even that. And I get YouTube as a different arena, but at the same time, that's what makes it look bad. And like you said, like, maybe I shouldn't say she lied, but it just looks, it was off-putting. It was off-putting because it's like, in one stance you were saying XYZ, but then when you're really held to the fire and really asked in the court of law, because don't present things as facts if they're not facts. That's all I'm gonna say. And I'll calm down.
Okay, thank you. And someone had a good point here. The deputy said the same thing. Kayla was only there for one purpose. She was there to determine if anything was said that's not recorded down. Anything that was said off the record. Because if something was said off the record, then the defendants have a right to know about it. Young Thug's lawyer and all the other co-defendants have a right to know about that. Because whatever said off record could be something that they need to set their clients free. So of course they are entitled to that. So Kayla said something was said off record. Then the investigator came in and he said something was said off record. And then Love's own attorney friend came in there, and he said that when he reached out to Woody about an unrelated case, he reached out to Woody's attorney. He said even if Woody wasn't represented, if Woody had an old lawyer, he would have reached out to his old lawyer first, just to be safe. So I think a lot of witnesses came in and they, corroborated what Kayla said. They actually backed Kayla up, and they also said that DA Love, if you're going to talk to a witness, and even if you think he has a lawyer, it's best to be safe. And now Love is in a situation where she's accused of talking to a witness, Woody, without a lawyer present. Go ahead, Ms. Keisha. Thank you for joining. You had something you want to
add? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. So India, she did make some great points. But the other side of that is that Kayla, like you just said, you said a lot what I was going to respond to. But number one, this chaos. For one, when Love and them watched those videotapes of Woody, they knew he had a lawyer. All of us did. When his interrogation tape, one of the people in there said it, is Melnick still your lawyer? And they were even talking about the cases, some of the cases that he had discussed on, live and after he had already came to court. But everything Kayla said, majority of what she said on live in her videos, she said in the courtroom. And then the judge had already told them she only wanted relevant information to the proffer that Steele made about the Brady material. But the only thing I didn't like is that it took for Miss Love to ask the question directly. All those lawyers had got up, but I don't know if they were scared to ask the question or they wanted her to ask. But that's the only part I didn't really understand why they didn't just, because she asked it. And even though it didn't benefit her, it made it kind of worse for her, but she went ahead and asked the main question of why they were there. But so Miss Love kind of calls all this what I was saying before. She don't have no candor. She doesn't have any, she reveals everything and she doesn't know how to pull it back. Like today, she was all over the place at the last part of the evidentiary hearing. She was, I felt like she didn't really have it together and she was grasping, for anything she could, because none of these people were relevant to her even bringing them in.
That makes sense. And also someone had asked a question about her being fired, but even if a client tells you you're fired, that don't mean you can just pack up and go home. You still have to be released by the court. So until you're released by the court, then Mr.
Right.
Don Cato, then you're not for
and
our
I think
purposes
India,
fired.
right.
Go
And I
ahead,
think
go ahead.
India mentioned, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say India mentioned that. That was another point too. But Kayla wasn't fired until after her job was done with Woody, as far as when he started testifying. And that's what she initially was there for. If he purged, then her job was done. But the judge didn't want to release her, so Woody fired her so he could help her. Because like she said, she was trying to get back to Texas. You know what I'm saying? Like everything makes sense that she was saying. If it went off the rails to where it started not adding up, then you could probably say, well, she wasn't solid on everything she was saying. But it goes without saying, everything is like the proof is in the pudding. They said it was more to that transcript, and it was, and the main thing they needed her to say was that Brady information. Out. I don't know if it's going to help, because I feel like at this point, all the red flags and signs, the people in position keep ignoring them. Like, I don't know what else they can do. So that's my question to you, though. TalkThatLaw is like, where do they go from here?
As far as the case, it appears to me that the judge, she want to push forward. The only way this case will end is by a verdict from a jury or a plea deal that she keep pushing for. The judge is insisting on the state talking to the defense about a plea deal. Obviously, that's not going to happen right now because the defendants believe they are winning. And if you are winning, why would you take a plea deal in the fourth quarter? So I don't think that, the judge would declare a mistrial. Now, if she's going to kick off Love or Hylton, I'm not sure. But at this point, leave them on. Let them live what they lost if they earned it. If they earn their win, let them live what they win. But we're so far gone, I don't think you should, try to bring in new lawyers and waste more time getting them up to speed. That'll take forever. And now
Right.
and now the judge is talking about starting over Woody's testimony completely. Like what?
So
Road
is
Dogg.
that
Oh, go
is
ahead, go
that
ahead.
Brady is that so the evidence that they did get out of her, so is it Brady material?
Is it Brady material
as far as the unaliving of the things that
I mean,
Kayla
I guess you could say, yeah, I guess you could say that Brady, if something was said, because one of the defendants, if more than one, are accused of taking Nuts alive, Donovan Thomas. But if you have a conversation in the back room where Woody is alluding to anywhere near that conversation about him having something to do with Nut, whether he did or not, then that's something that the defense attorney should know about. I mean, that's definitely Brady. If Woody's saying that I did it or I didn't do it or whatever the case may be, I know who really did it. It wasn't the people out in the gallery. It wasn't the defendants. Then the defense attorneys need to know about it, because when the defense attorney's time to cross-examine Woody and ask him questions, they can bring that up. Isn't it true you said you did all these crimes? Isn't it true that my clients, didn't do these crimes? Isn't it true you said you know about Nuts' murder, not my client? So yeah, that is definitely, I think, Brady, something that the defense lawyers have a right to know about. Road dogs in conversations.
So are they gonna have to talk to Woody before they come back, before he gets on the stand?
I don't think nobody should talk to Woody now. Any talking to Woody needs to happen on the stand.
I'm sorry. As far as the courts, do they have to let have, I don't know really, but just legally?
No, I don't think so. I mean, if they tell him when he show up, we're going to strike your old testimony, you're going to start over, then that's that. So I don't think that's going to be nothing major they have to do. Oh yeah, I see you unmuted yourself. You had something you wanted to add?
Yeah, man. Talk that law, brother. It's good to see you, man. You are that guy. We're gonna try to get you boosted up, man. You need to be worldwide viral every day, brother. You got the realness to you. You're solid, man. You're just solid, brother. And I'm telling you, man, cats are watching you. Even if they're not on here and telling you, they watching you. I'm knowing. And blessings to you, brother. Blessings to you. You're a solid guy, man. You're a solid guy. So yeah, bro. So on the flip side, though, I just heard something though that I got to disagree with you on that very last thing you said. So you're saying where you don't think she's gonna push for the mistrial at all?
That's me personally. I don't see it. I think this judge, I don't know if she wants is a career booster for her. I don't know if she want to be in the Supreme Court, appeals court, politician. I don't know, but I don't see her getting rid of this trial. And that's personal opinion.
Yep. That's a good look, though. I mean, you're right. There's something definitely with the politics of it all. I think she has ambition, so I'm agreeing with you on that. There's something going on with her ambition. But what I think she's running into right now, though, is her arrogance, right? Like the way I'm looking at it, bro, is that, now you tell me what you think, but the way I'm looking at it is she is a master conductor as far as keeping the trains running on time. That's her thing, right? 2 o'clock means 2 o'clock, and I'm not gonna be in here shucking and jiving. I'm not gonna let this go on, and get the earbuds out, and no cell phones and whoop whoop whoop. That's her whole shtick, right? That she's gonna be a taskmaster. But the problem is she's run into something that she doesn't have the depth for. She hasn't been here for months and months and months. She doesn't know the background. She doesn't really know the people. She doesn't have the inner workings, right? So she can't just force, even when she's like, okay, well, the state needs to have this ready by tomorrow. She can't force that work to get done. That work's not done. These cats been used to working with Glanville. We get to it when we get to it. We deal with this today, but that other stuff, down the line, kicking it down the line. So but in her mind, she's like, well, it should have already been done pre-trial. This stuff still shouldn't be here. So have it done by tomorrow. Y'all get together at lunch. Y'all get together tonight. That's not happening. So her vibe, you can see that she's getting more and more frustrated, more and more. She can't get these trains to run on time. She can't force her way into getting that work done. She can't force her way to getting this stuff back in line. So where does she go with that? maybe I don't need this in my life. Maybe there's another way. Maybe I don't, as much as I wanted to be like, yeah, I can make this, and yeah, the camera's on and I'm gonna straighten all this out. I ain't Glanville, I'm gonna straighten. Yeah, but not so much. This ain't gonna just come together like that. But there's a way out. There's a way out. There's a mistrial over there. There's a mistrial motion over there. There's a mistrial motion over there. Do I really need, wait a minute, I got an extra wrinkle in my forehead from yesterday. Do I really need this in my life? So I agree with you that there may be some ambition, but I think there's also a level of frustration and reality that's setting in with her right now. And she may hit the back door because who's going to blame her?
Okay. I mean, and that definitely could happen. My thing is she had this case, I believe, since July 19th. So almost 3 weeks on Friday. And she's had ample opportunity to dispose of this case. There's so many mistrial motions she could have granted the very first one she saw. Like, I'm not going to touch this, I'm going to get rid of it. But I don't see her pushing through the game like 3 weeks worth of reading and motions and responses that all of a sudden she's going to wake up and say, okay, I don't want it anymore. And now she's even saying, keep working on plea deals. So that's another indication to me. She just said that, about 20 minutes ago, keep working on plea deals. That's another indication to me. She's not going to let this go on her own. And that's just me. Hey, if I'm wrong, please come back and we can discuss it.
well, normally you're right, brother. You're a solid brother. So normally, you know what I'm saying? Normally you're right. But I'm thinking that I'm seeing her, even in the way she ended up today, with not even knowing if, when Shard asked her, hey, are the cats coming back on Wednesday? The fact that she was up there with the cameras rolling. Now, this ain't a good look. This is not a good look. Well, I don't know. I don't. Now, think about that. That's not her. That's not the look that she presented from day one, where somebody gonna ask her if the jury's coming back on Wednesday, and she up there filibustering. Yeah, see, remind me tomorrow. I don't really. That's letting me know that her strength, which is this scheduling thing, her strength, which is, I got this under control, she's drowning up there. She can't even say if the jury's coming back on Wednesday.
Okay, well, and then I would add, it's another side to that coin, because with Woody, we got to remember, she wants the attorneys to go home tonight to figure out which portions of Woody's testimony will be kept, or if they should start all the way over. And I'm thinking again, why is she concerned with Woody's testimony starting all the way over, or are they going to pick up where they left off if she's planning on disposing of this case and throwing it out? Could it be that she realizes Wednesday's approaching, right? So she realizes she skirted over that. They already were trying to get down to the get down as to what comes in, what doesn't come in, what they're going to tell the jury to forget, to not listen to, where you're going to start from, right? She skirted over a lot of stuff that she now has to pay the price for. So what I heard, I agree with you that why would she do that, right? I agree with you that that could be taken a different way. I agree. But from my vantage point, that was more indication that she realizes when she skirted by that before and just started making rulings and let's just start going through it. She had already accepted, we're going to start from after Weinstein and we're just going to go from when he put the motion in for recusal. We just going to go from there. But today, because she's frustrated and just wants to be productive, as she says, then she had to say, well, dang, well, where do we start from? So she makes this flippant response. Well, maybe we just start all over. So then what happens? Steele's like, yo, but wait a minute. I don't want that stuff from before the meeting to be taken out. We've been making agreements on the stuff based on the fact that those couple of days was going to be in. So what I'm hearing is she didn't even know where she was at. She didn't even realize that she had already basically put it out there that when y'all are agreeing and disagreeing, objecting and letting stuff in these past few days, it's been the stuff after the meeting. But now you're going to just flippantly say, well, we might even just start all the way over. That's telling me she's confused. That's not telling me that she's trying to hang in there. That's telling me that she's not even aware. And that's why Steele had to object right there and say, yo, whoa, wait a minute. I want that stuff in. We actually have been accepting stuff based on it was going to be there. You can't just say something like that. That's why he had to come back with that. Because he's like, wait a minute, that's not even an understanding we've been operating under. Yeah. That could be the case. And this trial has taken so many twists and turns you can't leave nothing out of the realm of possibility. But I will add that, from my understanding, there's a lot more evidence to go through as far as, I don't know if it's jail calls or videos they need to go over to see what's coming in, what's staying out. And she don't know how long it's going to take tomorrow, as well as witnesses that Love is still calling. Love is waiting on, I think, another witness or so. So depending on that timing will determine if the jury will come back Wednesday. So she can't say for sure, depending on how fast they move tomorrow. And then she also mentioned that she has to be out on Friday. So she don't even know if bringing the jury back on Wednesday would even be worth it, Wednesday or Thursday. If she has to be out Friday just for 2 days, you might as well start off fresh on a fresh week on Monday on August the 12th. So I believe she's looking at all of that. So I don't think it's just, she don't know what's going on. I think she's very well aware of the timing, the scheduling. I believe that the things I just laid out could be influencing her decision not to bring the jury back on Wednesday, depending on how fast they move tomorrow.
All right. Respectfully, we agree. Let me ask you a quick question. Let me ask you a quick question.
Piggyback off of what y'all just said. I agree with what he just said, and plus, I think that she was not taking into account for what was going to happen today. I felt like she was going to hear what they said and sent them and started back on what she had already planned. And once she started getting the information, she realized how much of a case this is a mess, and that she really does need to, like Mr. Harvey said, there's no way you could come in without familiarizing yourself with what has been going on. And I agree with, both of you guys made good points, but he made a valid point as far as you're fighting against what they kept trying to tell her. She can't come. And then, like Mr. Weinstein said in his motion, every time you peel off something from the house, it's another hole in the wall. And she can't foresee that. Right. She can't foresee that. It's almost like we're going to have to tear this whole house down and start all over.
Right. And I mean, and that's something that I think she knew going in day one, that this case is a mess. It has passed so many levels of appeals, motions. I think she was like the 4th or 5th judge to actually touch the case. So, I mean, I think she was well aware when she got it, but who knows? Maybe her eyes will be open tonight. I don't think so. But you say you had a question for me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And again, brother, again, you're doing a great job, man. We proud of you, man. You representing for real, for real. We just real proud of you. For the question I want to, so since Hylton was leading the deal with Woody and she's out, and she had already said that she was going to be out, and then they had talked about whether or not somebody else could run it, right? So my question to you, and I don't know if you've already covered it, but are we about to see the Fonny show? Is Fonny about to take some, and this is my own thought, this is my thought, right? That, them cameras are too bright right now. The whole world watching, and Fonny can come down right now, and her and Woody, the Fonny Woody show? Are you serious? Cats ain't watching that? Cats ain't watching. And then Whitaker just said, well, technically they all Fonny's cases. She just said it today. She's like, well, they all Fonny's cases. So can Fonny come? Somebody got to bring the funk to Lil Woody. Are we about to see the Fonny Woody show?
I'll pay some good money to see that. Some good money. That is some good content for YouTube. If Fonny, step up. We need you. Love won't talk to Woody. He don't like her. They don't like each other. And we know homeboy that sit next to Love ain't up to the task. Woody will eat him alive. And Brown, that vibe.
The only other option is to send down Adam. They could send Adam down a body, the guy we saw today, okay? The light-skinned brother. The guy that came up today, Adam Agati, a body.
Okay.
You feeling me? The guy that came up today and brought up, they could bring him because he represented Fonny in the Nathan Wade thing. So he's her go-to because he was the one fighting that deal. That's how I had to know him with the Trump deal. Okay. So when they had the deal with her and Nathan, it was Adam who was up there kicking the Willy Bobo. So he's a mouthpiece for her in more ways than one. So they may send him, but what is that? That ain't really the shine for Fonny that she won't. But the real shine, her and Woody, oh yeah, must see YouTube.
Must
for
see.
real, for real.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lay back if you don't mind.
Oh yeah. Thank you so much for stopping by and showing the channel some love. I know you're a big channel. You didn't have to stop by here, but I definitely appreciate you for doing that. And hopefully,
Man, I got a salute to you, man. I'm saluting to you, brother, man. For real, for real. You know, appreciate you. Have a good one.
Oh yeah, same
peace,
to you.
Peace to all y'all, man. Much love. And again, man, we proud of you. TalkThatLaw. Keep growing, keep doing your thing, man. Because we watching you, man. You a solid brother. And you're just gonna get bigger, better and better, man. You already Diesel, man. For real. So we appreciate you.
Thank you so much. We'll be in touch for sure.
All right now.
All right. Then. All right.
Else get up here too.
No, I didn't mean to pull you down. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're fine. I'm gonna let somebody else talk. I'm gonna sit in here and listen.
They ain't saying nothing in the chat. They ain't saying nothing. I didn't drop this link because as soon as I get off, you sure know you was taking up for Kayla. I know that's your little friend or whatever. I know y'all cool.
Right. I don't think she did a bad job. Right. I don't think she did a bad job though. You defended her well.
Right. And I mean she said she was ambushed, she was in the courtroom when it happened. And like I said, me personally, I don't want to look at them. And when I say at them, I mean the prosecution team at all. So I wouldn't be nowhere near that courthouse. And that's just me personally.
But I will agree with India that she had to know that, because it's just, she had to know that part, that she could possibly be pulled in. And it's just, that's everything that happens in that courtroom is going to be the talk of the day till the next day.
Mikey B say she was chasing that cloud, but see, I don't have any ties to Atlanta. And from my understanding, when we watched Kayla's live earlier, Kayla was saying that she felt the need to sit in the courtroom. She'd seen firsthand the injustices and the shade and all the shady stuff going on. I mean, we even seen them on the news with Fannie and the Trump case and how that's going. So it ain't just this case. And Kayla saying she felt the need to actually sit in the courtroom. Now, she has ties to that community. She don't want to see people get railroaded and, disregarded and discarded. So she want to sit in there to shed light with her camera. And I mean, she's entitled to do that. But like I said, me personally, I don't think I would go anywhere near that courthouse. If I ain't got to see they face in person, then I'm fine sitting back and watching it from behind the scenes. Thank you so much to Road Dog and Conversation for the kind contribution. And obviously, I'm sure y'all know his channel. So if y'all want to go over there and follow, feel free to do that. And we're going to see. He said that the judge, may be getting ready to throw it out. I'm saying that she's not going to throw this case off to save her life. But I did invite him back.
I think she either is going to get rid of Love, or I don't know. I think that's the most she's going to do, honestly. But I would think she would give it a mistrial.
The question is, do we even want Love gone?
Yes.
We want her gone.
Yes.
I think it's going to, we need a villain in this story. I mean,
that's true.
Glanville gone, so it kind of dried up a little bit. Now, Love, if Love gone, who they gonna take over? The dude sitting next to her, and we barely getting by, trying to stay awake as it is.
So you saying she got to stay in for the movie, for the Netflix movie?
Yeah, she gonna have to, because they bring anybody else here, they gonna wear us out. I might literally fall off this chair on live. So we need somebody to say, now, Love, quit all that line and sit down somewhere else.
Yes. She was all, did you see how she was all over the place though today?
She wanted us to see them jeans she had on. I said, woman, have a seat. We see them. We see them. You can sit down now. You can sit down now. We see your pantsuit, your slacks. You can have a seat. Because she was moving all around. I don't think I've ever seen her do this much standing up and carrying on. And that's a lot. That, for love, she always moving around. So for me to say, I don't remember her doing this much. Maybe she doing a little extra because Hylton gone. Law Malcolm.
I think she was nerves. I think it was her nerves.
Law Malcolm, you had something that you wanted to add?
No, not really. I'm just sitting back listening, man. How you doing?
I'm doing
How you doing?
Yeah,
good. I just like to have fun and sit back and do my little chat. That's all. But I like what Love is doing. Miss Love is doing a wonderful job, and I think she's gonna get it done.
And you saying that because I know I see your comments daily. You say they all guilty.
Come
on now.
In a slight way, I think they are kind of guilty in a way. Yes.
Okay.
They don't look too good for them. Honestly, they don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean. Now I'm starting to go a little bit on the other way because it's taking too long and this and that. So I'm trying to give him a little leaning way that he might get a little leaning and don't be guilty as like I was going to hard on him at first. So I might cut him a little bit of slack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I always like to hear different perspectives. I know some people in some chats they may shut you down, delete your comments, kick you out. But I'm pretty open. I like everybody to have their own voice, even if we don't agree. We all got different upbringings, different backgrounds, different ways of thinking. So I always like hearing different sides. So I'll never shut nobody's voice down. And from my understanding, there was an issue with the chat earlier. Some type of way it was labeled as a kids video. I don't know what happened with that. So when it's a kids video, they shut off the comments. But once it was brought to my attention, we got the comments up. So I wasn't trying to keep the chat down. So don't run and tell that lie, y'all. And as Mr. Law Malcolm, you can vouch for that. I have never shut you out.
Yeah, that's why I like coming to your set, man. Because you don't. I go to other sets. All of them just to block me out. Everybody.
They blocked you out.
They blocked me out, man. They said they're coming at me. They're gonna send the police. They're gonna send lawyers. They're gonna lock me up and all this. I'm like, it's not serious, bro. I'm just, just speaking a little mind, a little fun too at the same time. It's not serious.
Right. You got your own opinion. And I want to ask you, what made you, think in the manner you did about the case, and why, what made you kind of sway a little bit to the right now, what information led you to that? I'm just curious.
Let me think for a second. I don't know. It just seemed like it's just taking too long. And it's going back and forth, and we're not getting to the point of it that showing me that he was really involved in this stuff. As far as him, but the other guys seem like it's still on their part. But as far as him, it don't seem like he's too much involved and had nothing to do with this. Like he's trying to help people out or whatever. But that's most why I changed a little bit on that part, Yeah.
Right.
Seems like that he might be, innocent a little bit,
Well, I guess that's what we have a jury system for in these states, and the jury can come in and weigh the evidence and see who they believe, because at the end of the day, they breaking the tie, who they believe should win. And the way the trial has gone so far, even if there is a guilty verdict, I don't believe that it will stand, simply because it's just been too much that has took place in this trial. And this is not normal. I don't know if this is some people's first time watching the trial, but this is not normal at all, not even close.
Right.
So I have no doubt that an appeals court will step in. That's even if a jury find these guys guilty. I don't think that's going to happen. That's me personally. I mean, obviously, we're going to find out eventually. And that's, if the judge don't throw out the case. We have rose dollars in conversation saying that the judge is going to get rid of this case. So I may be getting up tomorrow, getting ready to sit down for a couple of hours, and the judge is going to say, everybody go home, case over.
That'd be
That'll be something, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But I definitely appreciate you popping in and talking with us. I think this is your first time up, is it not?
Yeah. And this is my first time. Yeah.
No, coming up. I know you've been here forever, but this
Yeah.
is your first
Oh man, I've been on the chat for as long as I don't know how long.
Right,
I got look. Let me tell you, I got a lot of time. You know what I mean? I'm a retired man. I'm retired. That's why I'm retired.
Okay.
I done all my time working, so I'm laid back and chill and having fun.
I'm trying to get there one day. I had a few questions this morning asking where I was at, but a lot of people don't realize I'm not just a YouTube lawyer. I actually have cases in real life. So this morning I got to talk to prosecutors. I got to talk to insurance companies. I got a lot going on. So I can't sit here every day and cover the trial from morning to night, or I won't have any time to get no work done. So I'm not retired yet, but all the ones that have been asking, where I be at. But one of these days, hopefully, I can get to your status, Mr. Law.
Yeah, that's where I'm at, man. I retire, go out, do my things, go on trips, come back, So I'm just chilling, bro. That's all. Yeah, I always tease you. I tease you. I probably text you, chat you, and say, man, you ain't got nothing to do. You here all day and night, man. Where you at? You still sit here? Okay.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. All right, man. I'm gonna keep on teasing and making fun on the thing. You know what I mean? That's what I do.
Yeah.
But I don't like to see people go to jail or get whatever. But if you did the time, if you did the crime, you got to do the time. That's all to it. And if you out there messing up, you get caught. You got to pay for it. And one more thing, I like rapping. I don't. I'm from the old school. Listen to the rap from back in the day, Grandmaster Flash and all that old stuff. But the new rap, it's okay. But some of my young brothers out here, it's okay to rap. But can we kind of slow down on the N-word and the singing about the ladies naked and the drugs and the guns and it go right back, and next thing you know they're killing each other and the same thing. So I just like to see to cool it down a little bit. Maybe put a little gospel rap in there. You know what I mean? Just a little bit. But if that's what they want to do it, because I get tired of seeing my young brothers killing themselves over records, man.
And because I noticed that'd be one of your top comments every time you come on. Don't let him be a rapper. Comment.
Yeah. I preach to my grandson. I got a grandson. He want to do it, but let's kind of tone it down, man. But if you choose to do that, and that's what you sing, and you go out here and somebody want to hurt you, and you end up in jail or in the ground, and then hey.
Right. All you can do all you can do is spread the knowledge, and if they decide not to heed to it, then that's on them. You've done all you can do.
Yeah, that's why I just got my little thing going up here where I'm at. I try to help the young people, but it's on them. So
that's good. At least you know more than just talking about it on YouTube. You're out there in the streets making a difference with the local community. That's good. Definitely keep that up. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I'm up here. I'm out here in Chocolate City, man. It's really crazy about here now. Okay, and it's been like that for a while. So you go on.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with Chocolate City. Is that like
that Chocolate City? Well, that's what they used to call it a long time ago, because up here is nothing but black folks. But that's Washington, D.C.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got you.
I was going to ask you that. Was he talking about Washington?
Yeah, that's Washington, D.C.
Chocolate City. I was like, what kind? Is that a strip club?
No, that's what they call back in the day. Home of the Go-Go, Chuck Brown, and all that stuff. Yeah. So that's where I'm from. Yeah.
Okay. Chocolate City. Well, that's good. Well, thank you so much for coming up, and hopefully we can get you back in the future.
Yeah, I'm trying to work. I'm an older guy, man. I'm trying to work these phones and this and that, and I'm gonna try to send you something. I'm trying to work, but Got one. I'm not down with the iPhone. I got one. I got the old Samsung, so I'm working as good as I can with it. Okay, so give me a little time, man. I'm gonna try to hit you with something when I get there. Okay.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
All right.
Hey,
All right.
whatever you decide, no pressure. But thank you so much.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. You keep
Yes,
doing
sir.
what you're doing, man.
All right, thank you. Take it easy.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah. See, y'all saying he's just a troll, but y'all don't come up here and give me y'all position.
Right. Tell them they can come on up here.
Right.
Where Niche at?
I'm glad he actually came because I always see his comments, but I've never like heard his boy got his perspective. I already kind of knew which way he was like leaning as far as the trial based on his comments, but I never actually got to talk to him. Let me see.
Because what
He
Miss
said-
Yolanda, she thought the same thing too, didn't she? And she started changing her mind. Is that her name?
Who? Yolanda.
Is that? I mean, I might be messing her name up, but she was on this live before with us.
Oh, you talking about Miss Lavonda?
Oh, Miss Lavonda.
Lavonda, yeah. And she another one. We don't always see eye to eye, but she don't mind coming up and telling you how she feels. And she not gonna hold back. She not gonna hold back and just say y'all funny today. What you mean, funny acting or what?
They was cutting up in that live today when all this stuff was going on.
Oh yeah, they were cutting up. They was not giving
But I'm still trying to figure out where they pulled all these people from. Because none of them were in all the people Miss Love called in except the investigator. But from my knowledge, all those people weren't inside the ex parte meeting. Like the two lawyers.
I mean, you see Mookie comment. Somebody said they're about to run her out of Georgia and come to Mississippi with me. I can't honestly say that may even be any better.
Right.
But from my understanding, she got to practice here in Texas. So she's gonna be running it up here if they do try to do something to her there. And I understand her position. She was like, she don't want any beef with the people in the DA's office and stuff like that. And I get that because you gotta work with those people in the future. And the last thing you want is your client getting a bad deal or the prosecutors don't want to work with you because of who you are as an attorney.
And something just to piggyback off of India, what she was saying, which I do agree with a lot of what she was saying. But she even said on her live that she didn't know if she even wanted to be an attorney anymore. When she was, talking about she was putting in for her, what is it, Rule 22 or 23? To do the be media in the courtroom. So I'm just like, I don't know if she is even into it like that anymore. I don't know if the cloud chasing and she didn't just want to throw everything out the window because like India said, this is your career.
Yeah. I don't think that she, did anything bad or unethical when it came to her client. Because at the end of the day, her representation was Woody at that moment. And from what I saw in the transcript, I mean, y'all can go back and read it. She was asking a lot of questions. Somebody said drop the link. She was asking a lot of questions about Woody and his implications. If Woody say this, what would happen to him? If he don't say this, what would happen to him? What is this immunity all? What all it covers? What it don't cover? So I think she was asking some serious questions about Woody, and that's really what it comes down to. As an attorney, is her representation of Woody up to par? And I believe it was based on the transcript. She wasn't in there just letting anything go when it came to Woody. She really wanted to know so she could explain to him his exposure to what can happen to him if he was to get on the stand and say X, Y, or Z. Now, I know they're trying to say, well, she's friends with Thug's sister, and she's Thug's sister's godmother to the child. All that may be true, but Woody may know all of that. He might have knew all of that when he hired her. And from my understanding, they've been knowing each other for years. So he knows the inner connections in the workings of the the YSL family, if you will. Star, do you mind popping on your camera real quick just so I can make sure you're a real person?
Yeah, for sure. He and plus down south, everybody knows everybody. That's just the way it is.
We have somebody, if y'all don't mind popping in, I just want to make sure y'all not bots, because some of these names I don't recognize. Can you try?
And I agree with you. I don't think she didn't do her job. I just think some of the other stuff that goes on outside of that is just like, I think she should have just sat still for a little bit until a lot of this, was handled.
Okay, Star, I got you. Thank you. If you, let me add her. Oh, and feel free. Don't let me hold you here. If you have to run, we were just talking. But if you do have to run, feel free. I don't want to.
No, you're cool. I'm about to let some other people get up here so you can go. Keep the conversation going.
You good?
I'm about to be tapping in the chat.
Oh, so you ready to go? Okay.
No, I mean it's okay. I thought you had some more people coming up. I don't want to, give everybody a chance.
Oh no, you okay? Hey, Mr. 44 Small, if you don't mind popping on your camera right quick. Go ahead, Star.
Hey, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you, and thank you for coming up.
Oh yeah, no, thank you for allowing me to come up. I want to just start with this. Like when I first started seeing Kayla, because this is what you guys were just talking about, and then I piggyback about the earlier parts of today of what was shown. I feel like everybody, really loved her, especially like the whole Black Girl Magic, and all of that. Okay, boom. But I think the issue is separating the personal from, the professional. And today for me, I just thought that she would have been a little more clear cut and concise. Even after she, went on live, I understood her more when she was on live on YouTube versus what I did when she was on the stand. I understand her saying like it was cold in there. This was her first time being a witness. But for me, it's like these are points that you talked about on YouTube kind of almost daily. So that's where I feel like a lot of people was coming from. And then, of course, the internet is going to be the internet. And let's be fair. We drag Love, Hylton, or any other attorney that's in that courtroom every day for being unprepared or for what we feel as the public being unprepared. So I'm just a little confused on how it changes when it's her. It's the court of public opinion.
Right.
And so I think if we just being fair, we can't drag one without dragging the other. And I just think that's fair. So I think maybe just moving like the emotions from it. Cause she kept saying, are y'all mad at me? Y'all mad at me? Like, I mean, it's just the public. It's public opinion. Like, it really shouldn't matter at this point. But the same people dragged all of the other attorneys since the duration of this trial.
Wait, and I'm assuming India is saying that she agreed with you. Is your other name Flower? She said, yes, Flower, I agree. Or
I'm
did you just
not.
start? Or
Oh,
she
I
just
think she's
called
talking
you?
about the picture.
Oh, I said, I was like, who was Flower?
Yeah.
Don't
And
give me
so
the
I
line.
think with that being said, you know, I'm not really trying to drag her at all. Like that's not, I still really like her. You know what I mean? I just think when it comes to this situation, although like you just said, well, Woody may have known that she knew all of these people. That's all fine and dandy, but I do think, and I'm not a lawyer, so you correct me if I'm wrong. I still think that at that point in time, you still have a decision to be like, nope, I ain't taking on this case. You know what I mean? Based off the fact of who I know.
Yeah,
I
and
just think that it muddies the waters a little bit too much.
and sometimes you can have, as long as your client is aware, if there's like a conflict or even a perceived conflict, you can let your client know ahead of time. Like, hey, I know this person from years ago. I'm the godmama to the one of the defendant's sister's child. Are you okay with that? Do you believe that would interfere in our representation of you? And if they, agree, they probably consult another lawyer if they want to, or sign in writing that they agree. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I understand from the public perception, it may be something wrong with us looking like, oh, that don't look good. I wouldn't do it. But as far as the legal perspective, as long as Woody is okay with it, because he's the client at the end of the day. And from my understanding, him and Kayla go way back, well before this case. And from my understanding, I think Kayla said she was his lawyer way before Melnick was his lawyer. That's why Melnick asked Kayla to fill in for him, because he knew that Kayla and Woody had a rapport with each other. So, I mean, but I do get it. It may not look good from our perspective, from the outside looking in, but we don't know the relationship between Woody, Kayla, and Kayla's sister, and Young Thug. We don't know what we don't know.
Right. And then, like
That
you
just,
said, I'm understand. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, and I guess at the end of the day, as long as Woody is okay with it, then he's okay with it. But I do think that within what we've seen, even within last week, like the hugs coming up, just other things as it pertains to their personal relationships, I think that's where it muddied the waters a little bit. And for me, if I were Woody, I would take a step back, because at the end of the day, it's not Kayla who can possibly go to prison. It's him. So I would just be looking at it from a different point of view, like, yo, Kayla, I love you, da da da, but I'm gonna have to go another way, because not only are we mixing the personal relationship that we have, we also mixing now that, you and Hilton and Love kind of got this like thing going, and now I've been on your live, and it's just so many other components that at the end of the day could have him in trouble. Because as we can see, that's why the TikTok, well, it wasn't, we know that it wasn't TikTok video. The YouTube video, the judge was willing to, listen to it or see it. So anything that just lets us know that now at this point, anything that goes on YouTube, TikTok, whatever, can go in, and that all can count against Woody at the end of the day. And we can't for 1 second think that Love and Hylton is not trying to find a way to lock him up.
Yeah. I'm looking at some of the comments, but I mean, yeah, as long as if Woody okay with it, and apparently he's going on live with Kayla. It seems like they are united as one. I haven't had any indication that Woody's upset with Kayla or vice versa. It seems like they're on the same team, and he might have told the court she fired, she ain't my lawyer, but that ain't the vibe I'm getting. I mean,
it seems like they feel cool, but I guess to your point, like you say, as long as he okay with it and okay with everything that could potentially come with it, then it is what it is. But I just wanted to kind of like move away from her, because I wasn't really trying to come up and drag her, like that wasn't the intent.
No. Right.
So just today, like what took place in court, I was totally not expecting the day to happen the way it did. Like it was totally
right. And I know that, it's nobody's intent for the most part, because some of y'all want to drag as much as y'all can. I mean, nobody's intent to like drag her, but she really like stole the show, because it went from like a normal trial day to Melnick testifying. I said, okay, I heard Melnick was testifying. Then somebody told me Kayla was testifying. I was like, wait, hold up, what?
Yeah.
So then it was like, what's really going on?
Yeah. It seemed like it's a lot of like even with Melnick, when he what did he say? When he said he'll go up to the bench, he didn't want to stand next to Love. And then when the other when the other DA went up there and said some sly remark about Melnick, I'm just like, they all kind of messy. It just seemed like Fulton County is messy. Like
right. Because at first he was like, I'll stand here when the Brian Stitt was questioning, but when Love came, he said, I'll go to the stand, then have this woman hover over me at this microphone. But once he got on the stand, he didn't like take an official oath. And when the other lawyer came in for the state, he was like, Melnick didn't take the oath. Why do I have to take the oath? But it had started because Kayla had took the oath. So that's why they wanted the other lawyer when he came in to take it as well. It started after Melnick. But I will say that that lawyer there, he came in there with an attitude. And somebody was saying that he should be the new person to question Woody. I don't think so, because they attitudes ain't gonna click. It ain't gonna get nothing done. Because if he have an attitude and Woody have an attitude, y'all not gonna really get any value from his testimony if you're the prosecutor. So I don't think that's gonna work.
That's one last thing I want to say, because I don't want to take up too much time. I see other people up here. To that point that you just said, first I'm gonna say this and then I have a question. I was thinking that more defense attorneys would have objected to Hylton not being the one to come back and cross-examine Woody for the reasoning of what took place today. I personally feel like none of them really objected, one, to her vacation, because they made it such a big deal about Melnick's vacation. So I kind of thought that they would have said more about that. But then two, I feel like it's only right that Hylton, continued the questioning, because with that being said, I'm pretty sure defense is going to come up there and be able to ask Woody questions specifically about the off record conversation. And so with her not being there this week, if the jurors come back, I kind of felt like that was a missed opportunity. So my question to you is, do you feel the same with a new person questioning him?
Yeah, I think a new person can come in. I didn't see a problem, and I think they did it for tactical reasons, because they didn't want to delay the trial. So we got to remember, if the judge grants Hylton vacation request, and Hylton and the defense are saying Hylton has to be the one to question Woody, then guess what? The trial is going to get pushed back even further. So that means that trial won't happen this week. It won't happen next week, and they already have the week of the 19th off. So we won't be having trial until September if that wasn't forced to make Hylton do it. So I'm like, okay, at this point, Hylton not worth. She's not worth all that trouble. We want the trial to keep on going. Nobody wants to have your client sit in jail another month because you want Hylton to question him. Let's bring somebody else in. That's how I took it, and that's how I feel.
Yeah, because I was thinking like certain questions, Woody will get up there and be like, you know what you asked me, but he can't do that with another DA. You know what I mean?
Right, but he may not be able to do that anyway, because they are trying to strike all of his old testimony. They're trying to make him start from the beginning, so it'll be just as if that never happened. So he won't be able to say that they'll object to it as, like facts not in evidence, because it's not relevant anymore. It won't be a question that will still be on the record. It would be struck by the judge.
So do you think that he should by this, being done over and it being said in court, that he still could be federally charged with certain crimes, that he should have a lawyer this time around?
Yeah, it's just hard because, Hylton promised that the statute of limitations has passed, but I don't know, because I don't know what all he could be charged with. Oh, only going to be...
Today they told them that
that's not true. The judge said that, like,
Right.
so I'm saying, and I'm quite sure they're going to, you know, tell him, I mean, however they speak to him, make him aware of that he still can be, which I believe that's what Melnick was already telling him. So I'm
Yeah.
just, you know, and now that, like you guys were just saying, now that Hilton's not going to be the one to question him, you know, it's a different ball game.
Yeah. Could be. Could be. I mean, the good rule of thumb is if you can get a lawyer, and especially if Woody's, you know, he's going around making his rounds, he's on social media. I'm not sure if he's getting any like royalties or any sponsorships or things of that nature. If that's true and he has some money in his pocket and he could retain his own counsel, then that may be a good idea before he goes back.
Yeah, because even Mondo, I don't know if you've seen the Thugger Daily where he made the statement where he apologized to Gunna for calling him a snitch and basically saying that, you know, everybody was glorifying Woody and everybody's in jail for the reason of him.
Wait, who apologized to who?
I think it was Mondo, if I'm not mistaken. It was on Twitter on Thugger Daily's post, but he did a public apology to Gunna, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, go ahead.
So he apologized to him for accusing him of being the rat. I mean, you know, snitching too. And he was saying that Woody is the reason that everybody is in jail from him because he been talking and telling stuff.
Yes, which is so interesting. And this may not be, I don't want to take over the conversation, but how did Woody become the hero? Like, it just seems like it's crazy to me.
Right. And that's basically what the post was about. You said it exactly.
Yeah, like it's crazy to see all of the I can't call it endorsements, but he's been on a lot of platforms. And it's just crazy to see the backstory of how long he has been snitching. And then now he's making a lot of money off of it, which, you know, he can't really do anything else as a felon for real, but it's just crazy to see, like, the streets is a myth. Like, period.
Hey, TalkThatLaw.
Hey, what's going on? Thank you for joining in.
What's going on?
I can't call it. What you had to add to this fiasco?
So let me start off by saying this was a complete S show. And I'm going to be straight up with you. First off, as a professional, I don't care what field you're in. If you know that you got your recollection of events is very important on how you conduct yourself. Even as an attorney, you should be able to rattle those things off directly. You should sound confident. I don't care if this was your first time taking the stand or this was your fifth time, sixth time. I don't care if you're asking the questions. You're supposed to conduct yourself with enough like confidence that you can ask those questions without stumbling over your words. So I feel like Kayla really lost me. Like I was borderline, like already done with her because I felt like she was seeking fame behind this situation. Not saying that she's not known, people don't know her, but she was trying to carry this notion that she had so much information regarding this case. Now, what I can say is that Kayla did come on here and she did get out a certain point that the defense was trying to allude to, but she didn't say anything direct. All she made was an assumption that he could have potentially said this or they should have heard this, which in reference can be refuted because he's saying I did all of these crimes, which could be considered Brady evidence. But we already knew that. You didn't have to take the stand for you to say that because we already knew it. Now, granted, the fact is that Kayla said a lot on YouTube. And I agree with Star. She said a whole lot on YouTube. And just as a professional, hold on one second, my Alexa's going off. just as a professional, when it comes to like certain things, let's say I'm going into a meeting, right? Or you don't even have to know that you're going into a meeting. Let's say you're knowing that eventually these topics could come to play at any point, right? You're going to write down certain key points of what was said specifically so that you don't forget those, because in the spur of a moment, this could have came back full-fledged, whether it been 2 weeks, a month. Like, let's say they had her proffer like before Glanville was going. Let's say it's 2 months down the line. You should be able to know specifically what was said in that meeting. I'm not saying who was there exactly, but you should have a roundabout perspective. You should never get on the stand and say, I don't recall or I don't know. Like, that's crazy to me as a lawyer, that you don't remember specifics about a situation that you're saying and you were trying to conduct interviews for. Like, you made it known that you had so much information and so much was going on. Now, one thing I can say that she did say that was correct was she never alluded to saying the transcript was incorrect. What she did allude to was the off the record meetings. She couldn't even tell us the full concept of the off the record meetings. She kept saying, I don't recall. So what did you remember? You made yourself look like a complete fool. I just can't stand behind it.
And to be fair, you wasn't really like Team Kayla from day one, right?
I wasn't, but I gave her the benefit of the doubt. You was Team Kayla, and after today, you should be no longer. Team Kayla should not exist.
I'm not saying I'm Team Kayla. What I'm trying to do is go by the law. So, legally speaking, I don't go off of, just, emotion and stuff like that.
Now, and this is not an emotional, not an emotional conversation. It's really just about facts.
No, not you, Procedural. I'm talking about like the chat, all day long.
No, but I'm asking you as a lawyer, when you if you had to testify in that nature, how would your responses be?
Well, from my understanding, she's always in the courtroom. It's not her first day there.
Correct.
So for her to go like she always goes, she's been going. She's always sitting there, nothing out the blue. And then all of a sudden they look at her and say, hey, you're up next, 2 minutes, come testify. That would catch, anybody off guard.
But the facts are the facts, right?
Yeah, the facts are the facts, but you still want time to refresh your recollection, look at your notes, look at the transcript so you can have your timestamps in a row, your ducks in a row. You don't want to just get up there. Huh?
I wanted you to see my face.
It sounds like you under the weather, so I didn't even ask you to turn your camera on.
I have allergies, and it's
because your voice sounds a little different.
It's fine. We have a storm here, so my allergies are acting
up.
Okay,
you good? You good?
I just want you to see why I'm calling BS, because you know for a fact, and let's be for real, with this situation with Kayla, getting up on that stand and having a conversation that she was having, right? I don't care if they called you on the spot. Like, you know how many times in just in general, people in life have to get up and like remember stuff in seconds. Like, but facts don't change. The situation doesn't change. Like, if I was called into a meeting in 2 minutes, I'm gonna have to I might not expect to like be prompt with like topics or this, but the facts of the substance is still gonna be the same. Like, I'm not gonna have to change my story. Like, she was all over the place today with everybody.
I mean, that's your perspective. I can see it. I did even say I think one part was confusing because you had Love barking questions at her, and then you had the judge barking questions at her. So she turned her head from left to right. The judge said, "No, you answer me. Answer my question." And we're like, "Hold on, one at a time, so we can actually get some understanding of what's going on." That's why the judge should have waited for Love to finish completely before she interjected. But Love was getting help from obviously the judge. It's almost looking like Glanville again.
Fuck that law. We gotta be fair. The judge did that with everybody who went up there.
But she was still wrong, though.
But she wasn't as stern as she was with Kayla. I think we could be fair on that point because I didn't see her raise her voice, say, "No, answer my question," with anybody else.
But I feel like that she felt like Kayla was lying. Like, for a second, I thought Kayla was lying. Like, I'm not gonna even lie to you. The only reason I changed my opinion of Kayla by the end of this was because when Long got up there, I can tell immediately that Long was lying.
Which one?
Corroboration.
Oh, the deputy. Yeah.
He corroborated some of Kayla's story, saying that, okay, it was an off the record meeting. He said it was some substance to the meeting, which he did. The only thing that he lied about, and I feel like wholeheartedly he lied about, and I had to change my mind about Kayla with her lying.
What? Come on.
I did, and I'm not gonna lie to you. I changed my mind about it because I think that she was just very unprofessional in the way she carried herself. Now, that's not going to change. But I don't feel like now that she lied about what happened, I feel like that she just didn't do a good job on the stand about remembering the facts of what happened. And she really didn't help the defense at all, because it to someone who really is looking for a reason to think that you're lying and not accept the facts of what's happening and to call a mistrial, I feel like the judge was probing her to catch her in a lie.
I don't know.
It seemed like she was lying. It did.
Well, we know she wasn't lying for a fact now, because it was even corroborated by the state's witness.
Correct.
So she wasn't lying.
But think about it, TalkThatLaw, before the state's witness, look how she was handling Kayla. It seemed like she thought that she was lying. I thought she was lying.
She thought Kayla was lying at one particular point, but I think it was confusion, because Kayla said, I only found out about the ex parte meeting when Brian Steele, was mad at the court. And the judge was like, hold on, wasn't you in the back room in the ex parte meeting 2 or 3 hours before Brian Steele found out about it? So of course you found out about it before Brian Steele brought it to the court's attention, because you was actually in it. So obviously that's not a lie that I think Kayla would tell, because obviously everybody knows Kayla knew about the meeting because she was in the meeting. So I don't think it was a lie. I think it was confusion, because why would you tell a blatant lie like that? So I think it was confusion of the question, the way they asked the question.
TalkThatLaw, she said that before. She didn't know what was happening until Steele got on the stand and did that proffer. She lied. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think she exaggerated the truth, thinking it was gonna be cool, because she ended up starting to catch an attitude towards the end of them interviewing her. She did.
You know what? She may not have even realized it was an ex parte meeting, that it was something bad, until it was brought to the court's attention by Brian Steele.
But bad or good, you knew it was you knew when you were sitting there. Like, that's like saying you going into the principal's office at school, and then like 7 other people is there, or like you in the military and you in mass and you don't know, like you in mass, but you know it's a panel of people sitting there, and then like it's no way around that she didn't know, especially if this is her profession. She knew that this wasn't a courtesy. This was not a courtesy. This was basically them telling her, hey, this is what we need from Copeland.
Right, but I'm looking at it from the point of view. Look, Kayla's there with Judge Glanville, all right? He got many years in the game. He's the chief judge of the court. He's been there years. And then she's in there with Love. She's in there with Hylton. Prosecutors she worked with for years. They were at the same DA's office, so she know they've been attorneys for years. She know that these are people well seasoned in the law. So in her mind, she probably thought that it was nothing going on untoward, anything going on bad, because Judge Glanville wouldn't have me back here, participating in a legal meeting. So I can see her thinking, okay, nothing's wrong with this. And then when Brian Steele is like mad, like, hey, we should have been back there too, because y'all crossed the line of just a regular ex parte meeting to an ex parte meeting that we should have been a part of. Now Kayla's probably like, oh, see, because the ex parte meeting by itself is not bad. But when you cross that line, that's when it becomes bad. And I believe that's what Kayla was like when Brian Steele came up and said, this is a bad meeting. Y'all crossed the line. We should have knew about it. That's when I think it clicked to Kayla. And that's just my perspective. Now, it can be other perspectives out there, but I don't think, why would Kayla come and just tell a big lie like that? That's almost like saying that, she woke up today and the sky was red when you can easily go outside and see that it's blue. I mean, so I think it was confusion in the questioning. And if the judge would have let her, elaborate instead of locking her down and being stern with her, she could have got that out, more clear. Star, did you have anything else you want to add, or?
I guess just in closing, I feel like, of course, Kayla is young. Well, I think I'm younger than her, but however, a young attorney. So I think maybe, just give her a little bit of grace. But I think, when you are on YouTube and, the public's opinion was okay to drag Love, Hilton, Harvey, Weinstein, Sharp, all the rest of them when they fell short, I think that it's okay that she can be held to the fire as well. I just don't see how,
What? You talking about me specifically, or you talking about from the public?
I'm really talking about anybody. I just don't think that it's yeah, I don't think that it's cool for her to just, because like on every platform, she's like, today, she's like, y'all mad at me, da 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 da. But it's like, we have sat on lives with her where people are dragging every other attorney, and it's kiki ka ka ka. So today, baby Kayla, you just got some of the kiki ka ka ka, and that's fair. It's public opinion, and then when you come on these public platforms, that's what's going to happen. So I think from that perspective, I don't see how she was mad, at the public for having an opinion on how they felt that she did up there on the stand. But with that being said, of course, it seems like she is a younger attorney. So of course, with time, things like today will get better. So that's all.
Yeah. Okay. And I mean, anybody, can get it. And that's one thing about being on these public platforms. I mean, and we got to expect being on public platforms, everybody's not going to like you.
Right, exactly. But that's where I think the personal and professional is kind of like crossing. I don't want to say crossing the lines, but I feel like, maybe it's time for her to just kind of take a little step back from this and just kind of, talk about like her other stuff that she got going on, because just in my opinion, she was only in that one part of the meeting. Then of course today she's back up there, but I think just taking a step back from it, because public opinion can kind of taint your image, if you will, right? And we see it happen to people all the time.
All right. I mean, we, Kayla as well as myself, we're still practicing attorneys. So obviously we don't want to do nothing on YouTube that can, turn people off from us when it comes to our profession. I mean, I'm sure Kayla still wants to get hired. She still wants her clients in Atlanta. She still wants her clients, when she comes to Texas and Houston. So she don't want to do anything that will question that or her ability. So I totally
that's my point. Yeah, that's my point. Like, just take a little step back, because this you not technically an attorney on this case. So just take a step back, let the public be the public, and then you go and be, the great attorney that you are within your respective what you do. But I feel like constantly, especially after today, I feel like constantly, I can't even get the word out correctly. Talking about this, I think just kind of pause, take a step back, let the public, it only take us 3 days to forget about something. So let the public forget about it. And,
that's all it takes.
Go and be great.
And that's probably why she went on live to explain to the people, because she's still a practicing attorney. She didn't want to just leave it on a bad note, if you will.
And then I'm gonna say this one last thing, and don't kill me. I will say this though, as much as going on in Fulton County, like with the like how they say the jails are, this certain corrupt things that we're seeing with this trial, I just feel like it is best to kind of take a step back, because I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't be hiring for the most part. If I was in trouble, nope. Wouldn't do it. Wouldn't spend a coin. So yeah, I think it's important to kind of separate, you two. Like, a lot of people can get caught up in this social media world, and it's not always the best thing, it's just not. So I would kind of take a step back.
And every client ain't a good fit for a particular lawyer, and sometimes the lawyer's not a good fit for a certain client. I mean, sometimes I see clients a mile away that I already know going to be a headache. And I'm
But based on what we seeing going on in Fulton County right now with this case, I would need my attorney to be sharp, be on it. I can't have you up here playing with me because these people are already playing games. That's the point I'm making. Like the state of which we are seeing Fulton County in, not even with this case, just with even other cases. It's too, ain't nobody got time to be playing games with an attorney who, not on the A game. That's what I'm saying. So like I just feel like it's too many people's lives at risk. Too many people has lost their lives behind what is it, Right Street to be playing. I need my attorney to be on point. We ain't got no time to play games with you saying it was cold. I had a bad day. I was caught off guard. No. Ma'am.
And it makes sense. I mean, I wouldn't want a client to hire me if I don't like a particular judge and I know me and the judge not gonna get along. He's gonna say no to everything I ask for. He's not gonna give my client a bond. Then I personally wouldn't take that client on because I don't want that client to be affected because me and the judge have beef, or me and the prosecutor have beef. I'll pass that client on to someone else just out of abundance of caution because I don't want to affect that client's life because it's life at the end of the day. And that's why I think Kayla is saying that I don't want no beef with the DA's office. But
now TalkThatLaw. See, I said it was my last thing, but you said that she said she don't want no beef with the office. But that's what I'm saying. She came on the YouTube and called Love a Full BITCH.
Oh, right.
What we doing?
I was gonna reference when she went to the courthouse and said, she just making sure it passed the smell test. She said, the Love phase. I was gonna reference that. But Love is only one prosecutor. Love ain't the office. So just because Love work in this case, you're not gonna see Love. It's 20 other courtrooms in that county, and she may work in the neighboring counties. So that don't mean you have to deal with Love every time. But I get what you're saying though. I didn't know she called her, all of that. But Love,
I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. Chat.
But Love may make a preacher cuz
I came up back here real quick. My power shut off really quick and came back home.
Oh, okay. I thought you had got. Oh, okay, thank you so much, Star, or what they call you, Flower.
Have a good night.
All right, have a good one. Hopefully, we get you back.
I'm salty that I didn't catch what you said.
I don't know. I said, golly, Tasha didn't want to debate, and she just logged off and just left me hanging on the chat.
We had that hurricane / tropical storm come through.
You ain't lying.
It's been going on and off.
Hey, we just had the hurricane here, so I know.
So luckily it was only like 5 minutes because I was gonna die. But no, I mean I understand what you I understand where you're coming from. Like, but I don't know. You gotta either respect it or check it. And I feel like you gotta check it because Kayla was wrong. Like she was wrong how she portrayed herself on social media. She was wrong how she handled herself today. But I'm not gonna call her a liar because Long confirmed everything she said.
Right.
He omitted some stuff, but he definitely confirmed what she said. And then it made it look bad because the last hour and a half of Love calling witnesses,
right?
She hurt herself.
Right?
Because they all testified to knowing that Melnick was representing
Woody.
And now, I don't know if I'm wrong, but is the judge reconsidering disqualifying Love and Hylton?
I believe so. Yeah, that's on the table. Definitely
yeah, because Shard filed a motion to recuse. The first one, I think, still filed. She denied, but because I think Shard filed under different circumstances. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know the technicalities of it. But if I'm not mistaken, that's basically what happened.
Okay.
And also, I wanted to say, the one part the investigator didn't confirm was the infinity part. About the infinity. Do you remember that?
Yeah, he said that he didn't hear such a word. He didn't hear anything about no infinity.
What I'm salty about is that they say Woody was in the courtroom, not inside the courtroom, but he was inside the courthouse today.
I heard that, or I
Out
seen
there
it in the
waiting.
chat.
And it's like, why would she call him?
Oh, he was at the courthouse today?
Yeah, they said he was sitting out there waiting, and he went on live earlier. I didn't catch it, which I'm mad about. But they say he was out there waiting today to testify as a witness if need be. So I don't feel like that confirmed. I don't feel like Kayla would lie, because then she's putting her career in jeopardy by getting on the stand and lying. So I feel like when she said what she said, because she omitted some things that she really didn't remember. So when she said what she said, it's some truth behind it, because now this is going to be the thing. The Deputy Love is going to say whatever Love wants him to say. He's not going to go against her because it's his job. But you kept hearing him say, "I don't recall. I can't tell you for a fact. I don't remember." Like,
he tried his best not to go against Love, but in the end, he still ended up going against her because he confirmed what Kayla said.
Correct.
Yeah, he couldn't lie. He couldn't lie.
Yeah, he couldn't do it.
He tried so hard
do
to
it.
not lie, and it seemed like nobody else could lie for her too. So it's like, did she put herself in jeopardy to like be removed out of this case because of her own witnesses?
Yeah, she looked at crazy trying to bring all those people in there, and they weren't saying nothing in favor of her.
Right.
Talk That India said, should she have told the judge about the infinity statement prior? I mean, we got to remember, Kayla was representing Woody. So as an attorney, you want to keep any conversation that your client tell you, a secret, and at a minimum, if you have to talk about it. So no, I don't think Kayla should have went out her way to tell the judge, "Oh yeah, judge, by the way, Woody said no, leave it alone."
But wasn't she saying, even on her live, that it was no longer privileged because of all the people that was in there? She even said that today.
Right. I mean, and that's okay. She's saying it on her live, but you don't go to the state, the prosecutor or the judge, and start talking about an infinity, because at the end of the day, you want to protect Woody. You want to make sure no type of way later on that Woody is charged with a murder because he's talking about an infinity. So
he
stay
was
away
already charged with the murder.
Right, but he still can be charged again. I mean, it's not double jeopardy. He didn't go to trial.
But let's be for real. Kayla know what Kayla said that she implied. And I know she couldn't say it because it would be putting Woody at like risk. But I know she knows more than what she's holding on to.
What did he mean by? Can y'all clarify this for me? That is not true, because then why she run and tell the defense she know?
What
you mean? Which part?
About what we was just saying about the information she had. And somebody would, I think one of the questions or comments you read was basically, her telling the state. What we was just talking about, you saying about her telling the state.
So right. And tell the defense. They talked about the defense. She didn't run and tell the defense. The defense cornered her to tell.
No, I think they're responding to what he said about her running to the.
They came back after and said,
I mean, I'm not even sure if I understand it, but I mean, at the same time, the
she told the defense.
I'm not sure if she did or not.
Why did she turn around and tell the defense? Which y'all right, she didn't really tell. She had a conversation after they knew about the meeting.
Right, but we don't know if she said anything about the infinity specifically.
No, not the infinity, but just the conversation about
even
the meeting.
Even if she did, the defense attorneys can't bring charges against you. It's the prosecutors, the government officials, the state, who you have to worry about. Brian's still not going to file charges against Woody.
Right. So besides the infinity, her telling. Okay, so once she did feel like she had.
All right, thank you, Tasha. Go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
You have a good rest of your night.
All right, you too.
Bye, Tasha. Once she told the defense about
the meeting, and she had to tell them that there was Brady evidence mentioned. So go ahead and like let the, I mean, I don't know how the law works or the ethical part of it or what have you, but by her saying that, I would think she would include the judge in on and getting it on record. Is that not the way it should work, or no? I mean, you know.
I mean, I wouldn't get it. I'm not understanding. If we're still talking about the infinity,
No, not the infinity, just the Brady information that
no, I don't think so. The judge was just, the judge just nitpicking. I mean, Kayla involvement with this case was essentially over. So it's up to the defense attorneys to get straightened out what's Brady or not. And that's what the purpose of today was for. So I don't think Kayla should have went out her way. Oh, by the way, Judge, she let the people know who needed to know. And that's the defense attorneys. Now it's their job to protect their clients. Because Kayla don't have a client on trial. The defense attorneys do. So I think it's their responsibility to make sure that they protect the interests of Young Thug and, Shannon Stewart and the whole, all of them.
Right.
And that just, that's just my opinion. I know we all got different opinions. We ain't gonna agree on every single thing, but it's crazy. This case has taken so many twists and turns. You don't know which way it may go next.
Yeah, today was like, this was a month of court. It seemed like just the way everything went down today.
Somebody said, well, don't do Tasha like that, Mick. So he glad Tasha gone. Tasha had her opinion. We all ain't gonna agree. Kayla did nothing wrong but tell her truth. And then I think even Tasha said that at the end. It appeared that Kayla may have been lying, but once the investigator came up, he confirmed everything Kayla said. Even though
she said she changed her mind once it was confirmed.
I mean, he did his best. I mean, the prosecutor, he was trying to work with love, but at the end, he broke down like, no, it was some secret stuff going on. It was some meetings that was held off the record that wasn't wrote down by the court reporter. And that's what Kayla was trying to say.
I'm shocked that they didn't bring Brown in.
Who is it? Brown?
Deputy Brown, because he's the one who told about the meeting anyway. And Love was trying to ask Kayla when they stopped her, the judge stopped her from, I think somebody might have objected from her that line of questioning because she was trying to get to who told.
Well, the thing is, who would bring in Brown? Like, who would call him? Because I think if either side called him, it would hurt that side. Does that make sense?
How would it hurt the defense?
Well, it would hurt the defense because if Brown told them something, he told them that in confidence to help them. So imagine, you telling somebody something you're not supposed to, you're risking your career, and then they go out and put it on live TV that you're the mole, you're the one that told them.
But Kayla said it on the YouTube.
Well, that's what Kayla said, but that hasn't been confirmed by the actual attorneys themselves.
Right,
Kayla,
true.
Kayla could have said, hey, I heard it from, such and such, but she didn't get it.
Well, she said it more, she did. She kind of said specifics, and she went on to say, because what made her reveal it, because her emotions might have been involved, but because he was harassing her.
Yeah. I watched that clip. I remember. I know exactly what you're referring to.
Okay. So she kind of, she said it with more, I can't remember the whole thing, but I could have sworn she kind of backed it up a little bit with, because somebody was on there that was kind of like confirming the encounter.
I remember her saying it was Brown, but she never said how she knows it's Brown. She didn't say Brown told me it was him, or Brian Steele told me that it was Brown.
No,
She
true,
just
true.
said it was brown. So I don't think it's right for. I mean, you got to look at the implications. If the deputies find out that Brian's still run his mouth, then imagine how many more secret meetings he gonna find out in the future, the next 5-10 years. I bet you no deputy in that courtroom will talk to him because
Right.
if he's known for throwing people under the bus when they try to help you, I don't care if it's a deputy, a court reporter, or another staff member in the courthouse. You don't want that reputation of being somebody that's not trustworthy. So I think it'll hurt the defense bad, and obviously it'll hurt the state if they're trying to make it
Right.
seem like Kayla's the mole, and the whole time it's their own
Right. That's why I'm
deputy.
like, how I think Love knows that though, and was just still trying to make her, because I felt like when you were saying the judge was kind of, or somebody might have said that she was frustrated a little bit with Kayla, the way she was talking to her, but I kind of felt like the reason of that was because she thought Kayla was the mole.
Wait, say that last part again, if you
The
don't mind.
part where you guys were saying the judge was kind of aggressive when she was questioning Kayla and she didn't make the other people answer. But I felt like until she kind of start hearing some of the information, her understanding was Kayla was the mole. Because I think it was something she asked her about what she did in the hallway when she told Steele them, when she had the conversation with Steele them. So I felt like her angle was more of trying, just basically seeing was Kayla the mole.
Yeah, I think so too. And Fatboy 215 even made a point. Steele was willing to go to jail for the deputy. Yeah, I agree. Steele could have said who told him, but Steele was like, he's not going to, reveal his source. And I don't think he should have. Steele was standing on business. He said, put me in jail, boy. If you do, put me in jail with my client. Put us in the same cell. So I definitely think that Steele did the right thing by not revealing his source. You don't reveal your sources. I learned that early on, in this business. Even before then, I mean, that's just common sense. If you start running your mouth about who tell you stuff, see how much more you find out in the future. It's not worth it. So and even Kayla, they were asking her who was the lawyers you met with, and she did not want to say them defense attorneys' names.
She pulled a Woody on them when she was like, she didn't know who the third person was.
Right. But I mean, like Kayla said, it was already on camera. The Judge Glanville pulled the camera and saw that who was all talking to Kayla. So I mean, it wasn't a secret who the lawyers were. Love just wanted to find out that who it was. That's what she was really trying to get at. It didn't have nothing to do with nothing.
Right.
But Kayla was, the judge was trying to find inconsistent statements, but Kayla was telling the truth once the state witnesses testified. Yeah, once the state's witnesses testified, then I think the judge probably saw that it was, it was more to Kayla than what she thought. Because I don't know, do Kayla have an incentive to lie? Like, what does it benefit her to lie?
Yeah, I don't think she lied at all. I feel like she was consistent from the first time she was in that courtroom and spoke outside of the courtroom about basically her summation of what happened. I don't think she lied at all. I just, I do agree with some of the other things, the public opinion defines whether she's going to have clients. She's in a business that she has to deal with the public. So yeah, some of that makes sense, but the overall, because I don't have any emotions in it or anything, but I do believe she served her purpose today for the defense.
Right. Yeah, I think so too. The main thing the defense attorneys wanted to know, is there something that happened outside of the record? And if so, what was that? Because we need that information to help our clients win. We need to know exactly what Woody said that wasn't wrote down. Because he could have said something. He could have said that he did something to Donovan Thomas, or he knows more about the case, then that will help Young Thug and the other co-defendants. If Woody's saying he did it, then obviously if Woody did it, my clients did not do it. So, y'all point the finger at the wrong person, and then the jury can see, okay, we can take that into consideration. And my words are starting. It's been about 6-7 hours, but y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yes, my phone about to go dead, but
okay.
I love everybody's opinion because
Right.
it keeps the dialogue going, and people bring up good points that we don't, we always don't, we see it our way, but
right.
People brought up some good points today.
Right. Well, I definitely thank you for always coming up when nobody else clicked that link. I know you're gonna give your opinion when you can, so thank you so much for doing that.
Yeah, for sure. This day took my whole day because I'm like, wait a minute, I can't get nothing done.
Can't get nothing done. And
It's one thing.
I know
Go
you were
ahead.
looking for me this morning, right? Was that you?
Well, no, I knew you had to work. I'm quite sure. I know you work, so.
Oh, okay.
And
Somebody, okay.
Yeah, you're a real attorney.
Right. Yeah, I actually gotta get stuff done because if I sit here from morning, y'all know how long court lasts, and then we're an hour ahead of Georgia, so they start court 8:45. So here it's 7:45. That means my
Okay.
whole business day will be gone if I stay here Monday through Friday morning to night. I won't get nothing done.
Listen, if I have something when I have to go to work or something, I really can't watch like I want to because then
Right.
everything will be out the window.
Right.
So
But I knew I had to get on here and say something because today was a good day, and I mean good by as far as it was good for the YouTube community. I put it like that. We got some.
No, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
We got some different.
Yeah, and we got a lot to. It was a lot to talk about.
To talk about, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
talk that law.
Talk that law. Come on now. What you saying? Yeah, but thank you once again, and I know you'll be back, in the future whenever you can to help us
Yes,
out.
I will. Yes, I will. I appreciate you.
All right. Well, you have a good night, and see you on the next one.
Yes, you do
Okay.
too.
All right. Thank you. All right, y'all. Anybody else before I get out of here? I want to make sure everybody has a voice, no matter what side you on. So y'all won't get that lie going that I'm silencing y'all voices. Somebody send me a hot email. You don't want us saying our opinions and all this and that. I'm like, calm down. That ain't even that. And this is crazy. We literally had a trial within a trial. We had a whole side trial that had nothing to do with the main trial. Like everything today did not go to where the Young Thug and the other co-defendants are guilty or not guilty. And that's like we having a trial within a trial. And I could be wrong, but Rose, Dawes, and Conversation, his opinion is the judge might throw it out. And I'm like, she showed taking a long road to throwing this case out. I mean, to go through all of today and then throw out the case. She could have did that this morning. She could have did it the day before. She could have did it last week, the week before that. But I do respect his opinion. And hopefully, he could come back once. Oh, there you go. There you go. Thank you for staying in there with us. Hopefully he can come back when it's all said and done. But I don't know how much time. I didn't ask him how much time he's gonna give the judge. Are you gonna give her a week to throw out the case? You gonna give her 2 weeks? Or when you gonna throw in the towel and say, okay, that ain't gonna happen? Because you can't say tomorrow, that may be kind of quick. Or do you want to give a judge a month? Are you thinking, okay. He said he thinking. This judge is cleaning up and saving face. We do appreciate you, TalkThatLaw, for taking time out to bring us today's courtroom shenanigans. No problem. Thank y'all for all watching and participating. I don't care if it was like a kind contribution, a cash app, a like. I think a lot of y'all subscribed today. I don't know how many people, but a lot of y'all did. So thank y'all for that. All of that is greatly appreciated. Well, why even bring the jury back then, Ms. Hillary? I mean, what would be the point? To bring the jury back just to throw the case away? I mean, not saying that it's not possible, anything possible in this case. Anything is possible. I don't put nothing past the state of Georgia. But right now, I got Georgia on my mind. Oh, he came back. Let's see. What you think? What's up?
Blessings to you, brother. Blessings to TalkThatLaw. Blessings to the chat. Yeah, man, I've been hanging out, just listening. I've been hanging out, brother.
Thank you so much.
So it's tough to pin it down, but remember my theory. My theory was that she is having a battle within herself. Now, I agreed with you that she may have some political ambitions, etc. But within herself, what I'm saying is she believed, I got this. I ain't no Glanville. I can come in here, straighten it out. I can get the trains run on time. I'm going to clean this up. Cell phones, earbuds. I'm that thing. I'm not like these other kids. I'm coming here, everybody going to be. And when she hit that wall, prosecution ain't ready. This ain't ready. That ain't ready. And now she up there flustered, looking bad. So my contention is just that she is starting to realize that this is more of a mess than she can control. And that there's now, wait a minute, do I really need this in my life? I can get off this train. There's more than enough reasons to grant mistrial going on here. So my thing is not that she came in like that. My thing is that the more she starts to realize that she cannot control this fire, she's going to say, I don't need this in my life. I can dip out. The appeals court going to let me out anyway. The appeals court going to, grant the later anyway. There's enough stuff here where I can legitimately just be like, and then who's going to blame me? Who's going to be like, nah, you should have just stood in there. You should have just kept going. They're not going to do that. They're going to be like, I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. So she's got a way to get out. So now your question as far as timing, how long does it take for her? Well, let's see if the pressure, if she doesn't dismiss the prosecution, if she doesn't dismiss Hylton and Love, and that stuff is still coming at her hardcore, I think it happens a lot sooner. I think the frustration of what she's dealing with. Now, if she gets new attorneys on that side, now she's got some leeway because the lead attorneys are new. She's new. So they can kind of joke back and forth like, yeah, I know we need a little time to catch up. Yeah, I know, she'll buy herself some time if she replaces Hylton and Love. So I think that's my caveat there, that if she keeps Hylton and Love, then the frustration is still sky high. It'll get higher every day. Every day it's going to get higher. But if she removes them, then she kind of buys herself some time to do her homework, let the prosecution do their homework, everybody catching up. She can roll a little easier. She might be able to make it a little bit longer. But I think she's out of here.
Okay.
So I hear you trying to get me, on a date, brother. In all fairness, I hear your question. It's a beautiful question. It's an excellent question. And all I can say right now is I think if Hylton and Love stay, the pressure mounts even harder on her. And I can see maybe even as short as a couple of weeks, she's bouncing. And it might even be sooner than that. I could even see where this could be the last week.
Okay.
I could see where her Friday appointment, she might be like not only her Friday appointment that morning, but she ain't going to have to worry about no afternoon either. I mean, I could see it being that severe because when she looks at what's in front of her, she can't control it. She cannot control it. And she up there looking bad. Her hair wasn't done the same way today. She's flustered. She's up there talking and she's like, wait a minute, y'all got a problem here. Y'all got problems upon problems upon. And in fact, one more thing on that, brother. One more thing on that. This is all with the defense on her side. All the defense attorneys from Sharp, Steele, everybody's still like, we appreciate you. While everybody's still like rolling with her, right? Okay. She's not feeling the funk from that side. Now, what happens if she has some real missteps and now Steele, Sharp, Weinstein, the rest of them are calculating on her like they were doing on Glanville. And now she got no friends on the state side. And she got those high powered attorneys on the defense team against her too. Oh, she's out. I'm out. Skip y'all. I'm not back. I'm gone. See ya.
Oh,
Talk that law. Talk that law.
It could happen. And a lot of people are really complimenting your voice and your microphone. Is there
blessings to the chat?
I know you have a lot of subscribers, over 100K, but for the people that's here, do you mind shouting out your channel and tell them, what you do, so just in case they want to follow you?
Oh man, blessings to the chat. Blessings. No. It's all Talk That Law. I want y'all just double subscribe to this man right here. I didn't. Blessings to you. Blessings to you. I roll with y'all. I see the people in the chat. I love and y'all need to let India have some more time, man. Come on, man. Y'all is roughing on India today, man. Why y'all didn't let India have her hookup, man? Y'all's kind of rough on her, man. Y'all's kind of rough. But no, I appreciate you giving me the chance to shout it out, but really the last thing I want to do is try to there's no competition. I'm here to support. I love what you're doing, man, and ever since I caught on to you, I'm a fan, man. So just big ups to you, whatever I can do to contribute to your flow, that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, well, thank you so much, and again, thank you for your kind generosity. He said
yes, sir.
Not only
yes, sir.
he gonna speak love, he said he gonna show love. Thank you so much for
yes,
that.
Sir.
I definitely appreciate that. And if you don't come back in a couple of weeks, a month, and the trial's still going on, I'm gonna come looking for you. I'm gonna go to your eye. I'm gonna find you. I'm saying, hold up, man.
Now look. This is the thing, man. This I got one for you though. I think that it would be a great thing at some point where you and I could choose topics that the chat might want. And you're an attorney, I'm not, but I'd love to, because we could battle on some things, like for real, straight love, but iron sharpen iron, right? So I mean, just like we got this different disagreement right here, but I think it'd be a great, if we plan it out and I come to your channel, you ain't got to come to mine, I come to yours, you know what I'm saying? And we boost up your numbers and we can go at it about some stuff, and the chat can get their thoughts, and we could just rumble, man. We can rumble, but I think that would be a real good thing, you and I, to spend some time battling about some different things, man. I think it'd be great because it'd be all love, but it'd be sharp, right? It'd be like, high level.
Right. For sure. Definitely. I'm not opposed to that. I mean, there's so much going on. I mean, even after this trial, I'm sure there'll be some more things going on. And I know you've been on YouTube for a while, so it's fair to say you'll be here. So
I'll be around, brother. God willing.
God willing, right? God willing.
I'll be around.
So,
and the creek don't rise.
And the creek don't rise, for sure.
There it is. The
way the weather been going lately, you just never know.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah.
Blessings to you, though, man. So my short game says what? Even this week is possible. That's what you hold me to.
No,
that's what you hold me to.
I give you
okay.
More. I give you.
You gonna give me a little leeway?
I need the rest of the month. Because I'm so confident that.
Well, you said that they taking the 19th off though, right?
Right, they're taking the 19th off, so we'll still have the week of the 12th, and we'll still have.
So this week is basically done. If she doesn't call him in this week, she's done this week, right?
She's done.
So, okay, so we have
the 12th, and then the 26th, the last week of August.
So we got 2 full weeks, right?
2 full weeks.
If.
And let's remember, just because the jury is off on the week of the 19th, the judge already has her motions and what she needs to make a mistrial.
No. I ain't got to back up, because my contention is them arguments that she having in there, even about the motions, could still be enough frustration to break her down. It's breaking her down right now without the jury.
Okay.
That's my point. She's not going to stand up to this, bruh. I mean, who in their right mind would want this right here? Who? Right. For what? Why would you want this? You're not making no more money. The cameras are on you. All you can do is look bad at this point. She cannot shine. And that's the issue, that she can't shine on this one. If she came from the beginning and she was able to have everybody on time and run through all these motions ahead of time, pre-trial, whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, that's one thing. Okay. But she can't come in here and flex like that, like she tried to. So why do it? Why?
Well, if the case go away, won't the cameras go away? We'll forget her name in a week or two.
Oh, fair enough. But her promotion in life, what she's trying to do right now with her career, okay, is there more of a risk? She was already on trajectory, right? She's already moving up in the world. In her whole society, she's moving up, right? She's in that judgeship. She's moving up, right? She gets derailed by this. We didn't have to know about her. She already on the fast track by playing it however she been playing it. Whatever she been doing right now to get to this point, she just took over Glanville's case. And we know he about, decades in the game, right? So she's already on some kind of fast track. Okay, so we don't have to know about her for her to be doing what she's doing until she's ready to let us know. And maybe she thought, well, right now is a good time to let everybody know who I am. Yeah, but you picked the wrong thing. You picked the wrong thing. She could do nothing but get enemies out of this. Because she can't put it in line. If she could fix it, it's golden, which I think attracted her. If she could fix it, but she can't fix it. She can't make the prosecution be prepared. She can't make the prosecution have everything lined up. She can't make them have their witnesses and the documents and everything together. She can't do all that. She can't have super stuff prepared, ready to go like she wants it. She can't just make that happen.
And I believe the county has put millions into this case, and she's probably considering she don't want to just throw the case out. But what I do see her, that I think is weird, she's pushing plea deals heavy. And at this point in time, judges don't really push plea deals. If we're at the trial stage, we have a jury, they already, been 75 witnesses. Why are you still trying to get the defendants to take a plea deal? And so she may be trying to get rid of the case, but get rid of it on a positive note by, the defendants agreeing to a plea deal. But that's not going to happen at this stage. Unless it's like a real sweet plea deal, I can't see anybody signing for anything because they think that the defendants think they are winning, and I think they are. That's just me, though. But we definitely see for sure.
Oh, I see. I looked in your chat. So the question about the microphone. Okay, so that was like just an informational type thing. Is that what that was?
Which question about the microphone?
Maybe I misunderstood. I'm reading people saying I misunderstood the question about the mic, something like that. Did I misunderstand something, bro?
Oh, okay. No, not for me. Let me see. Let me get caught up. Oh, they complimenting your mic. They say it's a DJ. Oh, they saying.
Okay. I apologize. I misunderstood, chat. I misunderstood. Yeah, we rocking the same Joe Rogan Shure, the same Shure most cats be working on the podcast. So, but I've been my voice is a blessing from God, so I got to give God the credit. But that is the mic. It's that same Shure that you see around. Most folks use the same Shure. That's the one. But I thank God. I thank God for it, though. I thank God for the rest that's behind it, though. But it is the Shure. I appreciate y'all.
Hey, your voice not AI. That's his real voice. Somebody was asking. He got a modifier. What is it called? A modifier or something that somebody had asked. Somebody said your voice 2030. Let me see if I can find it. That's some kind of mic. Let me see it. Yeah, voice modifier.
Get him, Joe. Get him, Joe. Nah, I appreciate that, but nah, that's just a blessing. That's just a blessing. But I appreciate y'all.
Definitely, we'll definitely be in touch. And do you have your email on your channel?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, got you. Okay, yeah, we definitely be.
Here, I'm gonna put in the chat.
Okay, I got you. And
Let me give you my number right here.
I'll lock it in, and that way we'll have it.
That's the phone number, bro.
Okay, got it. Okay, let me get it right now. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
Set your chat up and let them know what time you gonna rumble. Say I'm rumbling with Rose. Pick a time. We're gonna rumble. I'm gonna rumble with Rose. Y'all pick the topic. And what we can do, talk that law. We can flip the coin. Like the chat come up with a topic, right? Like let's say relationships, right? So the chat say, this is the situation. I'm got 3 kids, whatever the case is, right? And then we flip the coin and you take the side, I take the side, and we rumble. And then the chat come up with another question. We flip the coin, we rumble.
I'm open to it. We definitely have to schedule one for sure. And hopefully it might be soon because this might be over. According to you, maybe
there you go.
I'll give you a month.
There you go. Oh, you giving me a month? All right. What's the date? Are we doing 30 straight 30 days or what we doing?
Look, he want the whole 30. We can do 30 straight. I'm that
30 straight days. Okay. Okay. Well, we putting dinner certificate on it. What?
We can.
Okay. I don't know what kind of restaurant, but we can definitely do the cash app for the dinner. You know. Now I you can do the appetizer, dessert, the whole thing. I mean, this. Oh yeah. Don't be skimping on the dinner now, man. This got to be the full compliment.
Hey, if I lose, whatever you order.
There it is. Okay, y'all hear in the chat. It's on dinner is the thing right there. The chat got to vote on the winners on the rumbles though, right?
Oh yeah, the chat can.
And it's your chat, but I already see they fair. I see your chat is fair because they come from both sides. Because you let people say both sides, right? So I know they're gonna be right. Yeah. Okay. I mean, so what's the date? What's the date then? 30 days gives us what?
Yeah, September the 5th. That
You want to say September 5th?
I'll say the 6th. That's that Friday. That's
what day of the week is that?
The 5th.
Okay, September the 6th.
That's a Friday.
Word.
That's the last day of that week.
Anytime between now and then, right?
Yeah, if the trial goes, if we talking about this trial on November the 9th, then you can
dinner's on me.
Say you lost.
Dinner's on me. Rose lost.
You lost.
Word.
Now,
word.
Now, don't get me wrong. If the judge throw out the case and she send these guys home, they've been in jail for almost 3 years. Hey, I would gladly accept that law. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I want them in jail.
No doubt. Well said. I'm glad you brought that up. We talking just on the strength of what the judge gonna do, not necessarily whether we want them in or out. I appreciate you saying that because you're right. Neither one of us are saying that one way or the other. So that's good that you said that, so everybody know it's on record. We ain't saying we want them to sit there any longer than they need to.
Right.
For real. Yeah, right. So, good point.
Yeah, I just want to put that out there because people take something wrong with it. And I want it to be clear and crystal clear. That's all.
Yeah, I'm with Get 'em Joe. Get 'em Joe. Say TTL versus Rose. It's on, man. It's on and popping, baby. It's on and popping. It's on. When you want to do it, let's just set it up right. I'm ready, man. When you want to do it.
Well, the thing is, there's so much going on right now with this case that we really don't know what we don't know, and
I should just get you on Kayla right now because I'm feeling India's spirit. So I should just because you have been, supporting Kayla a whole lot today, TTL. You have, man.
Yeah, I'll try to be fair. I gotta reach out to Kayla and see when she can come on.
You have been supporting Kayla a whole lot here, bro. You've been giving a lot of grace to Kayla today, brother.
He said, "When you want to
I'm just saying, man."
He said, "Well, we starting now." Okay.
I'm just. But why you giving her so much grace, man? For real. Just why so much?
I mean, I'm looking at it from a legal perspective. I'm trying to see what did she do that was so terrible to deserve, all of this pushback. And I'm looking at it from a legal perspective. As long as she did what she had to do to protect Woody. Now, let's say she was in there and she wasn't. She was completely ignoring Woody's rights. She was against Woody. She was looking more after the rights of the defendants. Then, okay, that's a big deal. But from what I've seen, she was defending and taking her for Woody, making sure he was good. So that's all as an attorney I'm concerned with at the end of the day. did she do right by her client? Not did she do right by, coming back to tell the judge what was left out of the transcript, a month later when you on judge number 5. I mean, what? That's all I'm concerned with. What you think that Kayla did wrong? Do you have?
Well, I think I missed where India was coming from the whole time, because I came on like right after that. Okay, like at the very end. When she was leaving, okay? But what I thought I heard her saying, so again, I didn't hear her whole argument. What I thought I heard her saying was essentially that there was some unprofessionalism that she caught when there was something to do with, she went live, Kayla that is, and made some comments. And I thought what India was saying was it shows some unprofessionalism. That's the part I was hearing, that she should have been more prepared. She should have, presented herself in a different way. That was my understanding of her point, but I didn't hear the whole point.
Okay, I mean,
but the way she came across today lost some people. That there was a lack of preparation today. Even if being caught off guard, she should have had more presence in a moment like that if she's going to be dealing with the high power situations that apparently she is in position to deal with. That was my understanding, but is that right or not? That was her point.
I mean, if she showed up to court with the anticipation of testifying, that's one thing. But if she goes to court every single day, nobody mess with her, nobody, tell her she needs to testify, then she wouldn't be expecting to testify randomly today out the blue. And that's her assertion. She is stating on her live that she was blindsided. She didn't know. And, I wouldn't expect nothing less from the state. The state could have gave her a heads up. Hey, we're going to call you, or the defense. But I think the judge actually said, I need to hear from Kayla. I think the judge said that. And I think that's what really got Kayla pulled into it. Because the judge, everybody's talking about Kayla, and Kayla's sitting right there.
Mm-hmm.
And I just asked Kayla. And that's, I think that kind of got her pulled into it without knowledge beforehand. So I want to say,
wasn't there some other guests that came on that were digging more into the fact of, in spite of the fact that she got blindsided, she should have represented better. Did I miss that though? That there were people that came on even after India who were saying that she should have been more prepared and represented better.
Yeah, I did see some comments in the chat saying the truth is the truth no matter what. If you get it, if they ask you something, you should already know you're having your facts together. But at the same time, it's not like you're having a conversation on the streets. First of all, you want to make sure you're truthful so you don't get charged with perjury. And guess who could charge you with perjury? The person that don't like you, DA Love, Fonnie Willis, their office. Them same people who's asking you questions can come back later on and file charges against you for not being truthful. Also, she has to be aware of the fact that she has to be careful what she tell the court, because a lot of those conversations she had with Woody in private, and as an attorney, she cannot come out even on the stand and start revealing private conversations between her and Woody. Even on accident, she can get in trouble with the bar and lose her license. So she has to be very careful. And then on top of that, she said it was freezing in the courtroom. So she had a lot she had to really juggle with. So she had to be very careful. And she did all of this while not being prepared. That's why I was giving her a little wiggle room.
Okay.
It's not because that I have an allegiance to Kayla no matter what. But
even if you did, there's nothing wrong with that. I just wanted to understand what India's point was and where that was coming from.
Right. I mean, I understand it. But
maybe the preparation, maybe it's the same problem though, bruh, in that if she is not quick on her feet like that. Now I'm saying if, no disrespect. Okay. I see what Renee's saying, to give her some grace. Okay. So let's just say if she's not ready like that, then when she realized that I'm being called in by Melnick, I have a direct assignment, which is what she said today, that, hey, if he accepts it, it's one thing. If not, I'm out, and release Melnick, right? I mean, that's what she says. She had a direct order of what to do in his absence. So if I know I'm not quick on my feet, and I care about Lil Woody, and I'm being brought into this surprise meeting with all these cats in here, then maybe I need to shut it down. And maybe I need to say humbly, respectfully, yo, this morning I signed up for, I'm not ready. And it's cold in here. I can't have my client, you know, in a situation where y'all can do something or say something or have them agree to something that I'm not prepared for. So I tell you what, whatever's going on in here, I'm feeling a certain kind of way. And she said on more than one live that she was very stressed out. She had to go and get a massage afterwards. I mean, she said all kind of stuff about how much emotion she felt during the time. Okay, so then if you feeling all that, then I'm saying maybe for the sake of, hey, Miss Kayla, hey, then maybe for the sake of Lil Woody, you say, you know what? We need to pause this. And I think she would be in her right. I think I'm saying if, but I think she would have been in her right to say, you know what? This is not what I came here for. Y'all got me on a humdrum. Y'all got me brought in here with Glanville and all y'all in here. And I was just filling in. This is way more than I thought. You know, we just need to pause. And if y'all need to just wait till Amanda get back, then that's one thing. But right now, this ain't what I'm feeling. Ambushed. I'm feeling ambushed.
Right, but at the same time, her goal was to figure out if Woody was going to testify or not. So if she's there and they're having a meeting to determine whether he's going to go to jail or he's going to testify, that's still within the scope of what she was assigned to do by Melanie. Oh, what Kayla said, are y'all mad at me still over here?
No. Respectfully. I'm simply asking. I wasn't even involved in the early conversation. I was trying to ask what happened earlier, Sister Kayla. So I'm trying to get caught up on some of the things that I've been hearing about today. All right, I'm trying to get caught up, but ain't nobody mad. Okay, so you know, respect to you, and respectfully, Talk That Law has certainly been standing up for you. And there's a lot of people in the chat that's been throwing grace your way. So I mean, you know, I'm just saying it for the truth of the matter that Brother Talk That Law has been fair, and he's been certainly showing your side of the situation over and over and over again for hours and hours as I can hear it. I'm just trying to get caught up, and now I'm asking a hypothetical, like if being caught off guard in that, when you went into that meeting, okay, and now this is just for our own edification. Ain't nobody blaming you because you was caught off guard. Everybody know you was caught off guard. Everybody know that. Okay, so being caught off guard, then is it possible that we just say, yo, I'm not rolling with this, you know, and we just can't have this. We just can't have this today because this is just too much. I don't know what's going on here. And, you know, y'all just need to talk to Melnick then. Because this is just too much. Hey, Sister Kayla.
I think her mic is muted. Let me see. I can't unmute her.
Tell her mic is muted.
Yeah. Your mic is
your mic is muted.
I was trying to make sure I turned it off on my computer because it was gonna give you guys an echo.
Your mic is muted. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, whenever you exit out, then you can just unmute it.
Is she still muted or?
Yeah, I think she's trying to close off the other windows so it doesn't provide feedback. And yeah, I think she's trying to close off the other windows.
See how we got?
It's still doing it. I think she's gonna go out and come back in. Yeah, I'll redrop it so she wanna come back up. Yeah, she was muted intentionally. For those who said it, okay. She's trying to get that straightened out. But yeah, I don't think that your questions are fair. I mean, and you're pretty much piggybacking on top of the question that was asked earlier by other people. So I don't think it was nothing like that.
I mean, I would like to respectfully, you know, pose the question, not disrespectfully. Okay, so is there a more respectful way of posing that same question of whether or not it would have been a smooth move to just shut it down?
You talking to me?
No, right now I'm talking to TalkThatLaw, trying to make sure that I'm addressing you, Miss Bumpus, respectfully. I'm trying to ask a question, Miss Kayla, but I want to do it respectfully. So I was asking for his opinion as to how to make it respectful. Okay. Because I wasn't trying to be disrespectful, because we all know you got ambushed in this whole thing. We all know that you got put in a situation where you was just filling in for Melnick, trying to help out, and all this, your whole world changed. Right. You know, so that's, everybody know that part. Okay. But we also trying to learn from this. We also trying to grow from this. We also trying to get better from this. Right. So I'm just wondering respectfully, if we were to do it all over again. Now I'm gonna say it again. We all know you got caught off guard. We all know you got ambushed. We all know that. Okay. But if we had to do all over again, maybe do we just shut down that meeting and be like, y'all, this is not what I signed up for. Y'all got me back here unprepared. Y'all got me on a humdrum. All these people in here, you know, something ain't right. Something ain't right. And I'm just, you know, I'm not here for that. And maybe y'all just need to wait till Melnick come back, because something going on here is just way too much that I didn't come here for that. Is that a possibility is all I'm asking.
I mean, it's a possibility, but I wouldn't change the way anything happened. Not a single thing.
As far as, I mean, hey, he worked out for the good, and you know, in my opinion, and this is, you know, I don't even know if you had aspiration for this YouTube thing, but hey, I think a lot of good came out of this. But did you have anything that you wanted to add, like specifically from today?
I mean, like the word ambushed, because I don't feel like I was ambushed, because I'm an adult. I can say no. I can handle myself. I'm an attorney. I think that the ex parte meeting was not as much as an ambush as it was blindsiding, because my main concern was Mr. Copeland. So a lot of things I was letting go and letting slide because I didn't care about it. It wasn't relevant to me. He was the only thing that was relevant to me at that point, and that's how that went. But as far as today goes, I mean, I think people just immediately jump to this assumption after hearing what I had to say. And like I said, I've never seen someone be sitting in a courtroom and just be called as a witness, like immediately. Oh, well, Miss Bumpus is here, so she can testify to it. Like, I've never seen that. And people always have time to prepare their testimony. Like officers, the state, witnesses, they go over their testimony over and over and over again. And this was a meeting that happened 2 months ago. There's no way. And it was so much going on in the meeting, so many people in and out. And there was no way I could pay attention to exactly who was in when what was said. That's not my job. It should have been on the transcript every time someone entered and exited. That's not my job to determine when someone entered and exited the room when I'm trying to make sure that my client is okay. And I don't even think that's fair for anyone to expect me to remember something with 5 minutes notice that I'm about to go on the stand.
I agree. And it worked out perfectly, because once you were done, it seemed like the state's witnesses were agreeing with you that it was something else said back there. So I don't know what was the purpose of that, but I mean, it really helped you out. Some people were saying that, I know it was one point in time at the beginning, the judge asked you when you found out about the first or the ex parte meeting. I think you said when Brian still brought it to your attention, and the judge was like, okay, well, obviously you knew before then because you was in the ex parte meeting. But I think it was some confusion. I don't think you were deliberately trying to mislead the court.
No, I wasn't trying to deliberately mislead the court, but what I was saying was nobody didn't give me an opportunity to even know I was in a meeting. It was such high emotion that I didn't realize what happened until I was seated and able to like process what just happened to me. In the moment, I thought I was there to talk to Mr. Copeland, and that's why I thought I was sitting up there. And then they just started talking, so I didn't really realize what was going on until the end.
And so this is where I'm coming from, though. This is where my hypothetical contention still lies, that if you were that taken off balance, that's where that question comes from in the initial meeting.
But what I'm saying is the way it happened is it wasn't even supposed to be a meeting. Like they told me
That's exactly what I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you
but I
that
wouldn't. I still don't think I would have changed anything because I appreciate the outcome.
Okay, I mean that's fair. That's fair that all things work together for good. Romans 8:28, right? So I mean, I don't have any problem with we can say we turned the lemons and made lemonade. That's not where I was at. I was throwing out the growth point. Okay, I'm saying like today, what they said was that you made statements that it was cold and that you were unprepared and that you got caught off guard again today. That's what I heard. I didn't see you say it myself, but that's what I heard. Okay, so what I said was that just like today, you got caught off guard. Okay, I said the same thing. I'm giving you respect. I'm saying the same thing happened in that meeting. You got caught off guard. So today you had to go through with it because you got, you on the spot, judge done called you, boom, that's it. Right. But in that meeting, you got caught off guard there. That started this whole funk. Okay. So at that point, when you were in there and you realized, just like you said, you came to the courtroom, they ushering you up there and it's all chaos. All these folks and you going through this whole thing. It's just like you just said, you didn't even realize where you was at. It was so much on you that you didn't even realize where you was at till you sat down later. Talk that law. I'm going to put you on the spot right now, bruh, in all respect. Now, if you that tipsy right now, talk that law, where you representing me, I got you on retainer, and you in a situation where you so front loaded, you so caught off guard that you don't even realize where you at. How can you defend me properly?
Well, I don't know if that's the case, because that hasn't been asserted that, anybody's was, tipsy or anything like that. But I do want Kayla.
She said she didn't realize where she was till she sat back down. And then Brother Steele said, that's what Sister Kayla said today, that it was until she basically had a chance to sit back down and heard Brian get up and say what had happened was the first time she even realized, yeah, I was in an ex parte. That's what she said today.
Let me let her respond because we don't get Kayla here that often. So let's see what her point of view is with me, because who can say it better than her?
I mean, I think that's just pretty much what I just said. I mean, you asking how can you represent? My whole thing is it's so many people with opinions, but what does Mr. Copeland say about my representation? Because that's all that matters. How does he feel about how I represented him that day? That's what.
And that's your oath. And that's your oath. And that is what matters. I'm gonna give you that. That's your oath. That's what you are paid to do. That's who you care. That's who you care about. Not us. None of us. It's your client. So to your oath and to what you do, I'm gonna give you 100% credit for that. You absolutely right. At the end of the day, and TalkThatLaw said that as long as Woody was satisfied, he's your client. He's the only one you there for. My question was a whole different thing of if you were ambushed like that. I'm not saying it didn't turn out good. Okay. You got the YouTube, you've helped your client. All these things have happened. But looking back, if you were to advise me, I'm not an attorney, but if you was to advise me and I walked into a room like that and I was just supposed to be filling in for TalkThatLaw, I was supposed to be filling in for him and all this is happening, what would you advise me to do? To be like, yo, this is not what I'm here for. I'm not prepared or ready for this. I'm just like overwhelmed right now. What's going on? And so, y'all need to just shut this down and let Melnick deal with it. Cause I came with 2 orders of what I was supposed to do. And whatever y'all doing right now is different than what I came for.
I mean, I don't even know if that's the case, because I do think that she handled, when she was back there with Woody at the initial time, when they first had the ex parte meeting, the transcript came out. Her questions was pointed. She wanted to know, could Woody get in trouble if he said this, or if he didn't say this? Does he have immunities, a statute of limitations? She was asking all the right questions. So even if Melnick didn't say do X, Y, and Z, she still did X, Y, and Z while she was in that room with with Woody and with the state and with the judge. She still made sure she protected Woody at all times. And that's
I didn't say she wasn't protecting. What I'm asking you, TalkThatLaw, was that what she came to do? Was that what she ended up doing? Was it above and beyond? Was it above and beyond what she was asked by Melnick to do? And I think the answer is yes. What Kayla ended up doing was above and beyond what she was called to do. Okay, so we give her credit for that, right? We give her credit for that, right? But I'm saying to you, if it's above and beyond what she was asked to do, then that's where she had an opportunity to say, this ain't, something ain't right here. Melnick gave her specific, she wasn't in there to go find out about immunity deals. She wasn't in there. Melnick did not send her in there. I'm not saying she didn't go above and beyond the Call of Duty. I'm saying Melnick didn't send her in there to figure out immunity deal, whether or not the statute of limitation, whether or not the purge, defining the word purge and all of that. That wasn't what she was sent in there to do. Which she ended up doing. She did it, but that's not what she was sending her to do.
Right. But she did. Yes, she did. As an attorney, sometimes you have to, play the hand you're dealt. And if Melnick's out of town, I'm the attorney. I'm going to make sure I do all of those things. He don't have to tell me to do it, because as an attorney, I know to do it. Because if he didn't think I did not do it, he would have had me stand in his place from the beginning. And that's just me. Kayla's there. Well, yeah, I don't know if she wanted to jump in or not, but that's just me. I shouldn't have to have someone tell me what I need to do if they trusted me enough to ask me in the first place.
But you're in an ex parte meeting, TalkThatLaw. You're not just handling a deposition. You're not just doing something to help out. You are in an ex parte meeting. So you got to keep that in mind. The inherent problem here is where this is happening, how this is happening. So to go beyond, above and beyond, when you're already in some funk.
Right. But see, what I think a lot of people don't understand, an ex parte meeting by itself is not a bad thing. Ex parte meetings happen all the time. So you're thinking ex parte meeting is bad. You can have.
I'm not thinking that. I'm thinking Woody was a sworn witness on the stand, and so that's what made it different. That's what I'm thinking, and I'm right about it. That's why he got recused, because I'm right about it.
Well, not only that, you can be a sworn witness. Woody could have said that I was being threatened at the jail, move me to a different jail. He's still a sworn
But that's
witness.
not what happened. But that's not what happened.
Well,
we can stay with the real. We can stay with the real scenario. We don't have to change it up.
Right, but I'm giving you an example of what you can do with an ex parte
I know you're right. You're right with your example, because the exceptions are in the law. Those exceptions that you're given are true. You're right. Those are in the law, but that's not what happened. So we can just we can stay with the real deal.
So I don't think Kayla, she could have had an ex parte meeting with Woody, with the judge, with the DA, if it was.
Yeah, I'm sorry not to cut you off, but everybody
you're
keeps
good.
talking about this ex parte thing. Ex parte meetings can be proper, and had the ex parte meeting not contained Brady evidence and specifically been about a valid immunity order that was obtained with correct and truthful information because someone was truly fearful for their lives, then the ex parte meeting would have been 100% proper.
I agree. I agree with when TalkThatLaw said. I agree that those exceptions are in the law, but that's not the scenario that we just lived through, though. That's not what happened.
I don't understand your argument then.
I'm confused.
Yeah, what are you actually saying? Like, you said she did a
All
good
right.
job, she went above and beyond. So what is the
I'm certainly giving her the respect. She went above and beyond. Okay. I'm saying all of that. I'm saying she got caught off guard in that first ex parte. She went above and beyond. Okay. So then my initial question was, as a growth point, if she had to do it over again, would that have been an option? Like today wasn't an option. She said it was cold or whatever else. She got caught off guard. Okay. So if that's the case, when that first ex parte went down, where she was getting hit with so much that she even said she didn't even realize it was an ex parte until an hour or so later. She's the one who said she had to go and get a nice night at a hotel. She's the one who said she had to go get a massage. Kayla said all of this about how much it was on her. She said all this, that there was that much stress and emotion on her from that ordeal. Okay.
Yeah,
and she
but
didn't sign up for any of that.
That was Judge Glanville talking about he about to put people in jail and stuff. With no fact.
You're saying you're saying that had nothing to do with ex parte?
No, that was dead. After I was out of it, that's dead. That's more on to the
No,
next.
I'm saying when you mentioned that you had the nice hotel and you had a massage.
Yeah, that's because
my
Judge
understanding
Glanville
was
started putting people in jail. You forgot
okay.
that part?
Well then I'm mistaken about that. Let me go back to explain my point. I'm mistaken about that. I take that back. Then my understanding was that was after the ex parte you did all that. that after the ex parte, after that scenario with Glanville and ex parte, we're talking about the same day though, right? We're talking the same day though.
Yeah, but it wasn't about
Okay.
the ex parte. It was about him holding Brian in contempt, then saying that I had violated attorney-client privilege without doing any fact finding, then saying you got 5 minutes to tell me who told you. All of that is the stressful part. The ex parte was done.
Okay.
Once he got on the stand and testified, we was good.
Fair enough. So it's the same day that I'm talking about, but she's saying it was the stuff that happened later. But I'm still going to hold to what she's also said, that it was an hour later that she even realized, after she caught her breath and Brian started talking, Brother Steele started talking, that she even realized she was in the ex parte. So she still is overwhelmed as to what happened in that meeting. She's even said it took over an hour for her to catch her breath because so much happened that she was caught off guard. We can't, I mean, before I even make my point, we can't accept that that's what she said.
And I think what I don't understand is I don't think it's.
But can we accept that as a, because if we can't accept that as a premise, that she was overwhelmed so much so that it was an hour later that she had to catch her breath to even realize the ex parte, then it's hard to understand the rest of why I'm asking my question if we don't understand that she was overwhelmed.
I don't think so. I mean, she got the job
She said
done.
it. No, but she said it though. Are you saying she didn't say it?
Let's see what else she wanted to add while she's here. I don't want to.
But are you saying she didn't say it though? I mean,
Well,
you can ask her if.
Yeah, I'm saying let's ask her. I mean, why we have her here, and then we can go.
What's he saying? I said what?
Okay.
He was
what
saying
I
that
understood.
You said, oh, go ahead.
Yes, Sister Kayla. What I understood you to say was that even on the stand today, what you was trying to say is that it took you until Brother Steele started addressing Glanville for you to even realize you was an ex parte, that it took until after you had a chance to sit down, take a breath, an hour or so later, that you even realized what that was. That's what you've said today.
I guess maybe I should have said realize the magnitude of what it was. I don't know. I mean, I don't really know what you're trying to say.
Okay, well then peace to everybody. Peace to everybody. But that you can understand Talk That Law where I'm getting that from. Then if that's what she said, but she meant it a different way, then you can see where I legitimately heard her a certain way. It's close enough where if I mistook what she said or she had a word that was different, but you see now what I'm saying, that
right.
if she, so you see why I understood what I understood. Now you understand why I'm saying, if that's the case where she felt that overwhelmed during the meeting, then she had every right to say to these people, yo, I didn't come here for that. This is way too much. Whatever's going on here has got me this overwhelmed. So y'all need to just take this up with Melnick or whatever. You know, I'm not going to let this keep going on because this is obviously way more than what I came here to do. Y'all have had a chance to prepare. Y'all been in this case. Y'all been, you know, Love is there. Hylton, everybody been on this case for over a year. I come in as a substitute with no preparation. I come here just to do a certain thing for Woody. And now I find myself in this spot. And now y'all trying to throw this other stuff on. She got every right to be like, nah, this can't go on like this. I don't need to allow Woody to be in this spot knowing I'm not ready because I didn't come here for that.
Well, did she answer though? Because you asked her, would she change anything? She said no. So I think that's getting back to your question. She said no. She's not gonna go in and say I was tired or this is too much. I'm overwhelmed. She's not gonna. She said if she was to go back, she wouldn't change anything. So I think that's the answer.
That is the answer. But you asked me to explain what my point was. So I'm just giving you the same consistent point. But she did answer. She answered right away. And she said she wouldn't change anything. And I even congratulated on her. I said she did go above and beyond. I'm the one who gave the scripture, Romans 8:28, say all things work together for the good. So I'm hearing that she answered me and I'm agreeing that she handled business and that it worked out. Okay, I'm agreeing with all that, but you asked me to explain what my point was, and that's what my point was.
I got you. Well, I definitely appreciate you, taking the time because you kind of filled in where India left off, and you got to ask Kayla some of the question that perhaps, people wanted to know, but I don't think, my personal opinion, I don't think that it was something that she did, like she did anything wrong. I think she represented Woody to the best of her ability. And he's the client at the end of the day. A lot of this stuff we get caught up in it because it's YouTube, it's entertainment. But at the end of the day, is Woody rights protected?
So would it have been wrong if you would have done that, if you would have shut the meeting down, TalkThatLaw? Is that something you would have had the right to do? I'm asking you. If in that situation where you were the substitute and now you find yourself in ex parte, I'm asking you if you would have had a right to shut it down and say, look, I'm just here substituting for Melnick. I don't have no full knowledge of the case. I don't know about all the ins and the outs, blah, blah, blah. So y'all need to take that up with him. That's not what I'm here
I said
for.
that multiple times in the transcript. And I said, why can't we go to the next witness? Why can't you? I also asked, can he have 2 weeks to think about it? So I asked for time. I said that I said multiple times in the beginning, I'm not prepared to do anything like this. Like, I know what you're talking about.
And wasn't
Okay, well, wait a minute. Now you gotta be fair. Now y'all gotta be fair with me. Then you're right, Kayla. You did say that, and because you were saying that they have a right of how they going, who they gonna call and what order they gonna call the people in. So let's be fair. And I see the chat right now, so everybody gotta be fair with me right now. So in other words, I'm not so far off base because now you hearing that Sister Kayla did feel what I was saying, and she was even saying it to them. So how can I be that far off base? So if you want to support Kayla, then you gotta support me. Because the point is, she was getting thrown a bad deal. And the truth of the matter is that they didn't even have to call Little Woody next, that they could have given more time. She didn't have to continue. They could have waited for Melnick to get back.
Right. They also kept her away from her own client. So, I mean.
But wait a minute. So how can I be so off base though? And she had the same vibe of this is not right what y'all are trying to do right now. Now did she fill in? Did she go above and beyond? We're already giving her credit for that. But at the same time, Love and Hylton, they knew Melnick was gonna be on vacation. They knew a substitute was coming in, and then they gonna bring the substitute in, whether they knew it was gonna be Kayla or not. They knew that they was gonna bring an ex parte with Glanville to try to push Little Woody into a situation, and they knew they were going to have the substitute. And again, that's what even Love was saying in the transcript. She was using the word substitute attorney, right? She was trying to put her in her place, that you just a substitute. So it was all a hijack. It was all a hijack, TalkThatLaw. And I'm saying to you that if they're going to have a hijack like that, where Love and Hylton and Glanville going to get together, knowing that it's going to be a substitute to represent Little Woody, why she ain't got a right to speak on that? To say, wait a minute, this junk ain't right. Why she ain't got that right, TalkThatLaw?
I'm going to let Kayla speak because we don't get her up here too often. So we can go through my hypotheticals all day, what I would have did, what I don't do. But at the end of the day, I'm trying to figure out what exactly happened while Kayla, because she lived through that day one, she lived through today. She's actually in the courtroom. And I didn't want her to.
What's the question? I mean, I'm listening, but like it's so long. It's a compound question.
It is long-winded though.
So what's the question you want me to answer?
At the end of the day, you're feeling part of what I'm saying. You were feeling that they were ambushing in that meeting and that you knew they really didn't have to call Lil Woody next. You knew that they knew that this was a doggone setup because they had the substitute attorney coming in and they were trying to railroad Lil Woody in some private ex parte with Glanville. And so they tried to run the play with the substitute attorney. And you knew by even addressing the fact that they could have waited, given a couple of weeks, this, that, and the other.
What's the question? Because I'm gonna get distracted. What's the question?
Okay. It was the first thing. I appreciate that. I can be more concise. It was the first thing that I said, that you're admitting that you feel part of what I'm saying. That was the first thing I said. But you're right, I did go on after that. But that was my initial question.
Well, I just think that two things. One is that I did everything I could do to not move forward with him, with the meeting. So it's not that there was nothing else I could do. They kept talking. What am I telling them? Shut up, judge, shut up, everybody shut up. With me and my client who's in custody, we about to walk out. No. So I don't know what more you can expect. And I just say this, don't nothing beat the double but the triple. And so what they thought that they was about to do to me.
Don't nothing beat the double what the what?
Triple.
But the triple.
Come on here. Let's go, Kayla. Y'all
So
heard what
the
she
fact
said?
that they tried to run a double on you, the fact that they tried to run a double on you and you turned it into the beating it with the triple, we salute you for that. We salute you for that. The fact that it was a play to run the double is my point. That they were still trying to run the double. Okay. And since they was trying to run the double on your client and on whoever the substitute walked in, whoever that substitute was, they trying to get Lil Woody off his base. That was the whole play, to get Lil Woody off the base, and they're going to do it with the substitute attorney. They're going to run the double. They're going to run the play with the substitute attorney, which happened to be you. But the play was already designed.
I mean, no, the plan was designed, and that's why I even have to go back and give Glanville some grace, because initially I was so hurt. Like, how could he do this to a lawyer in open court, just to multiple lawyers, like this specific thing? I can't speak to anything that happened before I came. But then I realized it's because of what they had put in his head on Friday. So he already, he's looking like, dang, they told me about this girl. She hugging these people. She did, she that. So in his mind, he felt betrayed by me because of what they already had put in his head. And the only thing we see from June 7th is what's transcribed. But as we know, there had to be multiple conversations, and who knows what that lady said about me. Like I told you, Jacoby Hudson is another attorney. He's a black young guy. And, we're both from Atlanta, so we know a lot of people. And this lady said to me, she don't know who worse, me or Jacoby.
There it is.
I heard that said earlier today about Jacoby, and I believe Jacoby's another attorney.
And he's a witness on this case. And he's the attorney who represented the Murphy thing, I think.
Oh, okay. And I think the judge know him as an attorney. She's like, what that had to do with anything?
All right, I can say this briefly to you, Talk That Law. I can say it briefly. Okay. Count the case. Here's the case. It was clear, whether it's a slight misunderstanding or not, it's clear that in my mind, she was overwhelmed and admitted it so much, it took her an hour to catch her breath. They was trying to run the play on her at the ex parte. What do? She did above and beyond. She ran a triple when they tried to run the double, but they trying to run the double. So my question initially was, what can you do? Can you shut that down? That's before she even got on the screen. That's what I was asking you, Talk That Law.
And I think she answered that. What could she do? She said her client's in custody. He's in jail. So even if she wanted to walk out, guess who would have still been stuck there? Her client, in handcuffs and shackles.
But she did try to walk out, and Glanville held her. She don't even live there, right? She was trying to get out, and Glanville wouldn't let her get out.
We're talking about walk out the room. We're talking about the specific ex parte meeting. You're saying what can be done about that, because she had shut the meeting down, not walk out the courthouse.
Oh, but I thought you stopped, because I'm asking you, and then you went back to her. But I'm asking you.
And I'm basically saying what she's saying. What could you have done? You can leave out and leave your client unrepresented. So I'm answering your question.
I'm just asking you. Can you shut it down? I've been asking, and you want me to be short and brief. I'm trying to be.
Yeah, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying though.
No, I get your alternative. I'm asking you. Could you have said?
What do you do?
Okay.
Do I say,
Sister Kayla, that is my question. Y'all asking me to be the attorney when that is my question. I guess I'm gonna have to beat it then, because that was my question, Sister Kayla. Yeah. I'm asking if or not, in a situation like that where you're being brought into an ex parte where you know it's above and beyond what you're being asked to do, you know you're not prepared, you know these people are trying to run a play on you. So I'm gonna ask the same question, which is, can you shut it down? Now y'all asking me, but that was my question. Could you Talk That Law? Could you have shut the meeting down and said, you know what, this ain't right. I see the play is here. and I'm here for Lil Woody. But if that's the case, then y'all just wait till Melanie get back, because whatever
Okay,
going
let
in
me just
here
say,
is
I'm
not
so
right.
sorry to
I'm just
cut you off,
asking,
bro.
could it have happened? I'm just asking, could it have happened?
Hold on,
I just-
let us see. Go ahead.
First of all, somebody in the chat just said this, and I say this over and over again. It was not my duty to shut it down. It was the judge's duty to shut it down. So that was not my responsibility. And once again, we're in the judge's chambers. My client is in custody. How do you anticipate? Was I supposed to tell a deputy? Give me the keys. Give me my client. We about to go. I don't understand.
Yeah,
and I wasn't saying that it's her responsibility from the judge. I wasn't taking Glanville's responsibility. So I'm not saying that my point is slightly different. I know you can hear me. That's not. I never accused her that she had the same position Glanville had. I'm asking. Now that's different than saying she had the authority. I'm asking if she could have. I'm saying to you, Talk That Law, if this was to play over again and you were to be in that situation as my attorney, Talk That Law, I'm asking you, could you have said, you know what, this is way more than what y'all trying to run the play, way more. We in here with the y'all just need to take this up with Melnick. I didn't come here under those orders. I'm asking you if you could have done it.
Yeah, but I'm gonna answer it again. Basically,
You're not answering me.
I'm gonna answer it the same way I asked, and I'm gonna also go as far as to say, I really don't want to deal in hypotheticals, because when I was giving you a hypothetical example earlier about Woody saying that he may be need to be transferred to a different jail, you said, "Oh, we're not dealing in hypotheticals." You said stick to the facts.
What I did, that's not true. What I did, I gave you credit. I said that your exception is the rule. I gave you credit. I said what you're saying is true.
Give my example. So I'm like,
no, what I'm saying is I had already agreed that what you said legally is true, but that didn't fit our scenario.
Right.
I'm saying use the same scenario here that we've got. I'm saying use the same scenario. I'm just putting you as the attorney.
Right, but it's neither here nor there what I think, woulda, coulda, shoulda. I mean, it don't matter. Kayla's here and she did what she did. She took her position. So it doesn't matter.
But I was asking you before she came on. I was asking you that before she came on. I'm just asking you if you could have shut it down.
And my position remains the same. What would she do? Leave her client there and leave the building? And then they have a meeting without her and her clients in there unrepresented? So I'm answering the question saying, what could you do?
All right. So here's the
I can't take no more. When he's done talking, I'll come back.
All right. Thank you, Kayla.
Okay, I'm going to stay right here.
Okay. All right. I got you.
Okay, so let me be the lawyer then. I'm not a lawyer, but I guess you're asking me. So I guess here's the point then. Even Kayla herself has said tonight with us, Talk That Law, she's even said that she tried. And that's when I said, okay, well then y'all can't be in the chat, etc. I can't be that far off base then, because even Kayla just said in this conversation that she tried. That she even said, well, can't y'all wait? You ain't got to even call Lil Woody right now. So I'm so far off base, but then Kayla says, even in this conversation, that she felt me because she tried to do it. Okay, which still leads me to my simple question, which is, could she have done it? In other words, could that have been? Is it in her legal right? Would it have been in her legal right? Maybe that's the better way of asking you, man. Is it in her legal right to shut it down?
I mean, but my thing is. And like I had told you earlier, Kayla's not here that often. So I understand we're trying to get, what my take is. I guess that's for a different day. I guess that'll be better because while Kayla's here, everybody want to know what happened today with Kayla in the courtroom. What I would have done, what I could have done if I go back to day one, that's really not here or there because I can't say what I would have done if I was in Kayla's shoes because I wasn't in Kayla's shoes. You know what I'm saying? I can't say I could single-handedly shut a meeting down with my clients in custody. So that's not really just a direct answer of what I could have done.
We do it all day with these attorneys. We do it all day. We say what Steele could have said. We say what Love could have done and should have done, what Hylton could have done, should have done. We do it all day long.
And I mean, I guess that'll be fair, but while we have Kayla here, and she can.
But I asked you before she came on. I asked before she even came on. I had no idea she was gonna come on. So be fair to me. I was asking you before she even came on, and I asked you the same question. I've been consistent with my question. So that had nothing to do with her being on. So you got, I mean, let's keep it square, right? I asked you.
But you're assuming that my answer would change whether she's on or off. My answer was still direct to what she did based on what she could do at that time. Does that make sense? I mean, what else would you have her do?
So would this be wrong? Would this be wrong if I would have said, you know what, y'all, something in here ain't right. This is way more than what Melnick asked me to do. So respectfully, y'all, I think that we need to adjourn this meeting and y'all can take this up with Melnick because this is obviously not what I came and was assigned to do. Could she have said that and it would have been respect? Now you're answering me. That's why I'm asking if she could have done it.
It was already clear that they was not going to wait on Melnick. That's why they brought in a substitute attorney. If they wanted to wait on Melnick, she would have never been there in the first place. They would have just waited till he came back from vacation. So I don't understand, where you were going.
Well, no, that's a little different. That's a little different. They wasn't waiting. That there was no voicing in open court. It was him coming to testify with Melnick being in the room as he was testifying. It wasn't, well, we're going to have an ex parte. That wasn't what was said, right? So she was, so the issue was Woody was supposed to be testifying and Melnick is going on vacation when he's going to be testifying. That was the issue, okay? It wasn't that they had scheduled an ex parte that Melnick wasn't going to be able to be there for.
No. The issue was...
That's why Kayla got caught off guard because that wasn't what was supposed to be happening on that day.
No, the issue was whether he was going to plead the fifth or not. And knowing that he could plead the fifth, they already was designed to give him immunity. So that was going to be an issue no matter what. And he had already expressed that he was going to plead the fifth. So I'm sure they were already cooking up the immunity agreement to force him to testify. So I think that was going to happen, whether Melnick was there or not. And
but that's all part of the play. That's part of all of what Kayla was saying is the double, right? That's all part of the behind the scenes play with Hylton and Love. That's not what was disclosed to Melnick. That's not what was disclosed to Kayla before she got there. All of that was the play. Okay. So that's my point, that once she got wind of the play, the option then, not whether or not she did the best thing or she did a terrible thing, that's never what I said. I never judged whether or not she did the right or the wrong thing. My question to you was, do you have a right in that scenario to shut it down? That was my question.
So what we're gonna have to do is get together, and like you said, I think it'll be a good idea when we do this back and forth. I think it's gonna be good. But while we have Kayla here, and before she takes off, I know a lot of people in the chat want to hear her side of what happened today. And it seems like me and you gonna do the same song and dance. You're gonna ask me the question, and I'm gonna tell you the same answer, and you're not gonna accept my answer. You know what I mean? I don't think it's nothing bad. We just agreeing to disagree. But I do want the chat to hear why Kayla is here, if we can, get some more info from her. But I'm still not backing away from my offer because I like this back and forth. But we just gotta do it, if you don't mind, when it's just us.
Respectfully, I hear you. Do you mind if I stay on screen and mute in case something come up in the chat or my name get cut or whatever? You want to ask me a question out here?
Oh yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm gonna drop the link because I see some people they want to come up.
All right, I'll mute myself. I'll mute myself. But
you mind hanging around just in case, and I'll pull you up.
Yeah, I'll be here. I'll mute myself.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
All right.
All right. So I'm gonna drop the link. I know some people, I don't know where Kayla went. She's still in the back room, but I think she stepped away from the camera. She might be on the phone or something. But once she comes back, let me move this here. Y'all comments are crazy. Because when I'm talking, I don't get a chance to read all this stuff. I'm trying to go back up and see if y'all have any questions that I missed. Yeah, see, we setting up the stage for when in the future we get a topic and we go back and forth on. And I see. Bye, Miss B. So I guess she want to be the one who control who come up and go down and put who on and take who off. Golly. Okay, hang on, Mr. Rowe. Let's see what we got. And I'm gonna leave him up just in case he has anything he wants to say. I'll bring him up. So I see a lot of y'all coming up. Oh, go ahead, Kayla. Kayla, go ahead. I don't think she might not even realize. Kayla. I don't know if she even realized. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, I don't even know if she realized that she was up. Paralegal Barbie, your thing is not working. Oh, she's on the phone. Oh, she's on the phone, y'all. Paralegal Barbie, your thing is not working. Oh, so you decided to stick around, Miss B. I'm like, golly. I haven't even seen you in the chat before. And you came over here just demanding. Goodness. We were just having dialogue. Look, Kayla was taking a call anyway. Let's see. Is she ready? You ready, Kate? Oh, she's still on the phone. Oh, you know her. Okay, shout out to Miss B. Shout out to Miss B. Kayla's still on here. She's on the phone. This was a great dialogue. Good night, Miss. Kayla, your people got you, boo. He is trying to get her. Yeah. She wasn't on the stand as an attorney, you know, she's on a witness. But that was some good back and forth. And yeah, she's still doing something, y'all. Oh, go ahead, paralegal Barbie. Oh, never mind. Delicious, she disappeared. Yeah, but he was asking. See, we were already having a conversation before Kayla joined. For those who just popped in, so that's where that was. We were already speaking. Well before that, and so we're having some good dialogue. And Kayla just came. She happened to pop in the chat while we were speaking, so we didn't like cut her off and had our own side conversation. Just so y'all clear. Thank you. Get him, Joe. Y'all don't mind hitting that like button. And if y'all not wore out, subscribe and come on back. And if you don't come back, I might as well wear you out while I got you here. I'm gonna wear you out. Hold on, y'all. Now she not gone. She's still here. He said you chased her away. No, it seemed like she had a phone call. Somebody say Kayla isn't the problem. Love and Hylton. Let me see. Okay, yeah. She's still on her phone call right now. We'll let her. Paralegal Barbie, you wanted something? You wanted to add something? While we wait for Kayla.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, hey, how's it going?
Oh my God. Oh, I'm having technical difficulties today. But yes, before Kayla gets on, I just don't understand why today I felt like I'm just looking at a lot of the comments. People are being so much harder on Kayla for what she couldn't recall, but not the investigator. I watched both testimonies and they both to me had things that they didn't recall. We're talking about something that happened in June 10th, and I know a lot of us can't even always remember everything we did yesterday. So I feel like she was adamant about the transcript reflecting what was on the record. And watching her previous live, she stated that what was on the record was on the transcript. The contents of this testimony today was about what wasn't on the record, because what wasn't on the record had the potential to have Brady evidence. And that's what this was supposed to be. I did feel like Judge Whitaker stopped the defense from asking her questions that went outside of that topic, but I don't feel like she did as much stopping on the state side today. And she did allow Love to get into other things outside of what the content of this conversation was supposed to be on. So I don't feel like she did bad. I feel like she was adamant that there was things that were said off the record. It's not alleged. There was an off the record conversation. What I feel like might be an issue is that the investigator came, acknowledged that there was an off the record conversation, but gave a different set of details. But he also, to me, excluded what Copeland was saying. He kind of made it seem like only Hylton was talking and she was trying to make sure that he knew what could cause him to perjure himself, and that he acted like Copeland said nothing. And Kayla's details to me included what Copeland was saying that Hylton was responding to. So he made it a one-sided conversation, which everybody is saying that Kayla is the liar, but to me the investigator is lying. He is excluding what was said in that conversation, and he tried to downplay it to a short conversation, but then whenever the judge circled back with her questions, his answer changed. So I don't get why everybody was so upset with Kayla today, and I feel like they were being very hard on her. And I feel like they both were like or that they don't recall. People were even upset with her saying unaliving versus he killed Nut. Like, how do you get upset with people for how they choose to word things on the stand? She wasn't an attorney in that moment. She was a witness. So I just felt like people were really going hard on her, and I didn't get the why everybody was so upset with her today.
Yeah, she had a lot of people that didn't necessarily agree with her, but you know, we're on the outside looking in, so we can say anything. We don't agree with that. We don't agree with what they ate for lunch, what they got on, how they talk. They talk too fast, talk too slow. We can be so judgmental sitting behind these devices online, but we don't know what we'll do when we in the moment. And I think you know, Kayla's actually living in the moment, and she has to, you know, work on her feet. Sometimes stuff happens as an attorney, and you gotta go with the flow. You might go to court expecting one thing, and then something else. Well, let me see. Is she ready?
Yeah, I think keeping in mind that
Let's see.
everything in this situation, as it involves her, seems to be very impromptu, unplanned, without notice. When she got to the court, she was given the set instructions by Melnick, and then she gets there and she's ambushed with this meeting. She hasn't even had a chance to talk to the client one-on-one by herself. Then she gets to the courtroom and she's ambushed with Judge Glanville not allowing her to be released from the case and saying that she has to stay on. And then she's ambushed the other day about her media pass when she was sitting in there. So clearly she wasn't dressed. People were complaining about that, but she didn't know she was going to have to go to the podium. And then today she's sitting in court as a spectator and she's called as a witness. So everything with what she has had to do with this case to me appears very impromptu and ambushed. And I feel like it's purposeful in a lot of ways. So for people who have never been on a stand to testify or even been questioned in courtroom, to expect her to be perfect and not be looking like what the heck is going on, because she's on the other side of what she usually does. She's usually the attorney. So
Hold
I
on,
just feel like people need to be realistic.
hold on, right quick. Let me see if she's gonna come back on. She might actually. She didn't want to come on while because she had dipped off, but I didn't want her to feel like hold on, right quick. Hold on, let me oh yeah, you keep going. I was trying to. Who is that? Is that Tasha?
I'm reading these comments. Somebody said the defense ambush. What is this chick talking about? Okay, comprehension is not, you know, I get that a lot of people lack comprehension. What I stated was that her interaction with this case has been full of impromptu court appearances and ambushes. And I read down everything that has happened with her that seemed abrupt. I don't know how you didn't get that. That isn't defense or state specific all the way across the board. There are things that the state controls in this case, like that ex parte meeting happening. But I felt like everything that has happened with her on this case has been very impromptu. She hasn't been prepped. She hasn't been prepared. She hasn't been told in advance. She's gone into a lot of these situations without all of the details, including when she showed up to court that day. Melnick gave her a set of instructions as his fill-in attorney, and something completely different happened that she's been hanging on to now. She's been strung along in this case, and she wasn't a part of it since that day that she showed up in his place. So it's ambush and impromptu, and I stand by that comment.
Yeah, I think that she was caught off guard. I'm trying to see if she's gonna come back up to I know some of y'all been waiting to hear from her. And thank you, Paralegal Barbie, for your input. But I do think they caught her off guard. I think they did it intentionally because they didn't want to give her time to prepare. If we know anything about Love like to hide hide her hand. She don't want to show the defense any witnesses that's coming on next. She like to keep everything a secret. She don't want to turn over discovery evidence. She want to wait to the last minute if she turns it over at all. So we know how they play in that office. She said drop the link. Oh, she didn't now. Let me see something, y'all. Hold on, y'all, give me a second. Paralegal Barbie, I guess she got disconnected. Hang on a second.
I'm back, y'all. I had to take a break.
Oh man, you already know. Yeah, what I'm laughing at. Yeah, but
They talking about is Kayla crying again?
Who said that?
This person. They've been messing with me all day.
Yeah, man. Some of these people.
How many people you got on?
128.
Okay.
And they were up there when you first got on, but
I saw.
when you left, they said, "Oh, we leaving with Kayla."
No, tell them to come back. Y'all like the live. Share the live.
They don't like when if they feel like you're getting done wrong, they're like, they're not gonna sit around for this. They said,
I saw them saying, "No, Kayla, don't leave.
Don't leave." And then you address this twice already on your own live.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So somebody said, "Why are you letting this man press you? He is too aggressive." I don't think he's aggressive. Everybody's different. He had his own way of asking questions, and actually, he's not gone just in case anybody had any questions for him. He said he's going to stick around. He was just chilling. So he is backstage, but I wasn't offended by none of it. Kayla just said she didn't have enough today.
Yeah, I wasn't offended. I just can't take anymore. It was compound questions. It was ask and answer. It was just outside of the scope. It was everything. Like, I'm sorry, bro. I'm just playing.
Yeah. I don't think he I don't think he took it. Yeah, he said he's gonna hang out. But as far as, is there anything else from today that you think you didn't get a chance to express, or do you think that you were able to get out the important parts in your testimony?
I was only supposed to be testifying about one thing, which was Brady evidence in the off the record conversation. And I think everything was said about that. And honestly, oh God, I don't even know if I should say this, but I feel like if Simone was there to testify, that she would have testified parallel to what I said. I feel like she would have told the truth.
So okay. So you think Simone? She ain't. Yeah, I ain't gonna say what I want to say. Yeah. I ain't gonna say what I want to say because I don't want them to say that you said it. But what's going? Tasha, you didn't get the. Hold on. Yeah, everybody was looking for Kayla, and when you popped in, you didn't really get a chance to, talk and say what you wanted to say. And I think, let me see. Oh, he said, all good. I'll put a heart in the chat for Kayla. Shout out to Rose. Oh, yeah, I see it. There we go.
Oh, thank you, Rose. Thank you so much.
See, so it ain't no Tasha, where you go? It ain't no B. But as far as the court, do you think that what I didn't like the way they were like double teaming. I didn't like the judge asking questions in love and the judge said, no, answer my question. It was a bit much for me. I thought one at a time was more appropriate. Let love finish, and if the judge has any follow-up questions, then the judge, can ask, and then or the defense attorneys. But I never seen a situation where multiple people are asking questions at the same time, because that can be a lot for any, person.
But who is that? Who was she talking to? Was she talking to me? I can't remember when she says. Adriane says, No, Judge Whitaker is like going down this line of questioning, and then she says, I'm sorry. Judge Whitaker says, I'm sorry. And then Adriane says, no, go ahead. So pretty much she's questioning someone for Adriane.
Right. Yeah. That was exactly.
That with me or was that with someone else?
No, that was definitely with you. Adriane Love was asking questions to you, and the judge interjected. And then the judge was passing it back to Love, like continuing. Love was like, no, go ahead, you got it. Like, keep on helping us. I'm like, okay, that's weird. Like, what?
And honestly, I think the judge didn't believe me at first, but I think once Long got up there and said exactly what I said, I think she had a change of heart. And I think she already was contemplating who she was going to believe, because she asked Adriane, are you going to put up any evidence or anything to prove that the off the record conversation did not happen? And then that's when they said no, or I don't know how they answered, but then that's when they put up Long, and he testifies that the off the record conversation definitely happened, but he doesn't remember. But then he ends up saying he does remember.
Yeah.
And then he also says that the subject matter wasn't Donovan Thomas. Then he says that it was. Those were two inconsistencies. And also, it just makes no sense. I feel like they really shot themselves in the foot when it doesn't even make sense. Why would we be talking about one specific act for no reason? Because they're like, oh, well, Woody didn't say nothing about it. But so Simone just came and said, if you testify, like, that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the state's witnesses actually helped, I believe, the defense. Do you know who that attorney was? He's over the corruption unit, or the prosecutor. He had like an afro.
No, I don't know who he is, but I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he may have came in after you, but he said
I watched him.
Okay, I believe he said that he needed Woody for something else. But even he knew to reach out to Woody's either current attorney, or even if he had a former attorney, just to be on the safe side, he reached out. And that made the case like, Love, you should have, reached out and did your due diligence. So I think he was a good witness for the defense. I mean, everybody she brought up there was co-signing it to what you pretty much said. So,
and I think that well, I don't want to speak for Melnick, but he's supposed to be coming on live with me one day this week. But he can show me some very, very weird emails about people in the DA's office talking to Woody without him. Like, very suspect.
Oh, wow. So Melnick has more behind the scenes stuff that we don't know about yet.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll ever come out, but I mean, he showed it to me today. I'm like, what is this?
So it's a lot going on in Fulton County, and a lot of people saying, "Why are you there?" You have a right to be there to shine some light upon the stuff going on. That's your county. So I didn't see nothing wrong with it. What's going on, Tasha?
Hi, TalkThatLaw. Hey, Kayla.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. So I'm gonna be honest, and I don't want you to take this as being disrespectful at all. But when you first started talking, I thought that you were lying at first. Not gonna lie, I thought maybe that it was some things that you were unclear about, and you saying that you didn't recall. It was kind of confusing. Now, when Long got on and he kind of corroborated everything that you said, it made me think, okay, Kayla's not lying. Something happened, but it was like that he was omitting the facts that didn't fit the state. Now, I have a question for you, and I just wanted to know, like, as a professional, right? In a sense, when you left the ex parte meeting, do you regret not writing down specific notes of what happened so that you could have conveyed it to where it didn't make people look at you and question what you were saying to see if you were telling the truth regarding it? Because public opinion, we were thinking that maybe you were exaggerating the facts or leaving some stuff out, or you just didn't execute the testimony that you were giving today effectively. But as I stated, I had to admit that I took back what I said once I looked at the full aspect of the whole conversation.
I mean, why do you think I didn't write things down?
No, I'm not saying that you didn't, but it seemed that you were very unprepared for today, and just
Correct,
knowing that it
because
could
I
have
was
been a
called as a
possibility.
witness in open court and given 5 minutes to come to the stand.
And I will also say, normally when you have a court reporter there, then the court reporter is taking notes down. Like, I've never left trial in my career thinking I need to go to write something down because the court reporter won't have it or the court reporter will lose it. I mean, it's the court reporter's job at all times to keep accurate records of the proceedings. So, and that's just me. But like Kayla said, who knows? She didn't take her own little notes.
Okay,
I just want to throw that in there as common practice for attorneys. That's all.
That's just a question that we have as the public.
Right.
We don't know what's happening behind the scenes. It made it seem like that, with everything that you were saying when you were saying that you didn't recall, it kind of, even the judge kind of looked, she sounded confused. And I don't know if they were trying to trip you up or get you to admit something that wasn't there, but it just made it seem like it was like they were gearing towards you not being professional. And even her comment when she said that, how did you not know it was an ex parte meeting? It seemed like you shifted and kind of got an attitude, and which is understandable because when somebody is directing a certain energy to you, we see it and then it shifts. And it's like you shifted that at that point, and it was then you were on defense. And I don't know
I
if
just think that the questions that Judge Whitaker asked me were, I think she was being, I don't know if she was being sarcastic or not, but what I was saying was I didn't realize the magnitude of what had happened until I sat down. But once again, I've never seen somebody just be sitting in a courtroom and they say, "Oh, she's here. Let's put her on the stand." That's not even realistic.
Right. I never seen that neither. I mean, normally they give you time to prepare, and
They didn't
people
even
might
say
say,
come back after lunch. They literally said we're going to take 2 minutes. And so I'm literally sitting in the courtroom between my own personal hearings, and then I'm told that I'm about to be a witness. Who would have been prepared for that?
Okay, so you feel like that if they would have gave you time, you would have been able to review everything that you had and went over and effectively.
Yes.
Okay.
And to be clear, wasn't it the judge that requested you, not the defense attorneys?
Well, she said that's the only person she would take that information from, because Doug says, where are you getting this information from? And he said, from Ms. Bumpus. And she said, well, I think she says, well, I can get that information from Ms. Bumpus. She's here.
Since she was there. But had you not been there, maybe she would have had to figure out some type of other way.
Yeah, most witnesses go through witness prep and all kind of stuff. Nobody usually just gets on the stand and has to wing it.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
And I've never been a witness. Like, everybody keeps judging me. I've never been a witness. I'm always the one asking the question. So
right.
I've never been a witness.
And it's a big difference, right? Being a witness and
it's
being
like
a
I'm
lawyer.
trying not to answer the questions like an attorney, trying to think like an attorney without thinking like an attorney, trying to be a good witness.
So I don't know if you can answer this question or not, but do you feel like that Woody implied that he committed the murder? Because it was like Steele was kind of saying that this is what the implication was in that meeting. If you can't answer, I understand.
I don't know. I mean, I said what I said.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm glad, Tasha, because Tasha came up earlier. She's always on the channel, and at first she said that she didn't think it was credible, but as the testimony went forward, and then as you were vouched for by the investigator, the state's investigator, not the defense investigator, then I mean they can see you had no reason to lie. I mean, like I said, and why would you even lie? I don't even see a motive for you to lie. And that's my take.
Well, I just wanted to come up and ask you a few questions because I know I was vocal on the channel about it. And like, I don't have a problem with you. I think that as a person, I salute anybody that's doing what they need to do and collecting their bag the way they choose to. The only thing I can say to you is I would hope that you don't let YouTube like destroy you as a person and stop caring so much as to what YouTubers say about you, because honestly, we're all just giving our opinion on something that's popular at the moment. That doesn't take away from you as a person, and it doesn't take our opinion of you as fact. But that was all. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you. Thank you for being so kind.
Well, I know you, I'm glad you popped in, Kayla, because they was,
But I keep telling people I'm not explaining myself. I'm explaining what happened. I'm explaining what happened from point A to point B to let them know, because I don't think anybody understood what the testimony was supposed to be. And I blame Adriane Love for that, because she asked questions way outside of the scope. Had we just stayed on topic just about the off the record conversation, then people wouldn't be confused.
Yeah, I think so. And I think they went way outside the scope. I mean, she's asking you questions about what defense attorney came and told you about the meeting. Like, come on, love. Now you're doing way too much.
That's way too much. And that's why I told him refer to the judicial notice that Glanville said.
Right. You said, look at the cameras.
Y'all pulled the cameras, so let's talk about the cameras.
And I understand, and I don't think nothing was wrong with your answer. You said who the lawyers was. They already had it on camera. So Love didn't learn anything new than what she already knew. She already knew about from the cameras. So her questioning you it had no legitimate purpose, but to try to get you to tell who the people were. But what she needs to be talking to is Detective or Deputy Brown, whatever his name is, and get that tea from him and find out why he ran him out in the first place. So we're gonna talk. Let's talk. See, they don't want me in no Fulton County.
Look, guess what? Guess who not in that courtroom no more?
Brown. They ran him off.
Man, what?
They better. They can't trust him.
It ain't even about that. He's just mean to everybody. He bothers everybody. Like, he's annoying.
Oh, he's one of those.
Yeah, that's why you didn't see me go live and say about how he like try to tell me I can't have my phone in there and just keep picking on me and messing with me.
Yeah, I did see that live, and that was crazy because you almost was like you really protected him. Everybody was pointing a finger at you. You didn't come out and say no, it's not me, it's him. I mean, you held your own, and for him to come and harass you because of your phone, really.
No, for multiple reasons. He told me I couldn't sit on a certain row in the courtroom. He told me I can't even come in the courtroom because I'm just a member of the public. And I told him, baby, as long as they saying my name in this courtroom, I'm gonna come to the courtroom every day and see what they saying about me.
But he didn't realize that you were like the gatekeeper or his
The
secret.
man knows me.
So why would he do that?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Wow. Because if he know you stuck your neck out to protect him, it may not have been the intention, but it happened that way. And y'all know each other. I'm trying to figure out why all of a sudden he's just messing with you. And
Your man had just asked me in the hallway to pull up a statue for him.
Oh, that's why you said he asked you for legal advice.
Yeah, he was trying to serve somebody, and he was like, Attorney Bumpus, can you pull up this statue and see if I'm able to serve them in this manner? Because the person was objecting to service in the courthouse, saying they couldn't be served in the courthouse. But really, you can be served in the courthouse. You just can't be served in the middle of a proceeding that you're a party to, but you can be served as soon as you stepped out the courtroom. And so another attorney was like, no, you can't do that. I pulled up the statute. You could do it. And then I come inside and then you like talk to me crazy, bro. Find something safe to do.
The same day.
Same day.
Wow, I don't know what that's about.
Yeah.
Maybe he had his marching order from somebody else that was still salty.
No, it's him.
It's him.
It's him.
Well, that's good though. He's gone, so you don't have to like deal with him. Do you plan on being in pool 2? You're still in the to record? What is the rule? What is it, 22 in Georgia?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm first of all, I won't be back there the rest of this week. I'm about to go out of town.
Oh, okay.
So I'll revisit all of this on Saturday and see what I'm gonna do next week.
Okay, I got you.
I really gotta do some work. Like they say, I don't have, they say I don't ever do no work. I don't have no clients.
Hey, they were getting on me today. Where were you? I'm like, we ain't just YouTube.
Oh yeah, and I just want to let you guys know the very first person I text was TalkThatLaw. I say, I'm scared. Why they messing with me?
She sure did, and by the time I replied, I think y'all were already. But it was wild. I was like, but I didn't see no reason for them to be mad at you. I've seen the play.
I was so confused. I said, why are they mad at me?
For Love to stop questioning you and tell the judge, "No, judge, you continue. You doing good. You got her." In a sense, that's what she was doing. I'm like, what the hell? See, as an attorney, I'm seeing the play behind the scenes. Everybody else seeing, oh, she's unprepared. She should have knew. No. It ain't what it appears to be. Y'all ain't seeing what's going on. See, I know how they work.
Yeah, and also Kat had my back too. Kat don't play about me.
Oh yeah, Kat now. Shout out to Kat now.
Yeah, shout out to Kat, bro. They said she had my back. Everybody was texting me like, no matter what, Kat standing 10 toes down for you. I want to know what did lead attorney say about me? Who knows?
Oh, anybody here?
I want to know. I'm gonna call him.
Was he even live today? I don't know.
But somebody was like, did you see what Lead said about you?
Come on, don't get. I don't know. Don't give me the line, but he in that county too, right?
Yeah, but he got everybody calling me Miss Rumpus.
Oh, boy, you got a few of them in this chat. They can't sit down somewhere. Golly.
No, I like Lee, but I want to know what he said about me. He on there now talking about me. I'm about to go over there.
Oh, he online right now. Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much.
He talking about me. They said he's talking about me.
Hold on, let me see. Is he? Let me see. I don't even know who he. Is he even live?
He might be playing something old as live.
Oh, okay, yeah. So right now they're reviewing your testimony while you understand.
Let me go in there. I'll be back. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow.
All right, Kayla.
All right.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Shout out to Kayla and thank y'all so much for being respectful. That's what she's gonna go do. She's gonna go ask him. Yeah. But we've been going at this for 8 hours. Oh, let me Rose, let me ask. Rose, is there anything else you wanted to say? Thank you for hanging out with us today. I know you didn't have to take time out of your day. Look, boy, y'all like some drama, boy. A whole lot of y'all took off when they. Oh, let's go. Yeah, I'm not gonna be up here too much longer, just a few more minutes. Because I've been up here 8 hours. But I do want to thank Kayla for stopping by. And she's had a long day. I mean, court starts, early in the morning. So that's that. No, I'm not gonna stream his channel so people can go over there and support. I'm not gonna do that. If y'all want to watch it, y'all can just go over there and check it out. But shout out to the lead attorney in AV. And let me bring up y'all friend before we go. Let me see if he has any final words. What's going on, Mr. Rowe? What's going on?
Man, let me tell you, brother, talk that law. If nothing else, shout out to you and your chat, man, because the fact that you would even bring a brother like me back up, man, that's to your character, man. You said it earlier today. You let people from other sides to say what they got to say, and all of that. And I mean, you held true to that right now. Most people wouldn't even brought the brother back like that, man. So we appreciate you. Talk that law. You're a solid guy, man. You're a solid guy.
No, it's good. It's good. Yeah, it's all good. I mean, and I do plan on us, discussing more topics in the future when we, as time progresses. And a lot of people, obviously, we live in a moment right now, and people seen Kayla. I seen her on TV. I want to talk about Kayla tonight. So that's all that was. And obviously, Kayla was exhausted, so she just wanted to have some free space to talk. Without
no doubt.
I
hope it came back around to the piece, though,
so.
and especially since the fact of the original question was before she even came on, so it was a whole different. The way it even started, how it started, so it wasn't setting her like that,
Right. I think I explained it too. Like, we didn't, cut her off and had our own thing. We were already talking before she joined up, so that's all that was.
Can I ask you about the possibility of, and I know you've been on for a long time, just the possibility, bro, your thoughts on if she does decide to take them all the way back to square one. She mentioned, I'm talking about Whitaker now, she mentioned that all the way back, and the way she said it was to even asking Woody if he was willing to testify. And then that question came up about the same deal with the immunity, blah, 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 blah. But that's a big flag right there, right? Because in essence, and here's my question to you, could he, with my estimation that this might not even go much longer, he could plead the fifth now and do a few days in jail to see if the mistrial gonna happen, and he could bypass this whole thing. What you think?
Well, the judge made it clear that the immunity order is still in effect. So, I mean, that's almost like a warning shot to me. She letting Woody know, indirectly, that the order is still in effect. So if you come up here and say that, you're going to plead the fifth, you're not going to testify, then, jail could be in your future.
I'm with that. I'm saying that he can choose that now, though, because he's not being pushed to, okay, it's going to be years and years I might be in here until this gets over, and then like the ex parte until the other stuff gets done. If he may roll the dice and say, this thing may not go much further, I can do 30 days. Because my bet with you is what?
He could. He could, but
he can make it to September 5th. He can make it to September 6th, right? Friday at 5 o'clock.
Right, but Woody didn't gain his popularity sitting in a jail cell. He gained his popularity sitting in that witness chair. So, I mean, he can do more of the same what he been doing. I don't recall what you mean. All of that stuff. That gives us some YouTube content, and that keeps him out of jail. And he actually can clarify, yeah, I said that to the police officers on video. Yes, I said that to the detectives that, certain things happened, but that wasn't true. I was just lying to them to get out of jail. So, yeah. And even though Woody, he did, fed time, state time, but right now I think he's in a different lane. So, he got motion, if you will. He got money in his pocket. He's driving around in Hellcats. So I don't think he'll really want to sit in the jail cell. I think his sitting to go back, do what you've been doing. Whatever, everything Woody said the last 3 days he testified, the last time he was there, did not hurt Young Thug. He got up there and he said, "Yeah, I lied." That helped Young Thug. Because if Woody don't testify, then they can play the tapes. And then all the jury would have is the tapes. But if Woody come in and say, "Yeah, I said that on those tapes, but those tapes are wrong. I lied on those tapes," that's way more beneficial to have Woody there.
Are we sure about that? Are we sure about that? My understanding, brother, is that you needed the impeachment to get the tapes in. That's why the I don't recall. That's why the setup was you can go ahead and lie about this stuff because the backdoor play was to get the videos in, to get the jail calls in. They're going to have a whole different problem if it's not inconsistent prior statement, that. So the play really is they need him to get up there and lie so that they can get the other stuff in.
Not necessarily, because if he becomes an unavailable witness, then they can bring that statement in through the detective. So the detective that actually talked to Woody, "Hey, detective, we're going to play the tape." And the detective can go through the tape and the prosecutor can ask questions about what was said to them by Woody, since Woody's unavailable. And he's unavailable because he's choosing to be unavailable because he won't testify. But yeah, that's all that, it's a lot of gamesmanship, but I don't think Woody's going to plead the fifth. I don't think he should, in my YouTube opinion. I don't want people to say this is not no legal advice. In my YouTube opinion, keep doing what you've been doing. But yeah, we're gonna see. We still got our deal if you're up to it. At the trial,
Absolutely.
September 6th, we'll be back at it, and then also we'll get together later on and try to figure out some time we can do that other deal as well.
Absolutely. Last question for you. Can a jury really forget, what they're asking people to do, to go back and just say, forget about everything Woody said? Is that even possible?
Right. Yeah. Just human nature. And, they're not machines in the courtroom. They're humans. That's like asking everybody to forget what we just heard today in the last 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Like, what? Matter of fact, telling me to forget about it may actually make me think about it even more. So no, that's not even realistic. And that's, grounds for mistrial as well. I don't think that is realistic, and I don't even think that it's appropriate for the judge to try to restart Woody's testimony from day zero. Scratch out the notes, tear the pages out of the jury's notebooks. Anything that has Woody name on it, tear it up, take it out. Act like y'all don't even know who this person is. And he's gonna come in and do it all over again. Somebody said, "Can a person forget about being cheated on?" That's funny. Yeah, this chat is crazy. But I know y'all want to go support Kayla over there, those other channels. Shout out to them, and thank Kayla again. I want to thank Rhodes for coming up and supporting the chat. Not only that, he showed love with the kind contribution. Thank you again, Rhodes, and thank you again to Mr. Don Cato. Thank you for your cash out earlier today. He said, "Come on, can a person forgive me and cheated?" Boy, y'all hung in here with me because you was up here early today. And I think Tiff takes in a cash out. So yeah, all y'all that support, whether it's the like button, subscription, all that good stuff. I definitely thank y'all. And just watching, some of y'all say, "I already hit the like button, I already subscribed," but I'm going to support you by watching you, even when you're not talking about nothing. So thank y'all so much for that. Rose, did you have any final words that you want to give, or you just want to meet me on the back end?
I'm gonna meet you on the back, and I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate even the hostility, and I say that in a joking way. I say it in a joking way. It's all love because actually I asked for it because that was like the preview of what I'm hoping that you and I can do. So hopefully we'll pick a topic though. We'll pick a topic that they'll actually want to go, hear the drama, right? They'll want the drama, then actually the views will go up. That's the goal. It kind of went the wrong way because Kayla pops up and blah blah blah, but really the entertainment factor of the drama on an issue is supposed to drive it the other way. And we kind of got caught in between. Both things happen at the same time. So now, now I know, and I'll certainly back down, and wait for the next time if it were to happen again, so that we can do our thing and the numbers can go up, for you. So I respect what you're doing, and I'm supporting what you're doing. It's just unfortunate that it collided all at the same time.
Right. I think, and I said I wasn't offended. Kayla said she wasn't offended. It was just the timing, of it all, because the people wanted to, hear what she had to say. And YouTube, I'm looking at the numbers. I'm looking at a whole lot of factors, trying to make sure they get a chance to hear from Kayla, because Kayla hasn't been over here, believe it or not. I believe she came here the very first time she spoke on anybody's live was here. This is before all of the lawyers was interviewing, before Kayla had a YouTube. It all really started. This is ground zero. So this is her first time back to this channel since that day. So it ain't like she come here, all the time. So that's why I'm glad she was able to, yield the floor. You didn't mind doing it so she can get her piece out. So thank you for that. And we'll definitely be in touch. Yeah.
Yes, sir, brother. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You got the number then.
Okay. Yeah. I got you. I'm gonna lock you in. All right. Thanks a lot.
All right, brother.
All right.
All right. Take care.
All right, y'all. All right. So I'm gonna get out of here. So thank y'all for joining in. I don't know what happened. I think a technical difficulty. I don't know when I pulled him down. I think he did something to the camera. But in any event, I'll see y'all next time. But let me give my legal disclaimer. No legal advice intended. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not your lawyer. I'm just here to talk that law. So, all right, thank y'all so much. And I'll see y'all on the next one. I'm going to try to come back tomorrow. If nothing's going on in the court, I got clients and stuff. I'm going to try to come back tomorrow. But I'm definitely going to be here Wednesday for sure, just in case we get any if the jury come back, we might get some testimony. So thank y'all so much. If y'all need me, y'all know my email is in the description. Feel free to reach out. Y'all have a good one.